Fantastic. Thank you, Pluti. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Good. Okay, great. Again, it's wonderful to join you virtually. I'm still in Cape Canaveral in Florida in some meetings, but I am getting on a plane this afternoon and I will be seeing you first thing tomorrow morning. So I can't wait to be with you all in person. The journey is still ongoing at International Space University with all of you participating. These team project presentations are a key moment, of course, a key milestone for all of you. It's one thing to have a dream. It's another thing to be able to communicate that dream and put it down in a logical way that others can understand and hopefully support. It's always one of the highlights for me personally to see the team projects come together, something that seems impossible at the beginning. How is it possible to do all of this work in this short amount of time with all of these people? I don't even know. But look where you are. And I know I've seen some previews that you've got some great content and some very inspiring presentations for us today. I look forward to participating in that and hearing it. I congratulate all of you for all the work that's gone into these, and I just can't wait to see everything unveiled today. And thanks for having me.
So I'm not sure if you could see my screen that I shared. You could? Okay, perfect. So it's an honor to be here today at the end of SSP24. It is also an honor to follow Bob. Obviously, really an inspiration and an important part of why we're here. I will go quickly through some of these slides, and we'll go through at that point. So let me just turn it into presentation mode. And so to start, fact, there's been a continuous human presence in space since 2000. So anyone in the audience that has been born after 2000, you have been in a special realm of humanity where we have not just been connected to Earth. Fact, we will have a continuous human presence on the moon and beyond. You may ask, why explore space? And you've gone through a few weeks of discussing space across there in SSP. So I thought this was important to bring up. You could go the traditional way, human space exploration, science, technology, advancing those. Or you may decide to go through advancing commercialization, terrestrial application, and colonization. But I think some key questions are, where did we come from? And what is our place in the universe? The heavens, when we look up into space, is our past, our present, and our future. And obviously, based on my background, the key question is, are we alone? And to answer that, you need to do a little bit more of an understanding of who we are and what makes us. So what are you going to look for? Where? There are lots of places in the universe to look for potential life. And lastly, its abundance at that location. That is critical to determining whether there is or there isn't life in another location. But I think key to why we explore space is to learn about ourselves. with the goal of advancing humanity. So throughout history, we observe that education is important to advance humanity. And when a society is thriving, an educational system is put in place to assure survival of the next generation. The International Space University is geared toward promoting international, intercultural, and interdisciplinary cooperation, and as by now all the participants realize the 3 I's. And it is for the greater benefit of humanity. The SSP24 class represents that and all that's great about it. We have various backgrounds of expertise in the group, from all over the world. You are at this point. You went through SSP24. It is a disruptive event for all who participate in it. And at the conclusion of that are the 4 team projects that will be presented today. They will represent the 3 I's of ISU. And with that, I would like to thank you.
my work on Mir, which also led to the use of the Space Hab to support all of the Mir missions and then the early ISS missions. And it was because of my work with bringing in payloads and research on Space Hab, we brought the same kinds of payloads and research in on the Mir, and a lot of it has carried over to the ISS. And for a few years during the first President Bush administration, I got to work on the design of moon bases and Mars missions. So we started out with one design of a module for the space station. We evolved that design to what you pretty much know today as the ISS. The cupola was my own personal invention. I had arguments with the human computer interface people who said the crew need not look outside. They could do everything they needed to do on TV screens. This was before video was on a computer. There was no such thing as a laptop computer in these days. And I argued, and I had a lot of other support from other folks, John Young, who was the chief astronaut at the time, among others. Needed windowed workstation, and later I changed the name to Cupola. And a few years before it launched, they actually had a working group to decide what should we call the cupola, and they said, oh, cupola is a perfect name. So they kept my name. So it survived from 1987 all the way to the present day. And the nodes came out of our work, actually started in a McDonald's restaurant when they handed out some kids' toys that popped together. And I said, hey, we ought to have modules that connect the other bigger laboratory modules. And so that was the beginning of our work on nodes. That was all happening from 1985 until about 1988 or so. It took a few years before they actually launched into orbit. 10 years later with the first node in 1998, and then the racks in 2001, and the cupola in 2010. And then later I got involved with the Mir program, and really had an opportunity to work end to end from defining and designing the interior of the modules of the Mir. I tried to buy the hardware from the ongoing programs. I went to the shuttle program, I went to the Space Hab program. I said, can I buy lockers or can I buy racks? And the Rockwell people at the time who were building the shuttle said, we haven't built or manufactured or bought a locker in 25 years at this point. And so fortunately I had young engineers. I said, you know CAD-CAM? They said, sure, we learned that in school. And so we designed our own lockers, our own racks. We manufactured them very quickly because we were under the gun from the Russians who kept pointing fingers at us saying, you're delaying the program. And so we got everything ready. And you can see some of that hardware being developed in the center. We had to take care of all of the logistics of first doing all of the testing and certification of the hardware here in the US. Then we had to get it to Moscow and test it in the Russian KIS electrical test facility at Energia. And then we had to take it to Baikonur and test it in the actual module and launch it. And so that became the main laboratory for US work on the Mir in the late 1990s. And I hope that all of you have an opportunity to work on programs like these, perhaps expand your reach. This idea of spaceships, building spaceships, sending people into space to work there is not a new idea. It did not start recently, did not start in the 1900s. You really have to go back to Johannes Kepler in the early 1600s, who was the first one to write that one day there will be vehicles that will travel in the space between the planets, and there's going to be people who will step forward to sail those vehicles, and people like you who will help to design and build them. And of course, the program of the last 50 years is on the left. The program that many of us are involved in right now is in the center, the Artemis, and also on the right side, because there's a challenging program, a race to get people back on the moon, and that is with the Chinese program, the early lunar research station that they are planning. And so you have an opportunity to participate in all that and send people not only to live on the moon, but I think within many of our lifetimes, have people go to Mars as well. And I want to talk very briefly, the last speaker also spoke about the importance of education. I did doctoral research in a dissertation a few years ago. You can look my name up on the internet under dissertation. And I looked at, in the US, what kind of education associated with space is going on. There's a lot of it. Most kids are introduced to the idea of space flight and space travel, but there is no defined curriculum. There is no defined content. And so that's important. And that's something you should keep in mind. One of the things I have found over the last 40 years is engineers tend not to communicate terribly well. And it's really critically important. And I'll just end with a brief video. A few years ago, I was actually in charge of a NASA contest. We called it NASA Means Business, which was a misnomer. But it wound up, these are some ideas for what a curriculum would look like for space flight. But this was one of the winning entries in that contest. And I'll end with this. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you, Gary. Okay, our last speaker, Jordi Staniger, was born in Barcelona, Spain. He is an ISU alumnus of SSP20. He graduated from École Centre Paris in France in 1998, specializing in applied mathematics and AI. He also graduated in engineering and mathematics from Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya and attended executive and master programs in ISAE, Supero, HEC, and ENS Paris. Please, a round of applause for Jordi.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's a big pleasure and honor to be here having this keynote. Myself, I'll be a little bit more detailed. I'll give a bit of perspective on what I'm doing now and also reflecting of a bit of my past career. Also, I should mention that I worked at Airbus for almost 20 years. I was several research and technology and advanced concept design, where basically there was a lot of work on systems engineering, and basically with the previous keynote speakers, you show a little bit how things were worked in the past, and I'm going to give you a glimpse of the future. So as you know, there was a TP, is the TP Smart Transportation, where I've been giving support to Francois, which kind of invited me, and I would like also to thank Joan de Dalmau, which helped me to get here. So I'm bringing you back to Earth a little bit. And basically it's because the space technologies that develop that go into space help also to optimize the systems in the ground. So just here I'm giving you a hint of a program that I'm working nowadays, I'm doing research, which basically, if you think about the next 30, 40, 50, 80, 100 years, we have a lot of challenge. And this challenge is around climate change, is around changing also of our society with an increase of people in cities, with also an increase in regards of mobility and efficiency in terms of energy. So when you think about mobility and you think also about how can you support in terms of organization, all on infrastructure, you need also all the underpinning infrastructure in order to have an efficient transport between cities, inside the cities, etc., etc. So basically here we have been doing is what's called a digital twin, which means that you map all a big territory, and then you try to anticipate, so it's a change of paradigm, what maintenance, what cost, what sort basically of actions do you have to do it on it. It changes a little bit from the past because we have, of course, much more technology, and of course, it enables to have a better prediction and better interaction, not only receiving data, but also interacting with the system. Okay. So basically, when you are into real life problems, we know how to make products in centuries, basically. But what are the insights of these products? How you have better feedback from your users? I'm not talking about consumers or any commercial consideration. But basically, was it the right way engineered? Are the operators doing it or using it in the right way? So in the end, when engineer today a product, you need to have a balance between what's called CapEx and OpEx. So capital expenditure, how much you spend at the beginning, and basically how much is going to cost your system to operate. So what I'm trying to show you here with these two graphs, it's a quite important concept. The first is that basically, many people have told you maybe about concurrent engineering. So basically, as early as possible, if you can have your best decisions, it's better for your product because then you have margin. Margin meaning that basically when you have to act on a project, you have to maneuver it. The better you and the earlier you do it, the more basically you have time to correct and to make changes. And the second concept I wanted to bring to your attention is that basically within a project that it lasts, as the infrastructure I show you, as the ISS, as a launcher, any long-term project lasts for maybe 10, 20, 30, 40 years, you will have different teams. You have different people with different skills, knowledge, competencies. And you need to move this knowledge, and I'm insisting on knowledge, not just information or data, to the next team. So basically, with the traditional way of doing things, I wouldn't say that it was neither perfect, neither this one is perfect, but it ensures a better transmission of knowledge onto the next generation or to the next teams. So basically is the notion of digital continuity or knowledge continuity among phases. So for these, and sorry for this slide, it's very dense, the digital twin is one of the solutions that today is envisaged. So basically a digital twin is a virtual representation of the real world. And this virtual representation today is much more possible because of several reasons. First of all, is technology. A lot of technology today, it's more affordable, and you can make basically with cloud computing and with a lot of devices that basically you have today much more affordable systems. You can store more data. You can also manage it more efficiently. You can extract a lot of insight, and can you predict more. So here you have a data flow, which basically go from a virtual layer. So you have model and simulation capability. You can receive real time with sensors, more accurate data. And then at the end, you progress towards also the action on the system. This is maybe the more new thing that you have today is basically that before you had a lot of data reception. And today also you can start to act more in a global way on very complex systems. To illustrate some use cases that are being done today, and these are not mine, I borrowed them from NASA, so Johnson, and from ESA. Today you have uses that are being at pilot stage. So I'm not saying that this is used in operational, but I'm trying to give you a glimpse of what's coming on for the future. So you have today for Artemis, for the Orion design, they had a pilot project since 2020 where basically what they're trying to do, and in the past they really did for the Apollo mission, is to have a system that could mimic as close as possible a mission, exploration mission, and basically if there is any failure, any problem, they can answer quickly and in principle in a more reliable way than if they had a pile of documents or a pile of sparse information. That's a major advance. It's something that's still on beta testing, I would say, but it would enable to have more complex missions where maybe you will have humans, robots, system interaction, etc., etc. Second use case is also ESA. It's working on something else. It's more on putting the capabilities of observation, meteorological, and simulation onto a single Earth big simulator. They call it the Earth Digital Twin, where basically, instead of having silos of knowledge, they integrate the knowledge and basically gives, for some use cases, more accurate predictions. For instance, here, as you will see, TP transportation, no spoiler here, they'll talk a lot about some catastrophe. So basically it enables, through the enrichment of the model and through continuous data feeding, to have a better accurate predictions that can be more useful. Just some examples of how this digital twin could have been applied to your TPs. So on smart mobility, I think I insisted a lot, so you are here. Instead of going from what today some commercial applications that you have on congestion management, where every car, every individual receives information or can sort of visualize some individual information on the global picture, is also insisting and also suggesting some strategies on how the global behavior would be better in order to have an improved situation globally, right? Instead of just saying, well, you have maybe a congested area and you go, everybody wants to go through another path, but maybe then you create another congestion. Is how do you manage this in a more efficient way? For the Lunar Gateway, as a show, the Orion is advancing on a pilot project on digital twin for better simulation, even for rescue missions. On sustainability, digital twin could be of a lot of help because it's helping on what's called the life cycle assessment. So from A to Z, from cradle to grave of a system. And on the International Lunar University, as this is a super interdisciplinary tool, it could help a lot basically on having better simulation, better knowledge, enabling you to better gather the concepts and grasp how a system or how any other knowledge that you will have to learn. And last but not least, we don't live in a perfect world. Of course, all these, I finish a little bit with a critical note, but because we have to be realistic. At the beginning, I talk about CapEx and OpEx, meaning capital expenditures or investment. So sometimes when you want to engineer a system, you need to know where do you want to put your money. Do you want to put it a lot in the beginning to have something very robust, and then when you make it more operative, basically you have something of more quality, or you want to do it the other, sorry, the other way around. Developing a digital twin doesn't come in an easy way, so it's something that it's costly and it's complex because you need a lot of expertise, a lot of people, and you need also to think thoroughly on how to engineer it. Also, there is an issue on accuracy and precision, especially on uncertainty management. Mathematically speaking, you put data inside, you put parameters, but if it's not accurate enough, you can lose all the relevance of the digits. So how do you manage this? How do you trace it? Security, it could be hacked. You can have good answers, but maybe you can have someone that makes you have bad answers. You need to really have it robust and protected. Learning for teams also. I think that is a very important one. I hope that this new revolution will help on better understanding and get better knowledge, and people will learn about knowledge and not just learn about tools. It's something very important. You need to learn about what you're doing and not just about how to operate a tool. Data management, integration, so to make it interoperational, and finally you have to make it reliable and that people can trust it. I think it's one of the major issues. Can you really trust the system beyond what a human with expertise and experience can give it to you? And with these remarks, I conclude. So I think it's a very important topic, and in the years that you will develop your career, I'm sure you will use it, and so you'd better know it today. And with this, I will thank you very much for your time.
Okay, now before we get started, I want to go ahead and acknowledge our assessors who will be joining us online. These are the folks who will be grading you and providing some feedback. To start off, if you're online, you can turn on your camera if you wish to. We have Mauricio Nati from ISA. We have Walter Peters, who is the former ISU president. Juan de Dalmau, who's also ISA, who was former ISA head of communications office and ISU president. Rodrigo Ventura with IST Lisbon. Remco Timmermans, former TP chair from SSP23, and he's with ISA. Lucy Stojak, HEC Canada and ISU Academic Council. Dimitra Stefodi, Leiden University, who was one of our department chairs. And Bob Richards, ISU founder, and Zach Pertle with the OTPS, NASA OTPS. So now we'll like to start the presentations, and we're going to kick it off with smart transportation. So I would like to introduce Francois Spiro, who will be introducing the TP. Thank you, Francois.
Okay, good morning. Works well. Okay, can you hear me? All right, great. Thanks a lot. Okay, my dear friends, I won't take a lot of your time. Just a couple of thoughts before leaving the floor to the team. So when we prepared in the last couple of months the team project on smart transportation, the idea was to focus on how space assets could help, could support the mitigation of traffic jams in big cities. And as you will notice in a few minutes when the team will present the project, the real work which has happened is quite different from the initial idea, and I think for the better. I won't spoil it for you more than just saying that. You will see that in a few seconds. But honestly, I think it's been a very interesting and good work that the team has done. And so what I would like to say also, it's been a big reward for me to have worked with 41 very talented and hardworking and intelligent and friendly people. Friendly is important, especially when you are together for a couple of weeks. And the result is, in my view, outstanding, but of course I'm biased, so you will make your own judgment in a few minutes. Last but not least, I would like to thank a couple of people, a couple of important people. Su Yin Tan, the Dean of ISU, who was at the origin of the topic of this team project. Anderson Liu, here in this room today, who has been an excellent teaching associate for this TP. Of course, all the faculty and staff of ISU, both in-house and also in Strasbourg and elsewhere. And last but not least, obviously, the 41 great TP participants. So without further ado, let's listen to all of you, my dear friends.
Welcome everyone to the final presentation of the team project titled Smart Transportation for Terrestrial Flooding and Lunar Search and Rescue. In the last couple of weeks, we have worked on the following 2 white papers: the smart transportation for terrestrial urban flooding and the search and rescue operations on the moon. To show you what we have accomplished, we'll take you on a trip to the future, to the first fireside chat at the SSP24. You will experience a talk of the astronaut Chintan Dave, who will tell us his story and how, on multiple occasions, effective and timely smart mobility was paramount to his life. In line with ISU values, we'll explore the subject under an interdisciplinary lens, touching upon different topics related to disaster management on the Earth and on the Moon as well. This insight will be provided by the group of experts and engineers who are also here to help with this fireside chat. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Matush. Welcome to the Fireside Chat today, and I want to thank you, ISU, for having me. It's been a very crazy journey, and so thank you again. I'm going to share the story of how I became known as the Flood Child, but also the story of my parents and people close to me, and how smart transportation technology has really saved lives of people that are important to me. It's not an official picture. So my story really begins with my mom and dad. My mom and dad actually met at SSP24 in Portugal. And in one of the culture nights, they found themselves sharing a plate of food. And as they were sharing that, that was the beginning of their love story. Their love from there on blossomed, and they both eventually made it to NASA. They were both engineers, and eventually after the SSP got a job at NASA as engineers working on space data applications. So that was 2022. By 2024, my mom was pregnant with me, her only and favorite child. My mom's delivery date was set for July 1st, 2024. Now, unfortunately, this was the same time Hurricane Beryl was scheduled to hit. The exact date it was scheduled to hit was July 8th, 2024. My dad didn't go to work around the scheduled delivery date, but by July 8th, he had to be back at work. Now, Hurricane Beryl was expected to make landing July 8th, as I mentioned. But unfortunately for my mom and my dad, this caused a lot of anxiety, uncertainty, and fear. I was already delayed. I was already late in coming. And my mom was not sure when I would come, what would happen. What if dad was at work and she got into labor? How would she deal with that? How will she survive alone by herself without additional support? Because of the uncertainty and fear that my parents felt, a lot of other people felt that too. And our team of expert engineers worked relentlessly to find innovative solutions so that others don't have to experience such uncertainty and prevent loss of property or life.
we've seen the incredible effect of the Hurricane Beryl. And up to 12 hours before it actually hit Houston, it was not exactly sure where it was going to hit, or the location was not accurate. This shows how hard it is, regardless of our current understanding of the science behind atmosphere and oceans, to do accurate predictions. Now, we have proposed, as team of engineers, a framework to address such a challenge. We have nowadays a variety of satellite data, airborne data, and in-situ sensors. Our vision is to really integrate and take full advantage of all these sensors into a centralized way, such that we can use not only Earth observation, radar, and optical sensor data, but also sensors on board of drones and in-situ sensors on infrastructures, such as piezometric sensors that measure the displacement of the structures upon certain stress due to mechanical, for instance, or thermal changes. And we want to highlight how important it is to have in place a good ground segment with ground stations that can always keep track of the satellites, downlink the data, and do data processing. So the data processing is one other element that is fundamental for our framework to develop accurate and timely early warning systems for the people. These models are really the central part, the brain of the framework, and they take data from these different sources, join it, and feed it into models. These models are mathematical models that model the reality as much as possible. Of course, they are based on assumptions, and as the world changes and extreme events become more and more frequent, these models have to be updated, and that's why it's super important to always store the raw data such that we have a history of data which can be consistent and fed back into the model for climate predictions in the long term. And the output would be actually this downstream application that we can develop, and we will show an example in just a bit. And we have envisaged to divide the output result into two categories, flood watch and flood warning. So flood watch means that we deliver a solution to the people, meaning with set of guidelines on what to do, meaning that they have to be vigilant because the storm could develop into a hurricane. And flood warning means that actually this is the case. So they have to be ready to take actions and evacuate, and in an efficient and coordinated way. Of course, the stakeholders which are provided this information thanks to the constellations in LEO orbit for internet connection, even in remote locations, and telecommunication satellites, are not only the general public, but also the authorities and the rescue groups. All these framework has to be supported by some kind of policy. And so we want to highlight 2 points for the political strategy that complements the framework that we propose. One is the synergy between structural, which are actually physical solutions, infrastructures, and non-structural solutions. Because we believe that no matter how good the solution that we give to the users is, these users have to be able to use it. So we believe it's important to have also training programs and to make it as easy as possible for the users. And the other important point is to develop a localized understanding of the areas, thanks to also socioeconomic surveys, such that these risk maps that we deliver really take into account the local areas. So this is what's called the risk-based approach. And this will make the coordination between the rescue groups more effective and the solution for the people actually more impactful. And this is what indeed was used by the family of the astronaut here.
So the date is July 8, 2024. My mom is heavy with me kicking inside, home and alone. My dad is stuck in NASA, working hard. There is a communications breakdown, and my mom can't get hold of my dad. She's anxious. She's worried. What will happen? Many others are worried how the hurricane will disrupt their lives. Will they have enough power? Will they have enough water, food to survive? What if their car fails? How will they access charging their phones? Simple things. My dad was still working unaware, but my mom unfortunately starts to go into labor. Thankfully, she only lived 2 minutes away from the nearest hospital and was able to call an ambulance that took a cleared route to the nearest hospital to the obstetrics ward. My father, again, remained unaware. He was stuck there until further notice. The rest of the city was also very unlucky. Everyone had their own stories, whether they missed work, whether they missed a surgery that was scheduled, whether they missed their doctor's appointment, etc., etc. The hurricane unfortunately caused flooding throughout the whole city, blocking roads, locking people within their homes and their workplaces. People were scared. People were panicking. They didn't know what to do.
Well, it was quite unfortunate for Chintan's dad to get stuck in such kind of catastrophic disaster. Well, we have a solution towards that. In such situations, there are a lot of data points that have been collected, and each and every data point can lead to a particular solution, and that's what we are presenting today. Our system not only recognizes how we can deal with this, but it also carefully evacuates people, also plans dynamic routes for people who are stuck in the floods. Uh, for this, we are leveraging 3 different assets. One is ground-based system, other is drone surveillance, satellite imageries, early warning systems, and rapid responses. While the data that has been collected from these systems are fed to our framework. The framework is a multi-layered solution that provides a comprehensive approach towards tackling the flooding situations. As part of dynamic routing and evacuation planning, we are leveraging something different, something new. We refer to that as vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-infrastructure communication, where each and every vehicle in the city can be utilized to relay data from one point to another, and it can be taken back towards a central hub which processes all the data to make sure that we can dynamically route people to the evacuation zones. Now, it might seem that it's a bit difficult task, but believe me, when it is in terms of flooding situation, the first thing that goes down is your infrastructure. Your internet goes down, your light goes down, and in Houston, we have seen it first-handedly. People have experienced downside for several days, and this is what we are tackling with our solution. As part of evacuation planning, we are also making sure that resources are being allocated properly so that they can be utilized to quickly evacuate people who are stuck in the flooding. Here is a quick comprehensive view of what we are doing with our system, what we are presenting, what our team has developed. This is something new. This has not been done previously. This is what our map looks like in the system, where the yellow patches are more like the flooded areas, and the system is continuously fed with real-time data. While if you're approaching that yellow patch or the flooded area, your system quickly reroutes you to the nearby healthcare system or nearby hospitals where you can go ahead and treat yourself. But believe me, this is what it looks like behind the scene in Google Maps as well. And it's more like a graph. It's like nodes and lines connected to each other where where hospitals are located geographically mapped on it. I want you to, now that
Hey everyone, meet your floodmate.
Now that you have understood what is happening behind the scene, I want you to give your overview of how the user interface looks like and how you can quickly evacuate yourself in such kind of situations. Let me introduce you to Floodmate.
Hey everyone, meet your floodmate, your smart companion for navigating urban floods. Designed for smart transportation during urban floods, I help you find the safest and shortest path to emergency shelters, health centers, or community centers. Using cutting-edge technology, I process satellite data for real-time flood mapping and leverage GIS data to navigate road networks and essential amenities. Imagine you're stuck at home during a flood and need to get to a hospital. Simply select the health center option, and I'll show you nearby clinics, labs, and hospitals. Choose a hospital, and I'll provide you with all the details sorted by distance. Then, I'll guide you on the safest and quickest route, avoiding road closures. On the map, you'll see hospitals and flood areas marked with red and yellow icons, while your safest route is highlighted in green. With FloodMate, you're never alone in a flood. Stay safe, stay informed, and let FloodMate lead the way. So, next time the waters rise, don't stress. Let FloodMate guide you to safety with precision and ease. Embrace the power of smart navigation and stay ahead of the storm. FloodMate, your trusted partner in any deluge. Dive in and stay safe.
So we're now back on July 8th. The NASA communication breakdown is back up. My dad gets a text from my mom saying she's in the hospital about to deliver. My dad's at work, he starts panicking. He wants to be there for the birth of his first son. However, he gets into the car and starts driving towards the hospital. And he takes the closest road, he starts driving as fast as he can. But the closer he gets to the hospital, the water gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And if he were to continue, he would eventually be stuck. At that moment, he parks his car and he's contemplating what to do. He's feeling guilty for potentially missing the birth of his only son, first son at least. He couldn't get through it. There was no way. He felt hopeless. Just moments before he was about to give up, an app notification shows up on his phone. It's the FloodMate app. The FloodMate app notifies him that there is a cleared area, a cleared route that he can take to go to the nearest hospital and be with his wife. Following the FloodMate app, with the blessing of this app, he was actually able to find a way to the hospital and make it in time for my birth, which I'm grateful for. My dad wasn't the only one, however. A majority of the city was affected by this in various ways. The ones who didn't have FloodMate app, unfortunately, were not able to take preventative action to get to safety. A lot of the evacuation procedures that were done by the city are done after the fact, after the impact of the disaster, which is a little bit too late sometimes. A lot of these evacuation procedures are also non-efficient and require coordination of large groups of vehicles and population. This is where smart transportation solutions like FloodMate can improve the safety of a city's population by enabling families to take quick and decisive and preventative action to ensure that they and their families remain safe.
To keep the family safe after the incident, we need to understand that after the floods have drawn back, that the post-disaster phase commences. With interconnected devices, we want to link satellites, drones, and also video surveillance, as well as sensors from tidal and weather control to collect remote data. With this data, we want to achieve a collection analysis in real time. With this, we can try to recognize problems and provide solutions after the floods have receded for the next disaster. To accomplish this, we have to understand that a lot of people have to work together. Public partnerships and also academia are the key people who can help with future disasters to mitigate and reduce damages and human loss of life. Prompt implementation for long-term resilience is really important. On the government level, we need to coordinate the endeavors, as well as understand that emergency personnel around the disaster areas need to be controlled and rallied to these regions to mitigate loss of human lives and help with the evacuation efforts if the people couldn't do it on their own. On top of this, we need to make the communities more resilient by training and also by teaching them to enable on their own and to enlarge their capabilities. But still then, we have people in need, like old people, disabled people, and also people who don't have like communication, shelter, or possibilities for transportation. For these people, we need something else, which is close by, like a resilient hub, which provides not only food and water, but also medical aid and even emergency personnel waiting for them on site to keep them even after days of the flood in a good situation, so they can be evacuated by all means if it takes longer than expected. Furthermore, we need to understand that the smart transportation has to be available at all times. Therefore, understanding the damages occurs even with the best precautions, and to navigate through these damaged areas to have a really resilient infrastructure network. And last but not least, we need a feedback loop, the iterative approach to better for future events. Because after collecting so much data, we can see where the weak points are, where we need to increase our endeavors to even better the future situation and enable people to react faster, better, and more efficiently to the situations. So these occurrences, even happening more often, can be delayed or even mitigated completely by the grave circumstances we have today. And now we come to my favorite part, the long text part. We have social impact of proposed solutions. Yeah. These SDGs, also called Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations, aim for peace, prosperity for people and the planet while tackling climate change and working to preserve oceans and forests. And well, we won't do that all of this, but we will try, at least with 2 SDGs, the 9/11. Yeah, now I need to read because I have really bad eyes. Okay, we develop quality, reliable, sustainable, and resilient infrastructure, human well-being, and equitable access for the SDG 9, which encompasses industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And the SDG 11, which gives of inclusion, resource efficiency, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change, as well as resilience to disasters, holistic disaster risk management. And the last 2 parts are the key parts, which we try to encompass in our work. So the SDG 11 is the main factor for our endeavors. And then I keep it on here.
Just like with any tragedy or any setback in life, there are always lessons you can learn. Some of the lessons learned from Hurricane Beryl and others like that include creating the right frameworks that our team has developed that we can save lives and build resilience for the city's infrastructure. Many families were saved that day, and that's thanks to the space systems that we were able to deploy for disaster management in crucial time. And these frameworks can be important in other areas that are flood-prone around the world, such as in Mumbai as well. Implementation of this comprehensive framework that we've developed would lead to socioeconomic benefit, policy improvement, and a more resilient infrastructure. Moving forward, as a kid growing up, I heard this story countless times from my dad. Being an engineer, you could bet that he did not spare any technical details about his whole adventure to be there in time for my delivery. His experience actually determined my future. I got inspired by space. As you can see, my room was surrounded by rockets. I heard stories of astronauts and rockets growing up, and it was very natural for me to follow a path into science, became a doctor, and then to pursue a career in the space ecosystem. My dad had found a wife and a career from SSP. So I thought, why don't I apply to SSP? And I was lucky enough to get into SSP 2047. This was in Antarctica, and it was a special place that SSP still remains one of my most memorable experiences of my life. The friendships I made there, I still keep, and it's been the best time. Upon returning home, I was lucky enough to apply to be an astronaut and was accepted to the NASA Artemis program. My childhood dream of going to space was becoming a reality. I was going to the moon. So after being accepted to the program, there were many years of, about 2.5 years of intense training, team building, skills building, a lot of the things that come about that are necessary to be a successful and efficient astronaut. All those were done. We fast forward 25 years. We're in the year 2050 now. I was basically chosen to be the astronaut to go develop the moon base at Shackleton Crater. Myself and 19 other colleagues were the initial crewmates that were selected to go up. The first few months of landing on the moon were intense and was quite tolling both on our mental and physical well-being. However, little things made it better, like it was one of my crewmates who brought photographs of their family, their kids that we put up on a wall. We had some indoor plants, created a more relaxing environment. People made food for each other. Little things like that really made us feel like we were a family on the moon base. On November 24th, 2050, tragedy had struck. We were planning Thanksgiving dinner. I may actually need to sit down for this. The holidays were always very hard for me. Growing up as a single child, my parents were always working. So to make me feel better, my crewmates decided to throw a surprise Thanksgiving dinner. Also being vegetarian, one of my best friend and crewmates on the mission as well, Mateusz, decided to make me a vegan turkey that night. And we were all very excited for our feast together. But this was no normal Thanksgiving dinner. Before we could feast, the lights started to flicker. The ground started to shake. Mateusz looked at me with concern in his eyes, and I still remember that look, and it sometimes still haunts me. Despite many years of our training and expertise that was in that room, we were scared. We were in an environment we were never in before. We were the first set of humans to be in a place like this. Initially, and we didn't know what was going on. Countless simulations didn't prepare us for the real thing. We all look at each other where we try to figure out what's going on, and we soon understand what's really happening. One of the many moon's dangers was hitting us. It was a moonquake.
Embarking on their adventurous voyage, Chintan and his crew knew the dangers. They knew the risks, but nothing could prepare them like the real thing. When thinking about search and rescue on Earth, the remoteness and distance to the victim are among the main metrics that are considered when planning any recovery operation. Inhabitants on Earth have the most advanced technologies when dealing with search and rescue operations. However, even from places like top of Mount Everest or deep in the Antarctic, search and rescue operations can only be done under certain conditions and with additional caveats. For perspective, the highest land mountain on Earth at 8,848 meters is dwarfed by the average distance of 384,000 kilometers from Chintan's new base down to Earth, making any Earth-based transportation systems effectively useless when dealing with the dangers on the moon. But being remote and far away from Earth pales in comparison to other dangers that Chintan and his crew come into face with on the lunar surface. With no significant hydrosphere, atmosphere, or magnetic field, Chintan and his crew are effectively at the mercy of the solar system, as the Earth's natural defense mechanisms that are taken for granted back on our homeworld no longer apply. The new lunar environment that they find themselves in is unpredictable, exposed, and unforgiving. A typical day in the life of Chintan and many others involves dealing with multiple hazards on the lunar surface. And these hazards are organized into three categories: immediately life-threatening, urgent but not immediately life-threatening, and non-urgent but potentially dangerous hazards. Everything aside, their suits and vessels serve as the first line of support that keep them alive. If things go wrong, they can go wrong fast. Malfunction in the oxygen supply or the thermal regulation systems can leave them minutes to respond before fatally suffering from asphyxiation or temperature-related injuries, like heat strokes or hypothermia. Radiation from solar flares can impact multiple equipments all at once, impacting life support system, communication, and mobility infrastructure, while at the same time carrying the risk of radiation sickness. On top of that, a regular onslaught of micrometeorites and orbital debris rains down on the lunar surface at a rate of about 7 to 12 per hour, carrying significant risk to orbital infrastructure as well as ground infrastructure. But there is still much we don't know. Further research into shielding and lunar regolith mitigation needs to be done, but also hazards that we haven't thought of before, haven't yet experienced. And with the lack of and limited facilities that we have and the future astronauts will have on the lunar surface, makes that process just that much longer. Hazards that vary in intensity and are of a particular interest to us due to their nature and potential damage on Earth are the lunar equivalent moonquakes. The image you can see there on the screen represents the first seismometer placed on the moon's surface, along with the following Apollo missions that placed additional instruments. So these instruments provided the first data on the moonquakes and revealed the data of moon seismic activity and its internal structures. Also, please feel free to use the QR code, which will take you to a Spotify link on a podcast about moonquakes. So earthquakes are a great example because they demonstrate that even with the knowledge and countermeasures in place, damage may not always be avoided, even in the most technologically advanced nations. On the moon, it's no different. And as we continue to gather data, 4 types of moonquakes notably stand out. Over the years, we've noticed that significant events can occur roughly every 100 days due to solar illumination. And tidal stresses and tectonic events can create earthquakes that range between 1,200 to less than 200 kilometers deep, while impacts from meteorites and rocket crashes can create further damage to infrastructure.
When the shaking finally stopped, I looked around, and there was rubble and debris everywhere. The whole base was destroyed. And in that moment, I did see that one of our base monitors did survive, and there was a flashing light on it. I go over and I take a look. An automatic signal had been sent to the other international bases about what happened to us. I prayed that they would receive our message in time and could come rescue us in time. I looked over at my crewmates and I saw them crushed under the rubble. I saw my best friend Matush under there with his hand just slightly outside of the rubble. I couldn't get to them. We needed help, and we needed it fast.
During this period, all the sensors was gathering data. Sensors such as ground sensors, but also satellite that doing remote sensing. And most importantly, sensors on the different habitats and on the spacesuit of the astronaut. Quickly, everybody knew about the disaster that happened. And the rescue was able to come to help Chintan base. But that's only thanks to the international cooperation. A UN committee was in charge to coordinate the operations. First, we need to do some stuff before. So we need to coordinate the technology, the standards, and the ConOps. That's for compatibility between the different infrastructure on the moon. Then, data is key. On the moon, nobody hears you scream. So sharing information is mandatory. In normal activity, the different information serve to monitor if there are a disaster. Then, when a problem arrives, it serves to assess the problem and then optimize the operation. Finally, we need to share the resources. If you're on the moon with a problem, you really want someone to come to help you. And since the resources are limited, you need your neighbor to come to help you. So on the moon, everybody was on the south pole of the moon, like a small family. So since everybody was close to each other, framework as Antarctica was set. So everybody was in charge to a radius around 100 kilometers about everything that's about search and rescue. Luckily, Chintan's base was the only base struck by the moonquake. So his neighbor, IRLRS, the moon village, and JAXA's base was alerted and came to his rescue.
When the shaking started, I was lucky enough to have time to go and put on my spacesuit before the base lost pressure. I look down at my spacesuit on the arm and I see a message. The international bases were coming to help. I had received this automatic message on my suit. I finally had hope for me and my crewmates. We might actually make it out of this.
You're welcome, Chintan. So, in this time of this accident, the moon habitat has a satellite constellation which enables the LNSS capabilities, similar to GNSS on Earth, with at least 4 satellites connected to the moon habitat base and in parallel also connected to Earth base stations. So this event immediately triggers a response, which all the surrounding bases are alarmed, and with the help of the LNSS system, they can locate the region of the accident. In the same time also, each astronaut receives a message on their device with directions to the nearest evacuation rover, if they can make it, of course. Additionally, in the moon habitat, we have underground communication network, which is resilient to space weather, like solar wind or radiation. This provides a reliable and stable communication network. So, in moon hazards, damage can happen to the telecommunication systems. For example, the antennas can be broken because of the surface movement. In this case, each astronaut are trained to connect his personal device to the nearest port. These ports are for the underground wires. Of course, connecting to a satellite is preferable, but they are here for the worst case scenario. Luckily, in the case of Chintan, the satellite successfully connected to his spacesuit. This is an example of a spacesuit used by Chintan. It contains new features to enhance its functionality on the moon, including real-time mentoring and alert systems. It also contains a lot of sensors which serve to monitor vital signs and to detect any environmental exposure or suit damage. In the suit also, we have an integrated medical system. This system provides treatments like oxygen treatment and defibrillation. The goal is to stabilize the astronaut until he gets to the nearest evacuation rover. Additionally, in the spacesuit, we have an AI system which can enable the astronaut to help another crew members and add a decision-making, autonomous decision-making for fast and immediate treatment steps. The astronauts will follow these steps until he receives further instructions from other base stations or from Earth experts. Finally, the spacesuit has also a position, navigation, and timing PNT system, which also, with the AI-supported navigation, helps the astronaut to find the safest and fastest route to get into the designated rover. During a moonquake, danger and hazards and all of stuff can happen very rapidly. For that, each astronauts are trained to put their spacesuit as fast as possible for safe transportation. This is a form of smart transportation because it enables smart mobility on the moon.
I knew help was arriving. I looked up into the sky and I saw flying objects. Drones? No, they were rocket-powered drones. They had communicated with my suit. My space suit the armband was flashing green. They already knew each one of our locations, which was incredible to me. In the distance, I could see the ambulances coming to us. They got to us so fast.
The Lunar Emergency Rescue Vehicle is one of the tools we use for SNR, search and rescue missions. This vehicle, this beauty right here that you see on the slide, can go up to 100 kilometers per hour. It is using regenerative cells in order to fuel itself via solar panels. And additionally, it can go up to 2 hours for search and rescue missions. In uneven terrain, it can go up to 30 kilometers per hour. It has several advantages. For example, it can go in a structure of a swarm, meaning that you have 4 astronauts in a vehicle, and if you have 20 astronauts in a rescue vehicle, you need 5 of them. This vehicle right here can be used for SNR missions. It has pressurized vehicles inside it, and it has oxygen, it has water supply, and it has also carbon dioxide scrubs in order to facilitate everything a medical pod needs within an emergency vehicle. Another solution we're using is the hopper. In cases where distance is long and we cannot utilize the previous vehicle we've seen, we are using a hopper for a shorter response time. The hopper has the advantage of going up to 500 kilometers using the technology of hopping, using its legs that are flexible and durable. And also it can use its propulsion engine in order to generate propulsion and reach the designated target. The disadvantage of using a hopper is that eventually it can only carry 1 person, and in addition to that, they are fairly expensive. Remote sensing. So in order for us to really articulate and understand the situation after a moonquake and look at the terrain and observe, we need remote sensing. So remote sensing is divided into 2. The first section of remote sensing is satellites. As we all know, when we have satellites orbiting Earth, we can also have satellites that will orbit the moon. These satellites will provide us accurate and precise information about the topography of the moon, and we can see where there are clusters or where there are landslides in order for us to plan the SNR mission. Also, when it comes to climate and weather, we will see if there are solar storms or other phenomena we need to be aware of. The second thing is drones using propulsion engines. So in cases where we need immediate response and understand the situations, these drones can analyze real-time, fast data in order for us to plan the SNR, search and rescue mission. Those 2 tools combined provide us with a dynamic approach in order to fit the right tool to the right mission, combine the data, and help us in our search and rescue mission.
When the rescue team finally got there, with my background as a medical doctor, my main concern was triage. On Earth, when there is a catastrophe or a disaster, the main thing we really look for is to triage the patients and prioritize who needs attention and care first. This was my main worry. When the ambulances got there, I pointed to Mateusz and the rest of my crewmates because I was worried about them so that they could get to them first. But they already knew. They already knew who were the most critically ill and who needed the help the fastest. My crewmates' bodies were eventually pulled from the rubble and they were connected to an automated medical AI monitor. I felt deep pain and guilt that I couldn't help more. I couldn't reach them. I couldn't help resuscitate them. However, in the face of such a large disaster, as an individual, it's common to feel helpless, which is why it's important to have systems and technology there to support us. Personally, I wasn't really badly hurt. I had only lost my pinky finger. But knowing the fact that I knew that my crewmates and my friend Mateusz were going to be safe, that they received immediate autonomous medical help, provided me some relief. Smart transportation had saved lives of those important to me yet again.
As we said before, on the moon, the resources are limited. So we'll really need to have a resource allocation method, really effective. And in order to do that, we need triage of the different victims. And so, for the triage, we use the different data from everywhere. So, from the health AI of the suit to know just who is the most sensitive, most problematic victims. And we also use different sensors everywhere to know where they are, how to get them, and everything. But to mix all the sensors and to know where to look, we need a digital twin. So the digital twin, it's kind of a simulation, but an extended simulation, where inside we have also the data that come from the different sensors. So the digital twin have different functions. So first, we can monitor what happened with the digital twin. And that's to react fast and assess what is the different problems. Then it serves to optimize the different operations. So because on Earth, normally, we use to do rehearsal of the different operations. But in this case, it's not possible because we need to react fast. We don't have time. And with a digital twin, we can take into account all the parameters of our problem. So the different AI, how to do the best navigation, the different range of the rovers. But if one of the problems of the digital twin, it's a really heavy software. So we need to dispatch it everywhere. Else, if it's run only on one base, if this base have a problem, we won't be able to use it. Luckily, Chintan was on the digital twin, and all the bases was really everyone was focused on how to dispatch everything the more efficiently possible. So he was able to save everybody on the least amount of time.
So my crewmates who were more critically ill were rescued first. I waited a short while, and the ambulance came back and got me. I was taken back to the ILRS base, I was quickly assessed by the in-house doctor. And since I'd only lost a finger, thankfully, they were able to replace it with a 3D printed finger, and it functions fairly well. I'm still able to hold the mic, so it still works. But since that incident, I still have not been able to have a Thanksgiving dinner. But one thing I want to impart with you guys is just because you face tragedy in your life or some sort of setback doesn't mean you need to carry the weight of that for the rest of your life. Shortly after I was back to Earth, I helped in the creation of 2 white papers that outline recommendations for successful and efficient implementation of smart transportation technology, because it has been so crucial in helping me and the people that are important to me in my life.
Inspired by the challenges and triumphs of Chintan's story during the Hurricane Beryl and the moonquake, we realized the importance and impact smart transportation can have on helping so many other people. During the hurricane, communication blackouts and damage to road infrastructure isolated families and many others that required access to essential routes, highlighting the need for resilient communication and transportation networks. More investment is needed into GNSS and Earth observation technologies, whilst integrating these with smart transportation solutions can provide immediate traffic monitoring and rerouting capabilities to support emergency personnel and other drivers. Additionally, improved drainage and flood prevention systems, coupled with AI-driven routing algorithms, can further help emergency services and civilians, like Chintan's father early on in the story, to find the best optimal route in the best amount of time in real time. Last but not least, Chintan's story highlights the importance of having the public on board and up to date with the latest emergency procedures, but also smart transportation tools, so that they are better prepared and can effectively respond during a disaster. Same goes for the moon. Innovation must continue to improve. Chintan and Mateusz may have been fortunate, but there's still much more to learn. In order to support larger populations on the lunar surface, there is a need for fast, long-range transportation solutions that are equipped with search and rescue technologies that are also sustainable and scalable. These vehicles could feature a propulsion-assisted controlled bounce for navigating and traveling long distances over the lunar terrain. However, the cost to operate the hopper must come down. The 30 km/h speed of the LERV must improve, and international collaboration must prevail in order to maintain cross-integrational capabilities. Research and development of advanced material technologies is also needed to enhance the durability of lunar surface infrastructure, but also mitigate any other dangers that may come. To work together, we need to make sure to archive all the transportation data so that they can be used for future missions and research.
Today, we took you on a journey to share our vision on smart transportation for terrestrial flooding and lunar search and rescue. To recap, we started with the story of Chintan's parents who were safe thanks to smart mobility frameworks. We touch upon 3 major steps in the flood management disaster: the pre-phase, during, and the post-phase, all of which are enabled by the usage of space systems. We also showed you a little demo of the innovative app, Flatmate, that can be used directly by anyone during the flood disaster. Then we traveled to the moon, where Chintan himself was safe from the moonquake, and thanks to the quick emergency response from other moon bases, enabled by the search and rescue policies and the right infrastructure, and by leveraging ground-based vehicles with orbital systems and smart technologies, the rescue mission could be performed rapidly and reliably. Finally, we ended with the general recommendations to provide the next steps in the Earth and Moon disaster management. However, there is still a lot to be done, and some of the topics and some of the recommendations can be placed for the future team projects in the future SSPs. With that, I would like to thank you, our astronaut Chintan, and all of you for your attention, and I look forward to the questions. Tell her to send you the questions. Can you fix this? Thank you.
Great shit. Thanks, bro.
Okay. All right, I think we are ready. So we are looking forward to your questions from the audience first, and then we're gonna move on to the online questions.
You can ask questions about the story too, if you like.
Hi guys. My question is from technology perspective.
We can't hear.
Yeah. So just we need to know which type of multiple access technology that you used for this kind of smart transportations, considering the high demand of rescue calls that you receive in the same times. The second question.
Sorry, we couldn't understand the question. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, which kind of multiple access technology that you used in these kind of smart transportations?
Are you referring to something in particular, or?
Multiple access technology.
So,
Are you asking for the moon or for the earth?
both actually.
He said both. Earth. Okay. So in case of earth, what we are doing is we are actually using for the framework, we are using multiple sensor datas, which is acting as an input to the framework. So this includes remote sensing satellites, which are both optical as well as the radars. That is for generating the images, which is fed as an input to the framework. Apart from that, there are sensors which are basically on the airborne platforms, which includes the optical images, optical cameras, and the thermal sensors. In addition to these, there are sensors which we are proposing to include as an input to the framework, which includes the in situ sensors, that is in form of rain gauges, stream gauges, and the piezometric sensors, which will be there as an infrastructure sensors. Apart from that, there are the GIS data, which will be also added as an input to the framework. So these are the multi-technologies which we will be using as an input to the framework. Apart from that, the output of this framework, which will be used for the early warning system as well as for the dynamic traffic management, the output has to be disseminated to the users as well as to the responders in the government. And for that, we are proposing to utilize the LEO constellation. The reason for selecting the LEO constellation is that the latency time for the LEO constellation is lesser, However, in the case of unavailability of these networks, we will be utilizing even the MEO and the GEO constellations also, satellites.
Thanks, Doctor, for your elaborations. Just to make it easier for you, I mean the multiple access in terms of, for example, mobile networks. I mean TDMA, FDMA, this kind of multiple access. However, my second questions, in order to enable these kind of smart transportations and vehicle to vehicle, considering the latency and network delays for such these type of real communication systems between satellites and vehicle to vehicles. So where's the data centers it will be located in this scenario? Thank you.
So there will be multiple data centers which will be located based on the geolocation. And the latency time which you are rightly pointing it out, that is the primary reason we are actually going to use the LEO constellation, like Starlink, Kuiper, or OneWeb constellation, where the latency time is somewhere around 25 to 50 milliseconds.
Okay, we have another question.
Wait, are we supposed to take online questions first? That's what I heard.
We will take questions from the online assessors first, and then we'll open it up to the audience.
Okay, I think the Dimitra is the first one with the hands up.
Hi, good evening from Beijing. Congratulations, it was a very interesting team project and a very compelling story. I'm glad you made it out alive. I hear the return of my sound, so I will try to speak a little slower, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
A lot of the data that your technologies require will have to rely on commercial providers. At least for now, government or publicly funded programs cannot support them. How do you convince commercial suppliers to cooperate as a first step, and then to provide access to their services and their data, if not for free, at least in accessible, competitive terms? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So the question relates to the commercial players who can help with our smart transportation.
Thank you so much.
Exactly, yeah.
Actually, as you rightly said, the high resolution data is very much important when it comes to the services, when it comes to their mitigation, because terrestrial urban flooding really needs high resolution data. But however, we tested our framework with the open source data. But I think when it comes to the operational level, we'll be implementing even the commercial satellite data such as comes from the Maxer. So yeah, we'll take into the things for the further improvement.
We have also some addition.
Yes, and to add to that, it's also possible to, for instance, create some kind of deals with the private companies, for instance, providing smart vehicles, whereby they provide the data from their users, we integrate them in the app, we fuse them with other data, so to improve the output that we can provide, and we can integrate the application, the downstream application in their vehicles for their users. So there is a mutual benefit of them sharing the data and us training better the mathematical models to provide an output. And of course, there could be many other type of interaction, but this is one example. Thank you for the question.
Good ideas. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think the next question is Juan.
Yes, congratulations on a very, very professional presentation with good storytelling. I'm calling in from Barcelona. Although my background that you see behind me is a digital twin of the ISU Central Campus in Strasbourg. You can ask more details about Strasbourg to François Pierrot, my classmate from SSP24. My question is about the very interesting case study you have included in your final report, comparing flood situations in Mumbai, India, and Houston, United States. Could someone in the team share with us what you have learned from these two cases and whether you think the Texans can learn from the Indians and vice versa? Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is, what are the two cases that we work on in our report, the Mumbai and Houston case scenario, and what Texans can learn from the Indian people?
And vice versa.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this question. So we have actually taken this Mumbai and Houston case studies, and in the Mumbai, we have actually, since the area was very large, we have taken a Bandra region of the Mumbai, wherein when we have done the analysis, what we have found is actually the flood situation which we have taken is of the year 2017. And we utilize our framework to provide this dynamic traffic management for the users to reach to the hospitals in case they require to be there. So in that case, what we have found is that in that location, there were many hospitals. So there was a lot of option actually for the users. However, when we actually see the DEM images, the hospitals, some of the hospitals were there in the low-lying area. So one good point in this thing is that there are multiple hospitals. So users have multiple options to reach to any one of the hospital which is nearer to that. However, in the case of Houston, when we did that analysis, one point which we noticed was that we have taken the Houston Pearland area, and in that what we have seen is that the hospitals which are located, they are all in the higher line area actually. So that is one thing which I think Mumbai can learn from the Houston. But the number of hospitals which we saw in that area was limited actually, and it's located in one particular high-lying area. So in that case, if suppose a user which is far away from that place wants to go to that hospital area, and if suppose around that user, most of the roads are inundated, then in that case, it can be difficult and may require actually an airlifting or a boat kind of a facility. So that is one thing which Houston can learn from Mumbai, to have hospitals in multiple locations.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next question I think is from Remco.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I can hear my own echo, so that's a confirmation. Again, congratulations also on my behalf for a really good presentation. I join Juan in stating that you used storytelling techniques very well. You also integrated AI in a very nice way. The images that you generated really helped follow and understand the story. So congratulations on that. I have two questions, one on the Earth segment, the terrestrial segment, and one on the lunar segment, if that's okay. First of all, about user uptake, and you said something about this earlier, but having a separate FloodMate app that you propose is great, but people won't install this until it's too late. We know how people are with apps. If you considered integrating, or using a better word, selling this as a service to existing SatNav app providers like Google Maps or Waze or car manufacturers or emergency services, navigation services. And then I'll come to my lunar question. But have you thought about selling this as a product to existing SatNav suppliers?
Yeah, so the question is if we consider selling our app FlatMate to the commercial players already available.
Yes.
So to answer this, actually, right now we have not thought in that particular direction of selling it. The reason for that is actually that we thought that this is basically app is for the emergency situation. And in that case, the app should be readily available to all the persons from all strata of the society, actually, poor to rich, everyone. So we are thinking of making this hosted on the GitHub because it's still in the beta version actually, and we want to test it more thoroughly, this particular app. And once this is done, we'd like this app to be accessible for all the persons of the society, free of cost.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. My second part of the question is about the lunar emergency disaster recovery, which adds to me an interesting angle to, or an interesting new business case, I should say, to building a communication navigation infrastructure like the European Space Agency, and that's my job at the moment, has just started in its Moonlight program, which is about building a communication and navigation infrastructure around the moon. Equally, NASA and ESA have developed this Lunar Net interoperability standard. Have you connected to NASA and ESA about this new business case, if you like, for the development of these programs?
Okay, so the question is if we contacted ESA or NASA in the development of programs such as LunaNet and the connections for the moon. Am I understanding the question right? Okay.
Yes.
Thanks for the question. I can't really comment about the communications aspect, but the navigation aspect and relating back to the AI we talked about that connects with like an astronaut spacesuit. I actually connected with Jeff Ryder, who's from GM and Boeing. They're working on lunar vehicles, lunar rovers and extraction vehicles, rescue vehicles. We discussed this with them. And they're working on an AI that will be within the rover that helps with navigation based on computer vision technology. So it would be interesting to connect not the navigation piece with the astronaut health piece as well is the one thing that we've explored personally, but we haven't, I don't know much about the communications aspect, but we haven't touched base with NASA or ESA about it.
Okay, then I suggest you do.
We also have one more follow-up.
In the communication side and navigation side, we made a contact with NEVISP in ESA and the Moonlight project as well. We got to know that they are looking into possibilities of having a resilient communication infrastructure and also mention Iris Square. So there are several new projects which are in the pipeline right now. And we are expecting a resilient network by the time there will be an infrastructure on the moon. So we had a contact there.
Okay, and it's very good that you mention it. Iris Squared is a European Commission project that provides resilient communication around Earth, so for earthly disasters, where Moonlight will do the same for the moon. So I'm really glad that you mentioned both, because this provides very interesting business cases or use cases for both these systems. And these are important projects for ESA at least. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And I think we have the final question from Lucy.
Yes, hi. I would like to echo the congratulations that my colleagues have already expressed to you. Very good presentation, lots of hard work put into the project, which I enjoyed reading. So bravo, and all of you survived. So bravo for that as well. A couple of questions. You correctly and importantly, maybe more is the more accurate word, reference the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals in your presentation, both when you were talking with the urban flooding situation and the lunar situation. My question would be, you on the urban flooding side for the Earth application, you focused obviously a lot on the experience that you lived through. You compared Mumbai, so you chose two very different types of cities. You highlighted sort of pre and post mitigation circumstances. Did you discuss at all, or do you have any thoughts on a more global level, since floods and other disasters occur regularly, unfortunately, increasingly around the world, how to better continue to connect in times when you don't have the disasters, lessons learned among different nodes around the world that have suffered a disaster such as a flood?
All right, so the question is if we thought about aspects of the global disaster management and how we can connect and use the lessons learned from different disasters to help and be prepared for for what's to come. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right.
Yes, so we picked these two case studies because they are kind of representative of two different categories of countries. So one is more developed and one is under developing. So we chose to be specific on purpose because the flood is a type of disaster which is very local, depending on the topology of the place, on the geography. and the rescue groups and the level of technology is very different. So based on the resources, one can find the best solution. It's a bit more localized in the way it's solved rather than, for instance, fire. So we are aware that we picked some very specific cities, very different, but the reason being that they are representative of the developed and developing world. And then we didn't go into detail about how that can be translated into the whole world, but the idea is that thanks to the technological integration of data fusion and the policy lesson learned from the policy side can be also applied to anywhere in the world. Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to add something.
Thanks for the very important question. Like as you said, we have already assessed the in the report as part of our report terrestrial flooding, urban flooding. So we assess the global level, the scenario in terms of infrastructure, the economy, and its impact in the global scale. And with that motivation, we try to go to the regional scale, that is Houston, USA, and also the Mumbai, India. And we as part of our objectives, 4 objectives of terrestrial urban flooding, smart transportation, we try to talk and we try to brought up the results as a case studies about Mumbai and India, cost benefit analysis also as part of it. So we could assess the global impact, also the regional impact, and which connects directly to the SDG 8 and 11. Also, we missed one of the SDGs, that is climate action. So that is also we could incorporate in that document.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And I would have another question more for the lunar aspect or your second working paper. I think you mentioned that there was a UN international committee that you propose in your working paper. And I'm wondering a little bit to follow up on some of the comments made by Dimitra and some of the more commercial aspects, if why you chose the United Nations. Um, uh, were there other models that you discussed? I guess I'm curious, the UN could be very slow moving, very administratively heavy, and I'm curious as to why you chose the United Nations to orchestrate this committee.
Okay. So we have a question about why we chose the UN as the orchestrated player for the disaster management on the moon.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. I'm going to try to answer this question. I mean, we didn't quite choose the UN. I think obviously the UN is very special and has the COPUOS committee has a special role to play. Obviously, not so much on the moon right now, given Artemis and ILRS are pushing through. We expect that ultimately, maybe in 2050 or later, when Shintan and Matthias will be there on the moon, there will be some form of international committee. We place the UN there. Hopefully, it will trigger a reaction, and something will come up.
Okay, thank you for that. That's it for me.
Okay, we have a final question from Rodrigo, and after that we will continue with the question from the audience.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So congratulations, everyone. I enjoyed very much your presentation and mostly the way that you intertwined the storytelling with the contents. So that was very nice. So I'm calling from Lisbon, Portugal. By the way, we hosted the SSP back in 2022. So my question concerns the lunar white paper. To understand if you have considered the play that the lunar gateway can take in the disaster situations that you analyzed. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't necessarily catch your question. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. My question is, if you considered the role of the lunar gateway in the lunar scenario.
Okay, so the question is if we consider lunar gateway in the lunar scenario.
Yeah.
I think I will answer this question. We definitely thought about it from what we started looking at the lunar scenario from what we have currently planned right now for the nearest decade. But we wanted to go a little bit more towards the future. And that's why the 2050 came along. And from that perspective, I think the Lunar Gateway, we expect to have some kind of stations on orbit on the moon. It could be a next generation of Lunar Gateway. However, in our kind of framework and what we developed for the lunar search and rescue, we mostly were concerned about the connectivity and the telecom, which can be also supplied by the satellites. And potentially one of those nodes could be the station. But we also thought about potentially sending people from the base. So initial idea for the presentation was that the Chintan is escorted to the gateway and then back to Earth to perform some kind of surgery, but we kept it simple in the end.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all from me.
All right, so we have a few minutes for the question from the audience.
Yes, actually, I have a comment suggestion. With regard to your lunar capabilities, have you thought of proposing a moon phone? And this is actually an idea that one of my colleagues had a number of years ago. We use our cell phones so much, if you take a cell phone to the moon, it's not going to operate. But the idea of if you're an astronaut there, having a moon phone, that could tie into your whole smart transportation architecture. So that could be a development that you could pursue.
Well, for this point, we talked about it during the spacesuit. So it's a bit, your idea is a bit like our idea of the spacesuit. So the spacesuit isn't just a suit, it's a suit with like a screen with a lot of AI integrated to do everything as a smartphone from now, but even more. Yeah.
Right, I think we have also the question over there.
Good job, everyone. Two questions. One, if you can expand more on what you meant by automatic communication. I don't know if you actually meant automated. And second, for the enhanced spacesuits, have you looked into the emergency ops in case there are some maybe an incapacitated crew member? How will your proposed strategies support that?
Okay, so the first question is what we consider the automatic search and rescue.
So for the automated search and rescue, it's really, for the communication, it's really, we need to communicate every time. So when we have a problem, we don't need to say, hey, we have a problem. Everybody know at the time that there are problems on the moon. So that's the thing that we say, automated communication. So the communication go all the time. And for the search and rescue, when I was speaking about automatization and optimization, it's since we have some digital twin and software, we can, with that, optimize everything using softwares.
And for the second part about the incapacitated astronaut, we discussed this a little bit, and we have it on the white paper. We didn't put it on the presentation. But essentially, we would envision a spacesuit that is capable, if you have an integrated health AI monitoring system that monitors arrhythmias, cardiac arrest, et cetera, it'll have some basic capabilities, basic resuscitation capabilities, such as administering IV fluids, administering epinephrine, or an antiarrhythmic while awaiting rescue operations. And then the health AI suit would automatically connect and communicate this with like the base. So then they can get the rescue operation started while the suit provides some basic functioning. We even discussed about like an automated CPR machine, but like, like a Lucas machine that we use in clinical settings, but that is not feasible. And there's not yet been a cardiac arrest in space. So the incapacitated astronaut really will have some basic resuscitation tools and medications already within the spacesuit. That's optimized with then the health AI.
All right, do we have more time? Okay.
Congratulations to Be Smart Transportation. One last round of applause. It was really a very great presentation. I love what you guys did, getting creative and incorporating both topics into your presentation. So we're going to have a break right now for 20 minutes so we can start assessing. So the next presentation will be International Lunar University, and it will begin at 11:20. So please be back here so we can begin promptly at 11:20. Thank you.
Camera. Action. It's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce the International Lunar University, TP. And I am Dan Rasky. I'm a senior scientist at NASA Ames, and I was a co-chair of this TP. Jacob Cohen, who hopefully is online listening, he was the chair. And Merxel, where are you? There she is, was our TA. And I also want to thank all of the ISU administrative staff, Claudia and Claudio, for providing great support for the team, including funding a few activities that we had going for this TP. And it was quite a great joy to work with the 29 members of this team. They were a group of highly talented, motivated, and interesting individuals. And I think they have a nice program for you today to cover the International Lunar University. And there are some surprises along the way that you'll be seeing. So with that, let me turn it over to the team.
Humanity steps at the shore. Knowledge and discovery in the endless night.
It must be the first of its kind, a state-of-the-art institution devoted to the study and exploration of the moon.
Integrating cutting-edge research with a comprehensive educational framework to equip future generations with the skills and wisdom essential for humanity's survival and flourishing among the stars.
Imagine a place where curious minds gather,
where the mysteries of the moon and the cosmos are unraveled,
and where dreams of interplanetary exploration become a reality.
Join us in
shaping the future.
Dear esteemed guests, prospective students, faculty, and alumni, welcome to the International Lunar University. I'm absolutely pleased to see so many faces in our 15th annual Open Day, or Open House to our North American colleagues. My name is Ane Mikulskite. I am a proud alumni from the first graduating class of ILU's Masters from around 5 years ago. And it's such an honor to be back to my alma mater and serve as your host today. Over the last 15 years, we learned a lot. We've done a lot of great things, and you can rest assured that we have prepared a very exciting schedule for you today that reflects all of our learnings, as well as even introduces some of our most recent developments on the moon. So we have an exciting lineup of speakers. You will hear a lot about our rich history, about our unique student life experiences that you can expect when you come and join us at the ILU, as well as about our cutting-edge research. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our president, Timoteusz Kraski.
ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. My name is Tymoteusz Kraski, and as a president of the International Lunar University, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our open day. We would like to share with you and invite you to partake in our vision to foster a thriving human community on the moon. We at the International Lunar University are dedicated to advancing interdisciplinary education, research, and innovation focused on the moon. As humanity embarks on interplanetary exploration, the ILU is creating a global hub guided by the principles of intercultural cooperation. Such an international center is crucial to allow us not only to survive in the cold vastness of space, but to thrive beyond the cradle of our planet. We therefore work to foster sustainable living on and off Earth via the establishment of our 4 I's framework. ILU is international, intercultural, interdisciplinary, and interplanetary. The best of humanity comes to light when we can walk towards a common purpose. Space transcends borders and divisions, empowering all of us to act in concert. We therefore invite you to join our community as our students, researchers, partners, or benefactors. We will take this open day as an opportunity to get you acquainted with our staff and student body and introduce you to how we envision achieving those ambitious goals. We understand our role on the moon to be just the beginning, a small step, with many more giant leaps to come.
Thank you, Mr. President. So now let's travel back in time. Let's go back to our humble beginnings back in 2024, when during this very hot summer in Houston, at this International Space University, maybe you've heard of it, we're still very, very good friends with ISU. And in this summer studies program, a group of visionaries have developed and designed the concept of the International Lunar University. So we have 3 of our original co-founders, Nive O'Neill Berest, Ismael Freire, and Alejandro Garcia. Please welcome them to stage to tell us a bit more about the history of ILU.
Hello. So let's start with why ILU. Why were we even created in the first place? To start, we're going to have to go back in time and consider the context of the current landscape back in 2024. It had been 50 years since we landed 12 men on the moon, and it wouldn't be another 2 years until we returned to the moon with Artemis. There was so much we did not know. We didn't really know how we were going to govern on the moon. We lacked technical expertise. We didn't know how to use resources. We didn't know how we were going to handle disabilities in space. And there was no institutions at the time offering lunar-related courses to help cover all of these gaps. Additionally, we didn't even know what we were allowed to do. International law was incredibly ambiguous, and there was a lack of an internationally agreed-upon lunar framework. But throughout all of that, we created the ILU Charter, which allowed us to create our highest governing document. This document established our fundamental principles, objectives, and the structure of our university. It was the ultimate guiding authority for ILU's actions and decisions over the years, and it allowed us to maintain consistency and ensure adherence to our mission and values. It defined the purpose of ILU, and as Tim mentioned, the 4 I's: interplanetary, interdisciplinary, and intercultural, and international. We wanted to make sure that we were bridging diverse perspectives and fostering international cooperation. Our political neutrality ensured that we were unbiased and that viewpoints from across the world and across countries were heard and respected. At this point, once we had our charter, we established ourselves as a non-profit, non-governmental organization. This allowed us to engage with communities, fostering involvement and support. It allowed us to build our credibility, And it allowed us to ensure that we were, again, not aligned politically and that we could work with whoever we wanted to work with. But our primary collaboration was with NASA Ames. They provided us funding and collaboration opportunities. And of course, being based in the US, this gave us access to many of the key players in space and general education. At this point, we decided to establish a permanent campus on Earth using our RFP competition, our request for proposals. The key criteria for any good application to this proposal competition was that we would be able to adapt to the national space law in that country, work with the National Space Program, and that there would be a provision of frameworks in place to allow ILU to maintain their core values. We also looked at things like geographical advantages for our outdoor classes. We wanted to ensure that we would be able to accredit our courses, and of course, funding was a big aspect. But the one unique requirement that was very important to us was that we wanted to be able to bridge the gap between the two major lunar exploration frameworks, Artemis, which was at the time run by the USA, and the International Lunar Research Station, run by China and Russia. We wanted to be located somewhere on Earth that would allow us to become a channel between these two programs, fostering partnerships and collaborations with all stakeholders, regardless of where they came from. We then created the ILU Innovation and Research Hub around our campus, which was an added value and gave a return on investment to our donors and benefactors. We invited universities, companies, startups, research institutions, and clusters to foster a local, innovative space economy around our campus. We gave mutual access to research facilities, and we fast-tracked commercialization. This was all to ensure that our vision for ILU came true. So now that you've heard of why IOU was created, I'd like to hand you over to Ishmael, who will talk about how we actually achieved our goal.
Thank you, thank you. So how did it all started? It's actually similar, it reminds me, this place, to the founding speech we did back in 2024. It was in Houston, in a place quite similar like this, with an audience similar like this one today. And well, in that moment, we, the founders, make a kind of opening speech that was remembered by everyone until the day. And maybe you remember a bit of this speech. It was something like, we choose to teach in the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. And indeed, it was hard, but also it was awesome, and it was necessary. So yeah, as many great things in life, it all started with a small beginning. We started small, like doing online courses, starting without any physical presence, no campus on Earth, no campus on the moon, but with a purpose of thinking ourselves as a continuously evolving institution that would allow us to face the challenges of building an infrastructure and a curricula and a research technologies and a research plan on the moon. And in order to do that, we devised our plan in 3 master lines that will allow us to structure our research and our academic courses. And it was based on 3 different locations, on Earth, on orbital, and on the moon. These 3 phases are adapted to the different challenges of doing also research and education on the different environments, like low Earth, basically the low Earth, low gravity, sorry, of the orbital spaces, but also the different challenges of the atmosphere and the moon. We have also the 3 different timelines. We develop our 3 phases in time, and this allows us to structure our research, our infrastructure, and our curricula into this kind of matrix that made us progress over time. And with this in mind, we had a nice timeline in which we started, as remember, in the 2024 with the NGO and the online courses. We started with strong collaborations in research with NASA, AIM, and other institutions. And we finally built our Earth campus. And with it, we inaugurated our master's program and the collaboration also with the ILU and ISU. Finally, in the second stage, we were able to become more autonomous in research and technologies. We launched our own ILU sat. We launched our ILU rover. And finally, when the gateway became operational, we partnered with them also to allow us to launch our infrastructure in the moon that finally opened up the first module of the Lunar Campus and finally, proudly, our CERNAUT training course. And with this, I'll pass to my colleague Alejandro to tell them about the business.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here reunite with my co-founders and so many talented students here with us today. And probably when you hear the word talk about business, many of you say, I don't care about business, but let me tell you something. When you have dreams to make it happen, you have to actually come up, I don't know if you remember, like at the beginning we were all excited, we're gonna change the world. And suddenly when we start pitching the idea, one of them said, hey, that's really cool, the love and all that, but love might be the engine to change the world, but money is the fuel. You remember that, Ismael? Yes, exactly. So I'll do my best to briefly go over the business so that you can understand how important now that you are here and want to change the world. So first, we're going to start with the value proposition. What's that? Basically, we picked 3 segments that we needed to convince to join our project. The first one we identified were the benefactors. To that group, we were able to provide insights, strategic foresight related to moon research and technologies. They are the one that provides the scholarship that some of you might receive. They're looking also to promote equal access because many of you are here in a developed nation, but other person in other regions might not have access, and that's available to you thanks to the benefactors who also benefit from international cooperation. Academia, that's everyone here, the students and future faculty. They're here, you have the opportunity for practical education, accessible education, and a strong network. For example, at ISU, I met a lot of amazing people, and you will also have that opportunity by joining here ILU. And finally, the space industry. They're looking for talented people like you right now that need to make it happen because it's, as I mentioned at the beginning, really cool to have PowerPoint presentation and all that, but we need the people. In addition to that, as an organization, we're providing them research collaboration, strategic alliances to make the space exploration happen. So next, in the business, market size. Let me tell you, when we did the projection in 2030, in the future, in that moment, we identified the total addressable market of higher education to be 1,500. That was according to Grandview Research. Again, 2030, you need to look in the future. And then the space education is a specific area that we would target with our project. And we estimated about 5% of that for space education because of the interest at that time to do more space. That's 78.5 billion. And finally, serviceable obtainable market. That basically refers, based on our marketing, our capability, how much of that serviceable addressable market we can actually capture or impact. And in this case, the 5% would be 3.9 billion. Next, as part of the marketing, we identify 3 segments. Space rookies. Several of you want to learn more about the moon, want to get a job, and that's the right place to be. But there's also some of you, maybe, that are already working in the industry, but you still need the international exposure. You need to learn from other companies, and that's an opportunity for you. And the third segment is institutional and corporation, and I'll go into more detail. For example, some of the key players that we identify are traditional universities. We had MIT, Stanford, Berkeley, Rice University, and for the international exposure, we also tap into universities like Oxford. Then we have online education. And when it comes to specialized space education, as we have already mentioned, ISU has been really instrumental to us. And we're very grateful for the faculty, the DAs, and all of them that had an amazing job while creating this project as a TP. That's how it got started, as a team project, ILU. So think about it. Many of you will have the opportunity to change the world as we're doing with this organization. And Space Agency, NASA, amazing. Ames Research Center was really instrumental to do the initial seed funding to get this project started. And Action Space, as a company, listen to me. Look, some of our students are amazing rock stars. They were able to work in that company. For example, the Artemis that we have been able to talk about for many decades now, but back then they were talking about spacesuits. And one of our alumni were able to develop new technology with that. So this is an opportunity for you. Now, how do we actually connect to the students back then? We used all the platforms that they had available online. We even went in person to the conference, and we did student events and talk at companies. And finally, sales. So for example, the first point is awareness. At the beginning of today's event, we heard an amazing video. But the next point for the student would be to express interest by going to the website that you will see shortly, the mailing list, the webinar, and the interaction. So that way you get a little bit of a sampling of what we have to offer. And then the intent is when you actually apply. That's when you say, I want to be part of ILU, which we're hoping all of you are going to be part. And then the purchase, ching ching. That's when the actual money comes in. That's really, really important to make it sustainable. And that's what we learned from the investor when we talk to them. So obviously, the next part of a business is our organizational structure. And again, here you have the organization that we had back then at the beginning. And nowadays, the president team, you're doing an amazing job. I want to commend you for amazing taking our vision further. But the three of us still remain related to the organization as part of the board of trustees. And finally, the sustainability. Did I mention that money is important? Well, this is what we had to present to our initial investor, including at NASA Ames. We had to show them that we were able to come with the online education first, not using the physical building, and then after year 3, we were able to reach profitability. And from that point onward, we were debt-free, and that allows us to secure more investment to do all the amazing things that now you take it for granted, like the commercialization of some of our research and so on, happened because we demonstrated in the initial 5 years that we were able to deliver our promise. And finally, let me tell you about the funding strategy. What did we do? I already mentioned NASA, Ames as an example, and they were giving us grant, but also research project opportunity for them, philanthropic organizations, educational institutions. And when it comes to wealthy individuals, I want to take a moment to thank the ISU founders, because people like Peter Diamandis and Bob Richards, they have been not only our mentors to make this project, but also they connected us to a lot of their wealthy friends that made this project happen. So we're very delighted to this, and we invite you to be part of this wonderful organization, and thank you for inviting us.
It's always so inspiring to hear a little bit of the anecdotes of the founding story, right? Thank you so much for sharing. Next up, what kind of an open day would it be if we didn't hear more from our own students and actually learn a little bit more about the experience of what it's like to study at the International Lunar University? So please join me in welcoming Austin Phillips, the Student Affairs Director, as well as Alba Badia and Danny Tio, who are our student and alumni representatives.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. Switching it up a little bit now for, I think, something of a little bit more interest for our prospective students. The business side was fantastic. Thank you, Alejandro. But I think a lot of people are like, hey, what kind of programs are you offering at ILU? I want to get involved, but I don't know what you're offering yet. So let's head into that. As we saw in the video that we saw earlier, education has been our guiding star through the ages. And As we're on the continuous journey to become interplanetary explorers, ILU's education has been focusing on constantly evolving our paradigm to education. In essence, education aims to achieve two main objectives. We want to develop the essential skills, but also foster personal development in order to thrive on the moon and beyond. And I want to put special emphasis on that second half, personal development. At ILU, we truly believe that it's very, very crucial in order for you to develop the right characteristics in order to be able to thrive in an international environment on the moon. So to achieve that fostering personal development, we aim to instill key values into our students, but also into our faculty as a whole. You can think of this a little bit as our space code, so to say. With our overarching qualities of leadership and teamwork, we support these with 6 core values, namely respect, adaptability, humility, but also innovation, integrity, and inclusion. These values lay the foundation upon which we develop our community, but ultimately our future. So to talk a little bit more about the necessary skills and how we're achieving that, well, we have 7 main departments. These are both education and research departments. I'll put special focus on the latter 2, business management and entrepreneurship. I don't think I need to go into the fact of the importance of this because we already saw from Alejandro. You need to be able to understand this in order to have successful endeavors in the space industry, and we're teaching that to our students. Another side of it is the lunar policy, law, and economics. Back in 2024, there was ambiguity in the governance of the moon and how we were going to approach that. And we want students to be able to have a global awareness of how they should operate on the moon and work in an intercultural and interplanetary environment as well. The latter half, the other departments will be covered just slightly later in the open day by our research department. So, okay, awesome. We heard from the necessary skills and we heard about fostering personal development. Tell me about the programs, please. So, yes, as Student Affairs Director, I'm excited to tell you about programs that make ILU truly out of this world. Well, just like the moon phases, curriculum is as adaptive and dynamic as these phases. When we first started out, we started small beginnings, as Ishmael mentioned. Online courses, building up through hackathons, combined week courses, even looking at, for example, a lunar enhanced SSP with a collaboration with ISU. We also had this lunar settlement program, which was our first step towards going to in-person, longer courses. And our ILU Lunar Conference, which is an annual research conference, similar to the IAC that, is still ongoing today. But arguably, what's kind of the most exciting part is these last 5 years. We've been having an accredited master's degree, of which ONE has been one of our very first classes that graduated from that, and the Selenaut training course. I feel like some people might be like, okay, Selenaut, I've heard this a few times, what's that about? Well, it's just people that are going to live and work on the moon. So you can think of that as like a moon astronaut, moon cosmonaut, but we're breaking a new term, Selenauts. And that's the part that's been really exciting. But we're on the brink of something really, really exciting, and that's the next 5 years. Right now, we're entering our full moon phase. We're entering into a phase where we're gonna do in situ lunar education, as well as certify our Selenaut training program to make it accessible for the entire world to be able to go to the moon through this program. To tell you a bit more about some of the courses, I'm gonna pass it along now to Danny, who was there for our combined week online courses and now has done the accredited master's degree, to tell you a bit more about that. And as well, Alba is gonna tell to you a little bit about the hackathons and the Selenaut training course that she's doing right now. So it's exciting. I'm gonna pass that along now and you'll get to hear from their experiences as well. Thank you.
I joined ILU before I remember seeing boots on the moon in my lifetime. So that makes me, just like the co-founders here, an ILU dinosaur. So in order to talk about my ILU story, let me take you on a little stroll down memory lane. So there I was, an engineering student, younger, confused, still very confused, but at least I kept all this amazing hair with me. And I was highly passionate about space. I was enrolled at the Delft University of Technology at the time doing aerospace engineering, but I still do not know where to go or what I wanted to do. Hence, I wound up at the International Astronautical Congress, the IAC, and that's where I met representatives at ILU through their booth. And they told me that they want to put a university on the moon. So I remember thinking, wow, a university on the moon? What a bunch of lunatics. Now, how do I sign up? So, yeah, the rest is history, and I checked them out online, and they have a huge digital media presence. They were on podcasts, TV, radio shows, and even on my Instagram and TikTok page. And so I signed up for their online one-week course. I took this picture to prove to my parents that I was not in my bed while taking these online courses. And so it introduced me to the lunar sector and the current developments and where it's going in the future. And I was fully convinced, I was sold that I want to be part of this lunar renaissance to let multiplanetary life be possible in the near future. And there was no other university that offered anything else like the ILU. So a year later, when I graduated, they debuted their Master of Lunar Studies, and that's how I became part of this first generation of master students, along with my very dear friend, One. And so there I was in front of one of the buildings at the campus, the Earth-based campus at ILU, very futuristic, but despite being gray, they're actually green buildings in the way that they're designed with sustainability in mind to reduce and mitigate environmental impacts, and integrated some environmental integration and near total recycling, which is actually implemented in our lunar facilities today. So a lot of the technologies and methods you see on the lunar campuses started out here on the Earth-based campuses as a training and breeding ground. And one of my favorite things about the Earth-based campus is that, unlike on the moon, there was a lot of lush greenery, a lot of parks that did wonders for my mental health, which I totally needed, because back when I was an engineering student, I hardly touched any grass. And it's not just sustainability, but also they took convenience into mind, where it was very easy for me to get around campus and to get to campus and their facilities through public transportation. But one of the things that I really took with me from the whole ILU experience is the highly multicultural, inclusive, and safe environment. I got to meet and interact with all sorts of individuals from all walks of life, and made friends of a lifetime, and also got to tap into the deep network that's provided by ILU. So I was able to talk to and connect with industry leaders and professionals I didn't even dream of approaching all those years back. And I like to say that I grew up personally with ILU. Not only did I see its campus physically expand through the nature of its modular facilities, but I also grew up professionally with ILU, thanks to the opportunities that they provided, and I was over the moon for those opportunities. So, an obligatory clean room picture on the top left here. I actually took that picture 2 weeks after the clean room facilities opened up at ILU, where I did part of my internship project to design an experiment that actually eventually flew on gateways. So that brings me to the bottom left picture, where I was testing the experiment in a mock-up of the IHAB module of the gateway station. And for my final capstone graduation project, I developed and designed an instrument to measure the thermal gradients of the lunar crust on the South Pole that actually landed thanks to one of the Artemis missions. You can see on the right there, it's me doing more tests on the payload. And yes, so all these opportunities that I had, that was when the master's just started. So I can't imagine what kind of opportunities that would be provided to new students that will enroll today and tomorrow, which will bring me to my next speaker. But before I hand over the mic to Alba to talk about these new opportunities, I just want to say that if you're looking for a high net worth individual to help fund your space project, specifically a man in finance,
5'9", brown eyes. You know who to approach, so feel free. Feel free to connect with me during the break, and this feature is made possible thanks to my life at ILU.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alba Badia, and my background is in biomedical engineering, and I'm a deep passion about space. Last year, I had the opportunity to take part in the ILU hackathon. With my team, we were lucky to be selected to develop a project focused on accessibility. As you may know, ILU is a reference institution in this matter, and it has been crucial in the development of technologies that has enabled disabled people to not only go to the moon, but also to conduct research there. But how it was my experience in the hackathon. The hackathon is an event that lasts 1 week, and it starts with an open ceremony followed by the creation of the teams, and then each team is assigned a topic. During that week, we develop the solution, but we also attend some lectures. And here you can see the inspiration of our solution, an exoskeleton to enable disabled people to move freely on the surface of the moon, but also on Earth. And the event finished with the final presentation of the solution. And I'm so proud to announce that my team was the winner of the hackathon. Thank you. But what it means to win the hackathon. The winning teams are granted with professional advice, and we have the opportunity to work closely together with ILU and industry experts to develop our solution. In our case, our solution requires to be tested on moon, and I was the person of my team selected to conduct the Selenoid training program of ILU. This program starts with training using the analog facilities of ILU, for example, the swimming pool to train extravehicular activities, and also we use the cable suspension system to simulate the gravity on the moon. Then in later phases, we also visit some other existing facilities, training facilities, like the Neutral Buoyancy Lab of NASA. And then to finish the experience and the training, we have to pass some medical checks in the Selenoid Performance Center located in the campus. In my case, I successfully passed these medical checks last week. And if everything goes well, next month, I will go to the moon. Thank you so much.
With ILU having more than 15 years of experience in lunar science, let's welcome Rim Ganim, our chief scientist, as well as Sarah Lejac, our PhD student researcher, to talk a little bit more about the groundbreaking research that they conduct on and about the moon.
Thank you, One. Hello. Here at ILU, we have 5 main research departments that you can work on. We have humanities, planetary science, human performances in space, space applications, and engineering. If you choose to work and join our humanities department, you will get to work on some of the most exciting research regarding our human performances during our human space exploration mission. You will get to work on social science, you will get to work on space architecture and history. You might also want to take more technical approach and join our planetary science department. There, you will get to work on astrophysics, cosmology, lunar geology, and astrobiology. If you choose to work, for example, in astrobiology, you will end up working on our future biological laboratory on the lunar surface. The cool part is you will get to do that in collaboration with our human performances in space department. There, We work on space health conditions. We work on space environment hazards, as well as psychology. More than that, we have two more departments. We have the Space Applications Department. There, you will get to work on lunar navigation system and mapping of the moon's surface. Now, this department is super crucial because this will allow us to have safe navigations on the lunar surface. And to be honest, all of the departments are crucial because, for example, the Human Performances in Space Department will ensure safe habitation on the moon. That because here on Earth we have advanced technologies, but we don't have that on the lunar surface yet. And your research might be the key to do that. One more department, the engineering department, the department that ties it all together. There you will get to work on lunar resource utilization, human habitats, sustainable systems, spacecraft, and propulsion. What I'm trying to say here is that whether you work on space applications, on humanities, or engineering, it doesn't really matter. Because here at ILU, we believe in an interdisciplinary research. We believe in an interdisciplinary approach. And you will get to do that. You will get to do that with some really cool projects, as well as joining some really exciting facilities. But more than that, you will join a family, and you will end up having so much fun doing so. If you're not convinced yet, that's okay. I might not be the best speaker, but I can assure you that Sarah, our PhD student, will do a better job explaining her personal experience doing our research.
Hi guys. So yes, as a PhD student, I'm so proud to study at ILU. And also, well, spoiler alert, I'm gonna be training to be a selenote. Remember the specific moon astronaut. So cool. I'm gonna not sing the song, you know, I'm so excited, but I really did. I really am. Too much emotion. You have no idea. So basically, our main research area with Professor Rim, it's astrobiology. And what is our main goal on that? It's to be able to extract new kind of resources utilization from the moon sample that were already analyzed on our temporary facility on the moon. But it's gonna be permanent soon. But can you imagine, I mean, I couldn't imagine that as just a new student in research, that I can have the priority, but also the privilege to analyze a new moon sample. I mean, for decades, it was only governmental space agency who were able to do that. So it's so cool that we can do that as students in basically in one university on Earth. But also, what I can tell you, it's now we are working, so me on Earth, but our selenote researcher in our temporary facility on the moon to find new equipment to prepare our new brand laboratory of astrobiology on the moon. And then what I can tell you also, it's every day we are so exciting to work on it because in this lab, we're gonna do a lot of things. For example, we aim with chemists, but also engineer and astrobiologists and so on. We are all different kind of field, as Rim told you, that we aim to extract fuel from the regolith to cheaply return to Earth, but also water for new kind of life support system. But I can't tell you more, otherwise our business part will say, shh, it's for our new money, you know, because we're gonna sell it, of course. But what I can tell you about the water will be extracted from this sample, we're gonna use it for also our greenhouse. As you can see on the picture, it's actually in build because, well, we're gonna have food on the moon. Who wants to eat a real tomato? So we're gonna work on it to have a real plant for food, but also for decoration. Because who wants to have kind of really beautiful flower in his lab, and also where we're gonna live on the moon. So it's gonna be really cool. But what I can say also, it's we have a really great benefits to work in ILU because in everywhere on Earth we are able to have a real partnership with entities just as NASA aims. And why NASA aims? It's because they are the leader right now in astrobiology, and we want to team up with them, and together we're gonna go deeper in this kind of field in our brand new also research in biology, medicine facility on the moon. So I'm gonna say to you, thank you, I might be see you on the moon.
Thank you very much. Who wouldn't be interested in doing this kind of research, right? All right, next up, we have an extremely cool surprise for you all. We are currently connected to our lunar campus facilities so that all of you people in this audience, hopefully our prospective students, can talk directly to some of our selenauts, astronauts on the moon. So please join me in welcoming Matilda Koshaba, who is our Vice President of Legal Affairs, as well as Matteo Rossi, who is our Professor of Material Sciences, to join us. Oh, hello, One, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you well. Please go ahead.
Okay, awesome. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here as the VP of Legal Affairs, right here on the Moon campus, to talk to everybody about one of the most exciting challenges I've ever gotten to work on, legal affairs on the moon. ILU has and continues to act as a catalyst for international lunar legal framework that is internationally accepted by all. We do this through the doctrine of three main beliefs: international cooperation and peace, harmonious lunar development, and a thriving lunar community. When we first started ILU, the gaps in international space law needed to be addressed, especially concerning governing moon activities and activities on other celestial bodies. As a result, we at ILU Legal came together to come up with a solution. What did we do? Well, first, we defined an international advisory council. This council consisted of experts from nations, commercial entities, universities, and other stakeholders, all sharing ILU's vision. This council came together, interpreted the gaps in the Outer Space Treaty and other international space law, reflected on ILU's goals of international cooperation and a thriving lunar community, and finally came up with this international legal framework. ILU then took this legal framework and created its internal lunar governance structure in order for us to lead by example and prove that this framework would work in order to promote peace on the moon for all moon initiatives while still allowing for innovation and the future of space exploration. The moon, the final frontier. This is where we, as humanity, will come together to learn how to work, live, and thrive as one. We continue at ILU, here on the moon, to work towards our goal of inspiring this lunar legal framework, as well as this governance structure for all moon initiatives to come. And we are so excited to continue working on this. One example already of the benefits of this legal framework includes how we've already started being the coordinator for different moon initiatives on the moon right now. And we are so, so proud of this accomplishment and for all that is to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thinking about the early days of the Artemis program, I remember the excitement and dreams we had about returning to the moon, when the ILU project was just an idea coming out of our minds. Today, I am very excited to be talking from our temporary habitat on the moon. We are located on the moon's south pole, precisely in the southeast region of the Shackleton crater. Back in the days, we chose this place for several reasons. The crater is a permanently shadowed region, which means that water ice exists and we can extract it and use it to support our life support system. Being at the South Pole also means that we get a nearly constant solar illumination, and this allows us to continuously produce power thanks to our solar arrays. Moreover, the area is level and stable, which is an optimal condition for building our habitat. And also, the area is spacious enough to allow campus expansion. Here you can see a first draft of the map of the lunar campus when we will build it. You can see the biology lab, the roads that connect the different areas, the mission control center, the in-situ resource utilization, solar arrays, habitats, and the greenhouse. So, on the moon, I conduct research and have the privilege of teaching a course to our students. You might be wondering, how can you deliver lectures while being on the lunar surface? This is made possible by the metaverse and the virtual reality. Specifically, my field of expertise is regolith extraction and processing operation. I teach future selenauts and ILU students on how to extract regolith from the surface and use it and process it to get water and oxygen. The metaverse is fundamental for teaching these manual skills that otherwise couldn't be taught in a simple class. The metaverse also allows me to teach in a very immersive environment that completely simulates the moon. And also, thanks to the use of haptic devices, the ILU students can really feel the real-life sensation of picking up lunar samples. But how are we surviving on the moon? At this stage, we have not yet established in-situ resource utilization plans, so we rely totally on resupply missions coming from the Earth. These missions use the Lunar Gateway as a checkpoint, utilizing already existing repurposed cargo vehicles, which makes the transportation more frequent and cheaper. In this experimental and initial phase, the staff is frequently rotating thanks to the capabilities offered by Starship. Thank you.
It's always so cool to hear from the people on the moon. It feels like you're so close, yet you're so far away from us. All right, so let's see how's the audience feeling. So how excited are you to join ILU at this point? Yes, perfect. Perfect. So then next up, I would like to invite our VP of Academic Affairs and Research, Ashutosh Mishra, to give you a little glimpse of what our courses are about and maybe even sign up to do one yourself.
Thanks for inviting me. I feel quite nostalgic being here after a long while and meeting my old friends Alejandro and Ismail. I still remember the days of SSP24 where each TP was struggling and panicking about TP reports deadline and presentations. And I came up with a proposal to my team that we should do something extra burden. So I don't think that I need to give you what reactions they give to me, but I'm glad that we did it together. Because of it, we were able to establish ILU's virtual presence even before graduating from SSP24. Because of it only, we were able to pitch our core values, our ILU's core 4 I's to ISC24 conference with a live working product. Let's allow me to show you how we started a building community at ISC24. So this is the live demo of our ILU Cloud platform, and where we invited the space enthusiasts, space pioneers at ISC24 to subscribe to our newsletters. And you will be amazed that 63.73% of footfall at ISC24 subscribed to our newsletter because they were interested in our idea. But we didn't stop there. We had something for the continuous learners and space enthusiasts. We presented a course, basically a free webinar there, and people were able to log in and watch it for free. We are going through the course webinar here, and you can see that you need to enter your details and do a checkout. But it's not a live checkout, and you can't see my card details. Actually, you can see, but it's fake. So if you go to this website and you try to check out, just put any numbers. You don't put your card details, otherwise I will be having them. Honestly not. It's a very secure platform, and it follows all the industry standards. It's backed up with AWS firewall and also with Cloudflare encryption. So after this, we go to our course, we watch it, we complete the quiz and videos. And due to strict ILU's copyright issues, I turned off the video. I cannot show you our course right now. You need to register and pay or just verify yourself. So after completing the quiz and other sections, the course is completed and you get our very valuable certificate of completion. So for this, you just need to click on the lower right side of the button, and you also receive the same on your email, definitely. So before handing my mic, at last I would like to say that because of our hard work and sleepless nights, we were able to form ILU's virtual existence before graduating SSP24. Now I would like to invite Ane. So,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so now everyone knows how easy it is to sign up to ILU. Go do it. And to close our open day, our 15th annual open day, I would like to invite our esteemed dean to give the closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, future students, esteemed families and benefactors, thank you for joining us within the International Lunar University's Earth Campus. It's an absolute pleasure to have you all here on this exciting open day. As ILU's Dean, I'm thrilled to share with you not just what ILU stands for, but what it means to be part of something truly out of this world. Today, you're not just visiting a university, you're stepping into a community that's as boundless as the universe itself. Here at ILU, we don't just teach, we innovate, explore, and dream. Our classrooms aren't limited by walls. Our experiments aren't confined to Earth, and our ambitions certainly aren't constrained by gravity. Let me paint you a picture of what life at ILU is really like. Imagine starting your day with a lecture on lunar geology, followed by a hands-on workshop within our cutting-edge labs, looking at how we can tackle human limitations in space, or perhaps a virtual reality tour within our moon's surface facilities, joining in an analog mission with our partners, NASA, ESA, and others, gaining experience in the only mission control centers at university level that look after humans in space, our beloved astronauts, and finally flying to the moon, becoming a astronaut yourself and inspiring generations to come. But ILU is more than just an academic institution. It's a melting pot of cultures, ideas, and passions. We pride ourselves on being international, intercultural, interdisciplinary, and quite frankly, interplanetary. Our community is made up of brilliant minds from all over the world, united by a shared passion for space exploration. Here you'll make friendships that cross borders and form connections that defy gravity. To our prospective students, I want you to know this. ILU is not just a place where you earn a degree, it's a launchpad for your dreams. Whether you're passionate about becoming a astronaut, an engineer, scientist, or a space policy expert, our programs are designed to push the boundaries of what's possible, preparing you for a future where the moon is just the gate to the universe. And to our potential investors, thank you for considering partnering with us on this extraordinary journey. Your support can help us build the next generation of space pioneers, driving innovation and creating new opportunities in the rapidly growing space industry. ILU is not just an investment in education, it's an investment in the future of humanity. To our esteemed sponsors at NASA Ames Research Center, we extend our sincerest gratitude for your invaluable support and contributions. They have been instrumental in transforming our vision into reality, culminating with the establishment of ILU. As you explore our campus today, we do hope you catch a glimpse of our incredible facilities and the opportunities that await. Whether it's our state-of-the-art facilities, our inspiring faculty, or our vibrant student community, we believe you'll see what ILU is truly like, and it's more than a university, it's a vision for the future. So let's embark on this journey together. Let's dream big, aim high, and maybe just reach for the stars. Welcome to the International University, where the sky is just the beginning and space is the future. Thank you, and we do hope you enjoy your day with us.
Thank you so much. So right before we open our panel and the Q&A, you can use this QR code to visit our website. Currently, there are some flyers being distributed to all of you, so make sure to check it out. And can we get our panel here?
Can we show the previous slide because it shows the social media as well?
Can you make sure Andrew gets it? Yeah. We're getting ready to begin the panel. We thank you very much for attending our 15th annual Open Day. I hope you all enjoyed it and are going to consider joining the International Lunar University. For this moment, we would like to take you back to 2024 and talk to some of our team members who actually worked at the very beginning to develop the International Lunar University and ask any questions you have about the fundamentals. So we have Ian van den Broek, who is lead of our business management and marketing. We have Pierre-Frédéric Siot, who is the lead of our technology and infrastructure group. We have Vittorio Di Pietrantonio, who is the lead of our policy and legal. We have Laura Serbone, who is the specialist of research, of course. How could I forget? And of course, finally, we have Marie Mackay, who is the expert of our curriculum group. So we open the stage to questions, probably starting with online. Yeah, please go ahead. Do I see any hands? Perfect. Rodrigo, go ahead.
Hi, hello. So congratulations. I enjoyed very much your presentation, very lively, and the small details which I think make it really nice. The simulation of the latency when you're talking, and you even did the live website, so I enjoyed that very much. So a couple of questions that I have is can you go into a little bit more detail on the role of the analog missions during the training, the academic program on Earth?
Thank you. So we have a question about the analog training and its role in our curriculum, I believe.
Hello.
Thank you very much for the question. So, yeah, the analog missions are something that we want to try and implement from the mid phase to the later phases of our curriculum development and ILU's development. The major focus within analog training is not just to provide people with the relevant research skills and practical experiences to live on the moon, but a big focus from our curriculum development is personal development of people as well. So currently, when we look at astronaut training programs, especially at things like the European Space Agency and NASA, people are selected on a number of psychometric tests and social analysis. But at ILU, what we want to do is we want to make it as accessible as possible to everyone. And part of that is not doing a selection criteria on psychometric values, but actually instilling a certain set of values within our students all throughout their time at ILU as well. So that includes taking on additional leadership positions, team working skills, self-reflection exercises, and peer review exercises as well in order to foster team working and leadership skills within our students. Analog habitats themselves are very useful. We've got the one at the European Space Agency, like the Concordia mission. The European Space Agency are currently working on their own lunar habitat at the moment as well. And these are in order to try and make future missions to the moon as successful as possible by giving people the practical experience. So that's what our main focus is with the analog habitats. But I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. So just a second question, if you allow me. So concerning student exchange programs, how do you see the student exchange programs in the ILU? For instance, the Erasmus students, do you see a possibility?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, so sorry. So my question is if you can discuss a little bit about student exchange programs with other universities, for instance, such as, do you see ILU, for instance, as a member of the Erasmus program in Europe?
So student exchange experiences.
Yeah.
That is me again. Thank you so much. Yes. So part of allowing, student exchange programs are going to be really important for ILU, especially when it comes to collaboration and ensuring that our own curriculum remains as robust and relevant as it can, especially as the lunar industry develops. And that a big factor in ensuring that happens is working not just with other universities, but across industry as well. So we do have plans to ensure that we will be able to implement exchange programs, and part of that is ensuring that our curriculum is accredited. So we're currently, at the moment, we have been working with ASIIN, who currently accredit ISU's master's program. So they have agreed to, we are in the middle of submitting some modules to them as part of our one-week online courses to receive accreditation. Part of their accreditation process is what we do is we look at current regulatory frameworks. So the one that we're looking at the moment is like the ECTS credits, which are handed out within Europe for people completing courses. Part of the reason for this framework is existing is so that curriculums and modules that people do can be recognized throughout a number of different universities. So part of our, I feel like I've not made that very clear, but part of our accreditation process is ensuring that the education that we provide is recognized throughout other universities and is transferable between them as well. So we do intend to make exchange programs happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Congratulations again. Awesome presentation.
Thank you. Dimitra?
Hi, that was a very nice open day pitch. I would consider signing up. I will ask two questions that I'm asking as a joke, but someone will ask them to you seriously. You mentioned that the ILU has very strict copyright policies. In the years that ILU is fictionally functioning, has anyone come to you with any concerns that you're actually breaking trademarks or brand representations because your business case is very close to other educational products? That's the first question. The second question, what are the tuition fees? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. So the first question is about whether we have concerns about breaking copyright laws because we're connected to, or because we're using similar programs as other educational institutions, if I understood it correctly.
I mean, regarding copyrights, first of all, I thank you for the question. And regarding copyrights, I believe that our curriculum is actually pretty innovative. Like, and in the way we are proposing it is to actually define something new, and also like the process of accreditation guarantees that like this process like does not overlap with the other existing curriculum at the moment. And I don't know, like if someone wants to add something about this topic. But the second question was.
How much does it cost?
And we have a question about the tuition fees.
So in terms of how much it costs for our students, our customers, we forecast within 5 years. So we make a 5-year projection, and we follow a cost plus pricing model. So that means that we price our product offerings based on covering our expenses first, plus a small margin. We end up with offering short-term courses for around $300 and the longer one-week courses for around $1,000. Now, this is in line with existing offerings. If you look at, for example, online courses from MIT that are ranging from 1 day to 5 days, they range from 1,400 to 4,200. So we are below that, still providing high quality education online. Yeah, but most of all, we are a non-profit, so we're not aiming to make the profit. We're aiming to get to our vision of a thriving community on the moon by providing high quality education and research. So we price based on covering our expenses.
Thank you very much
Those
for your
are
question.
competitive prices. Thank you.
Juan?
Yes, I have enjoyed your open day, and I think that my colleague, Professor Walter Peters, who is also my mentor, has been for many years, would probably have a similar idea to invite you to come here to Strasbourg to discuss strong collaboration with International Space University. And as we would prepare for that meeting, we might have some questions, and one of them could be about the funding scheme. As you well know, the International Space University is also declared as independent from any government or any public sponsor, precisely with the objective of remaining a neutral forum for the exchange of ideas and research. At the same time, ISU accepts donations and sponsorships from governments and from governmental and intergovernmental agencies. And I think most of us would not be here if it was not for these financial contributions from public entities. So the question is, how strict will you apply your initial mission statement of not accepting financial help from government organizations, if I understood correctly your initial mission statement? And I'm not sure if Professor Peters has anything to add to this, or he might have more tough questions afterwards. That's his style. He first listens and then he really makes you think. Thanks for the opportunity, and really congratulations for an excellent open day.
Thank you very much for your question. So the question is about how strict are we going to be when it comes to funding and political neutrality?
All right, I will take this question as I talked about the mission in the presentation. So what we wrote in the report, and maybe didn't sort of we didn't spell it out in the presentation, is that we aim for non-alignment with political goals or governments or political institutions, not aligning ourselves with goals, not non-cooperation. We very much envisioned the whole structure of ILU to cooperate and benefit from grants or donations from public institutions, space agencies. Our neutrality speaks more to the fact that we would like to be able to strive to be able to cooperate with everybody and not preclude a certain government. And this is again a striving for. We are aware that we might not be able to achieve that, but speaking directly to a funding scheme, yes, we would accept grants and donations from governmental actors or space agencies.
Anything to add?
Thank you.
Vito?
Thank you very much.
No? Okay, perfect. So we have final question from Remco.
Yes, thank you, but perhaps we should give Walter the opportunity to respond to what Juan was saying first.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. So,
Yes.
as introduced by Juan, I've been, over the last 2 decades, been involved in putting programs like yours together as a dean, as a president of ISU. You presented very well. I also read your document very intensively. There are 2 things which came to my mind after reading your document. First of all, I wonder which type of accreditation you are referring to. If you're referring to a Bologna accreditation, that is 2 years. That's a 2 years program, which looks to me a lot for a niche program. If you're talking about having an SSP type of thing, I would have more sympathy, to be very honest. So that's my first thing, is which accreditation are you looking for? And that is linked to my second part of the question, is I heard a few times the word interplanetary in your document, and I saw it. I can absolutely believe into an IPU, like an interplanetary university. I personally feel that ILU, with only the moon, which geographically and geologically is very limited, and to Earth thing, is maybe a little bit light to fill a 2 years program. So even if that was a prerequisite, and even that was requested, which I fully appreciate, and you answered very well, I was a little bit surprised that there was no remark on going to interplanetary at the university and link yourself to the interlunar university. Has there been any thoughts in the team on that? So one, the accreditation looks a bit critical if you're only talking about the moon for a 2 years program. And second, why didn't you, even at the suggestions, think about a more extensive interplanetary university, as you mentioned with your fourth eye?
Thank you, Walter, for your question. I think that was a very good summary about accreditation and interplanetary.
So I'll pass the accreditation to my colleague from education in a moment. I'll just address quickly the interplanetary aspect. I think at the very beginning of our work on the project, we envisioned the ILU in the longest term and sense to be the first step. And the initial idea, which maybe we don't emphasize enough in our report at the end, was to create a framework of ILU for lunar studies, but similarly to Artemis program, to treat the moon as a step towards the ultimate goal of interplanetary exploration of humanity, and to create a framework that will be adaptable in the very far future to go beyond the moon and to, transfer the ILU into the International Interplanetary University. Oh, we need to think about a better name. But that was our initial idea, and that's where the interplanetary comes from. And I think we just treat it as a first step of what this institution would be set out to achieve. About accreditation, I'm gonna give it to Mary. I'll just underline one thing. When we're talking about this very difficult process of accrediting a full master's degree, we put a full master's degree quite far along our timeline. It's not gonna be happening in the first years of our existence, also to allow for accreditation. So clearing up the timeline, I'll give the details to Mary.
Hello, thank you very much, Tim. And thank you for your question as well. Yeah, so when it comes to the accreditation, I think the question was what type of accreditation are we going to go for? And one of the suggestions was adhering to the Bologna framework. So on speaking to accreditors, because we've had quite a few meetings with them at this point, when it comes to the masters, they suggested that the best way to do it is to stick to the Bologna framework, which is what we intend to do going forward. For what we are producing at the moment, so initially in the early phases of our development, we are doing the 1-week online modules. And through the accreditation committee that we've spoken to at ASIIN, the intended learning outcomes, the practical exercises that we intend to produce through these 1-week courses, they would meet the criteria for certification for what they call a micro-credential. And a micro-credential is any course length that is less than that of a bachelor's degree. So that's initially what we're intending to do with our 1-week modules. We've calculated that for the type of master's program that we wanted, if we wanted to use these accredited 1-week modules as like a base and a template for compiling them together into the master's program, we've estimated that we would need around 16 of those modules at the moment. And as we go on to produce that, yeah, you're quite right, we would adhere to the Bologna framework for their accreditation too. Hope that answers that.
Thank you for your the last part. The accreditation is very enlightening what you're explaining. Thank you for that. Just one remark: if there was an extension possibility to go planetary, I would not call, as you did on one of the slides, your program like the final frontier. In my opinion, Lunar is not a final frontier.
That's great input. Thank you very much. Do we have a question from Remco as well?
Yes, we do. And it's actually an extension of what Juan and Walter already said, because you just said in answering Walter's question that ILU is the first step. And then Walter introduced the IPU, the Interplanetary University, and I wrote down the International Martian University. Now, there is an institute called the International Space University that kind of covers all of those things. And actually, in its foundation principles, ISU aimed at being the first university in space, no matter what shape. And you see that in the SSP88 poster. I hope you've seen it. It's the building where the program was hosted in space in those days. So ISU has some of that ILU blood already in it. And this is the 30-somethings edition. But doesn't it make sense to accept Juan's invitation to talk to ISU and make ILU a logical evolution of ISU itself, and with that benefiting from all the facilities and all the accreditations and all the knowledge that already exists in ISU? What is your thought of that? Instead, and that's what many team projects do, is reinventing many wheels and add a little thing that is new.
Thank you, Remco, for your question. So question is about why don't we try to collaborate with ISU?
Yes, I'll start off with the first part, and then I think Murray may want to add something in further elaboration. But we had long discussions as well about the overlap between ILU and ISU in terms of providing education. You know, we have a very niche focus. ILU is really focused on the moon, and ISU has a broader focus. Nevertheless, there is much overlap, and we see ISU as at least a strong partner and a guiding, experienced entity that we can learn a lot from and have those learning experiences from. Now, in terms of should ILU be a separate entity or should it be an extension of ISU? We had a discussion about that, but I think Murray can explain it better.
Thank you very much. So yeah, exactly. what Ian said was we did have a lot of discussion at the start. And to be honest, when we all joined this project, we did sit down and we go, is there actually a need for ILU? Because of the services that we wanted to provide, we thought there was probably a bit of overlap with ISU as well. So we did do a lot of research, especially when it came to university and business spin-offs from each other. Big one that we looked at, there's a few people here, especially in Glasgow, we have the University of Strathclyde, which was a breakaway from the University of Glasgow. And we kind of looked at those and thought, well, why was that? What was the purpose of doing these things? And some of the most compelling arguments that we found was the fact when it comes to especially streamlining services. So ISU focuses on all the major space disciplines. And if ILU can spin off and do it on its own, then it means that not only can ILU start to foster its own culture, which is lunar-based, and attract talented faculty members and students with specific specialist expertise in the lunar fields as well. But it means that ISU can start to focus on other things, so particularly going to Mars and other planets within our solar system as well. There's also, when it comes to funding and risk assessments, so particularly we want to send students to the moon, which is very, very high risk. And when you're looking at it from a business perspective, if anything goes wrong, and we've got insurance and things to look at as well, it would just fall on ILU, and it would add an extra layer of protection to ISU and all the ambitions and goals that it wants to do, because it wouldn't be specifically involved in that as well from an insurance perspective. And yeah, but our major focus was we wanted to adopt our own culture and bring in people with specific interests in lunar space projects as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, so is there any other questions online? Because if no, I think we still have around 5 minutes for audience questions. So nice to see a sea of hands. Is it the lunchtime? Okay, should we close it here then? All right, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, TP, ILU. Congratulations. You guys did a great job. So we're going to break for lunch. We'll return and start with Gateway at 2:10. 2:10. Thank you.
faculty and chair of the Lunar Gateway Team Project. I want to extend my gratitude to our Associate Chair, Jackie Silva Martinez, and the NASA Gateway program sponsors, John Olenson, Brian Durkowski, and Emma Lanhart. All ISU faculty, ISU alumni rather. And special thanks to our teaching associate, Amy Holt. The Lunar Gateway is heir to Apollo and the ISS. It marks humanity's first outpost around another world, and it's under construction right now. As NASA and its partners push the boundaries of global cooperation to achieve this unprecedented task, we turn to the ISU participants and ask, what's next? And we stand at the precipice of this monumental achievement. It's fitting that we look to the next generation, those who will venture even further. How will you leverage this outpost as a springboard to Mars and beyond? How will it foster expanded cislunar activity and evolve towards Earth independence? In the grand tapestry of human history, there will only be one moment when we truly become a multi-world species. This project explores how the Gateway can be our portal to that future, a future where humanity's reach extends throughout the solar system. Let us now hear from the participants of the Lunar Gateway team for a glimpse of that future and a path to get us there.
Hello and welcome to International Space Agency TV. Thank you so much for joining me on International Space Agency TV on this glorious day, the 1st of August, 2044. I'm your host, James Fettis Jr., and today I'll be guiding you through humanity's first crewed launch to Mars. Our brave astronauts will be embarking on a 21-month mission, traveling 140 million miles to the Red Planet. It's a dangerous journey, full of risks and requirements, from reliable power to protection from solar and galactic radiation. The crew will first rendezvous with Gateway, our lunar space station, which has served as a test bed for much of the technology that mitigates against these risks. With T-minus 30 minutes to launch, we'd like to cast your mind back 20 years to a warm summer day in Houston. On this day, 2 decades ago, a group from the International Space University identified gaps in the Gateway architecture and gave recommendations that contributed to humanity's next giant leap into the solar system.
My name is Najla Ahmadi, also known as Gigi for our SSP24 community. I work as a project manager for the Saudi Space Agency. I would like to start by thanking you all here for being here, listening to our team project presentation titled as The Lunar Gateway, Developing Mars Forward Capabilities and the Cislunar Ecosystem. We as humans are on the verge of venturing into deeper space like never before. The Artemis program aims to put humans back on the lunar surface for a more sustainable and ongoing presence for the very first time. The Lunar Gateway is a critical element to that goal. It's going to be the first ever crewed space station that is orbiting another world. It aims to support initially 30-day mission of astronauts, up to 3 years of non-crewed missions, and also it will focus on supporting missions on the lunar surface that will focus on the southern polar region. However, the Lunar Gateway is not only important for lunar missions. It's actually our step into deeper space, specifically Mars. Lunar Gateway, in order for it to be Mars forward, it needs to bridge some gaps, more specifically technological and operational gaps that will enable long duration, high risk missions to Mars. In our project, we focused on identifying gaps and unsolved questions that will make Lunar Gateway more Mars forward and support Mars missions. Based on those gaps, we developed recommendations in 3 different categories. First one is short-term categories starting from 2025, mid-term categories starting from 2035, and long-term categories starting from 2045. Those are all recommendations over the next 30 years. How did we get here? We started as an international, interdisciplinary, and intercultural team of 46 members from 22 different countries. The very first step was to develop our team contract, which captured our vision, goals, norms, and how we want to achieve our goals. Then we moved to our next phase, our very first deliverable, which was the literature survey. The goal was to look at what's out there when it comes to the Lunar Gateway and its ability to support Mars missions and also the cislunar ecosystem. Based on the literature survey and multiple workshops and meetings with NASA experts, DLR experts in the Lunar Gateway, we were able to start our next phase, which was the report phase, where we were able to pinpoint 2 main areas or 2 main topics that we want to target in our white paper. We developed, as I mentioned, recommendations based on the gaps we've seen from 200 different sources. And now we're here at the last phase, where we're presenting our report to well-renowned space expert and SSP24 community. When it comes to our report, as I mentioned, it had 2 white papers. The first one titled, "The Lunar Gateway as a Test Bed for Mars Forward Capabilities," and the second one titled, "Gateway and the Cislunar Infrastructure for Sustainable Deep Space Exploration." I would like to hand it over to my colleague Nadine, where she will start by an overview of white paper 1. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Gigi. I'm Nadine. I'm a robotics and space engineer, and I'm very excited to take you on a journey of our first part of our research on defining Lunar Gateway as a testbed for Mars forward capabilities. What does this mean? We will use the Lunar Gateway to test new technologies that are going to support us on our next mission to Mars. We split up our research into 2 parts. The first part on extending human life, and the second part on enhancing life, or making our journey to Mars a better experience. We will walk through all those topics one by one, starting off with closing the loop. Closing the loop looks in how we can recycle, reuse, and repurpose water, air, and food, which are very crucial to keep humans alive on our mission to Mars. Starting off with air. Imagine we're taking off and we're going for a mission to Mars, which is a 500-day return trip. For this, we would require 1,700 kilograms of oxygen just to keep 4 astronauts alive. So, that is a lot. Maybe we can save some weight here. Therefore, we have some recommendations to generate oxygen instead of taking it with us in oxygen tanks. The first one is electrolysis. Here, we generate oxygen by splitting up O2 and hydrogen from water. Another recommendation is photosynthesis, where we generate oxygen from plants. Next, we can also extract it from lunar regolith once we arrive on the lunar surface with the same vision in mind for Mars. And we can create it from plasma reactions, where we split up CO2 into oxygen and some other products. Moving on to water. Currently, with our current capacity, 98% of water can be recovered within 8 days. This is on the ISS. And you might think, is this a lot? Isn't it? No, it's not. Resupply would require 500 kilograms of water each year, again for 4 astronauts. So first, it's very crucial that we increase the efficiency. And we can do so by looking into water recovery and improving the filtration process. Next, 8 days, kind of long. Let's speed it up. And we can do so by looking into faster catalytic reactions. Also, the filters from this filtration process are currently not reusable. So, to have less waste, it is also recommended to make reusable filters so that we can reduce waste on other planets. A very new approach compared to the standard filtration processes is bioremediation, where we will clean up water not with standard filters, but with bacteria and microorganisms. Third, organic waste. If we're going to Mars, we of course need to eat. 3,400 kilograms of food is needed for current Mars return mission for 4 astronauts. And this food all leaves the body as organic waste. What can we do with this? We can recycle this into organic waste bags. And this will promote further and further and further and further recycling of more organic waste, which is good, right? Another thing, if we're going to grow food on other planets, we can use it as a fertilizer. We can also use it as a radiation shield, so we put it outside Lunar Gateway to protect us from cosmic rays. And the last suggestion, this might come as a surprise, ants. The ants can turn organic waste back into food again that humans can eat. So maybe think twice before you want to be an astronaut going to Mars. Lastly, inorganic waste. Surprisingly, there is currently no recycling capability on the ISS, neither it is planned for Gateway. So, we're having a lot of inorganic waste coming from plastic, paper, from packages, from medicines, food, experiments. What can we do with this? First, it is very important to prevent that this will all spread uncontrolled on unharmed planetary surfaces. So we need to make laws and policies on assigning landfill locations on where to dump this so that it will not spread uncontrolled on unharmed planets. Another one is package standardization. If all packages are the same, we can easier develop machines to clean up those packages and to reuse them. And lastly, a laundry machine. Did you know that astronauts only wear their clothes for 1 week, and after that they're just going to be thrown up and burn into the atmosphere? That's terrible, right? We can't go like that to Mars. So we need to develop a laundry machine to clean up clothes, towels, and all other stuff to promote the reuse of more products. To summarize, those are our recommendations for both short, mid, and long term, with the most important one being on the short term. Those recommendations also provide an opportunity for commercialization, both spin-off, where companies sell their technologies that are initially developed for the space sector, and spin-in, where space agencies use those commercial developments, use those commercial technologies in their developments. To summarize, we need to move ISU 3 I's. We're going to the 3 R's: reuse, recycle, and repurpose. I'll now hand over to Malika, and she will tell you about the next topic.
Hello, everyone. I'm Malika. I'm a principal investigator and scientist with experiments on parabolic flight campaigns and on the ISS. Today, I want to show you something about extension capabilities and lab modules on the Lunar Gateway. Currently, there are 4 laboratories on the International Space Station. There's the US Destiny Lab, the Columbus European module, the Kiba module from JAXA, as well as Nauka from Roscosmos. What happens currently is that the research is usually for short and long-term missions. The experiments are sent from Earth to the astronauts in low Earth orbit, where they're researched and conducted, and then they're sent back on Earth where they're analyzed. However, this shouldn't be working for the Gateway. What happens there is that we really need deep space missions and research for that. So the experiments and the analysis has to be done, or should be done, on the Lunar Gateway itself. This means, though, that there is a lot of new equipment that has to be brought to the Lunar Gateway. And there is a large gap because the Lunar Gateway is quite small. So what can we do about that? The short-term ideas are that we have modular payload restriction. That basically means that we have new equipment and experiments sent to the Lunar Gateway itself. For the long term, though, we can plan new modules. Currently planned by NASA are gateway robotic systems, refueling modules, and logistics resupply, as well as the so-called gateway airlock. This gateway airlock is super interesting because it actually has the experiments that go from the gateway outside and can actually do outside of the gateway some research. However, it does not involve an actual research laboratory. Therefore, we recommend a new laboratory that is called the Deep Space Research Module, with the focus on human and biology research, as well as 3D printing, food production, medical care, and robotics. This would help to provide the gateway with more space for equipment and experiments. I now hand over to Hakim.
Thank you, Malika. My name is Hakim. I'm a space engineer, and I will talk about how in-space manufacturing can help to reduce the logistic cost of a space mission. Let's start with the ISS supply chain. We can see a scheme where each box represents 1 ton of spare parts and tools. For example, to keep the ISS alive, there is 18 tons of spare parts and tools on the ground, 13 on board, and each year there is 3 tons that are going from the ground to the ISS and 0.5 tons that are wasted every year. Thanks to in-space manufacturing, it's possible to close the loop. If we take, for example, ISRU, standing for Institute Resources Utilization, it's possible to decrease the amount of upstream mission for logistics. If we use waste reutilization, such as the refabricator mission by NASA, it's possible to take plastic waste and create it as a 3D plastic filament in order to be used again for printing. And finally, the commercial opportunities exist in space stations, such as Airbus and 3D Metal. This mission is actually printing metal piece today on the ISS. So if we take those 3 elements and we implement to the system, it's possible to, 1, close the loop and reduce the most possible the waste. It's also implied to reduce a lot the upstream mission, so the logistic mission going from Earth to the ISS, and to limit the amount of spare parts on the ground and in orbit. If we apply this logic to the Lunar Gateway, it's very important because it's way further in space, so logistic missions are harder and way more expensive. So refill missions have to be limited at the maximum. Now, further this, if we take into consideration ISRU to the system, we could imagine a less dependent Earth mission for the Lunar Gateway. Now, if we summarize this part, our recommendation for the short term would be to implement a 3D printing facilities on the Lunar Gateway, but not as a scientific mission, but as an actual tool for printing on demand for tools and subsystems. This 3D printer can use new materials such as alloy from plastic or metal. Our midterm recommendation is to focus on the waste management and ideally to use thermoplastic to reuse those packaging for 3D printing directly. Also, assessing the first actual lunar regolith printing is important for 2035. And lastly, for our long-term recommendation, focusing on regolith compound extraction. So taking regolith and extracting iron, aluminum, and oxygen for further mission. And now I hand over to James.
Thank you. Hi, I'm James Fettis, Senior, and I am a science communicator with Australia's National Science Agency, the CSIRO. And today I'm going to be talking about operational autonomy, AI, and robotics. For this report, we looked at a range of technologies and found that external robotics and autonomy are very mature and indeed embedded in early gateway plans. By comparison, internal robotics and artificial intelligence are less mature and are not currently part of the gateway scope. Given time constraints, we'll focus on those last two. Starting with internal robotics, these have a long heritage in spaceflight, but mostly for experimental purposes. The International Space Station has hosted both the Astrobee free-flying robot platform and, with some issues, Robonaut. While they each have some level of automation, they're generally operated or tasked by ground control or crew. We found that internal robotics have an important role to play on Gateway to predict future maintenance issues and to carry out that maintenance in the absence of crew. These also have value on future Mars missions to reduce the need for dangerous, long-duration or repetitive tasks by astronauts. The problem is that Gateway is small, 1/5 the size of the space station, so large robotics, especially ones with rigid arms, pose a safety risk. In response, we recommend looking at continuum cable or tether arms that allow more flexible and soft movement in the constrained space available. We also see value in looking at spin-in opportunities from Artemis Accord signatories, including Australia, with much experience in the mining sector. Onto artificial intelligence. Now, this has also been used in space, but mostly in remote sensing and mostly processed on the ground. It has not been thoroughly tested on board crewed spacecraft. However, we find it too has an important role to play in positioning Gateway for future Mars missions, replacing traditional ground control tasks made impossible by the light travel time delay. Current AI models are power and compute intensive and are likely too large for the Gateway footprint. In response, we recommend Gateway architects look to emerging on-device AI models, trained and compiled on the ground, that operate under the fast and light demands of modern cell phones, and there are many commercialization opportunities there as well. This is a summary of our recommendations. A few I haven't mentioned include commencing work to extend external robotics towards optimal or full autonomy, and running AI models in parallel with traditional technology to monitor their performance. And now I will hand over to Elisabetta.
Hello everyone, I'm Elisabetta. I'm a biomedical engineer, and today I'm going to present the medical performance topic for the Lunar Gateway. So this space mission have inherent medical risks that will impact the human health and performance of the crew members. So to ensure the safety of the crew members, we need a clinical decision support system to provide medical care. This clinical decision support system can integrate real-time biometrics, tissue, and environmental cues, providing critical support to both non-medical and medical crew members. So to create an effective clinical decision support system, we had to answer various questions, such as question number 1, what data sources should be used? Question number 2, what models will be used to analyze this data? And question number 3, how will the data be turned into a decision? So the question that we wanted to answer is, which technologies can be used for autonomous medical decision making? So in our proposed system for in-flight space mission, we envision the use of a tablet integrated with various medical devices. So by aggregating the data from wearable sensor and using artificial intelligence to analyze it, we envision a system to predict potential medical conditions before they occur. So as for potential output, the system will diagnose potential diseases and provide guidelines for countermeasures and treatments. Additionally, to enhance user interaction and support, we propose incorporating a virtual assistant with whom astronauts can communicate. So now Lena is taking over.
Hello everyone, I'm Lena Shirorkar and currently I'm doing Masters in AI in Germany, and now I will discuss about edge computing. So before that, I would like to tell you that as we are facing various challenges with the real-time analysis of the space data, we can use this edge computing technology, which help us to do the real-time data processing, faster decision making, and it will also help us to reduce the data transmission time. So if you see in the diagram, currently the system which we are using, it is a Earth-dependent computing. What it means, we are taking all the data from the space station or from the planets to the ground station, which is present on the Earth, and then we are using various computing networks and servers to analyze that data, and then we are sending our analysis and results back to the destination, right? So it will take too much of the time to analyze and to transmit and receive the data. So to overcome this challenge, we are using edge AI computing. So in the right side, you can see that whatever the computing devices which we will be using on the Earth, we can shift that to the source where the data is generated. So in our case, the source where the data is generated, that can be either a lunar surface or lunar gateway, or in future Mars surface. Also, while talking about making the clinical decision support system prototype, we have proposed an idea where we will be considering the static data as a baseline to analyze the real-time data of the astronauts. So in case of static data, we can consider NASA's IMED database as a baseline. And to take the real-time data, currently NASA is using AstroSkin jacket, which will able to analyze the real-time data and health monitoring of the astronauts. It's like a skin to monitor the skin temperature and the heart rate, all these things. So we can analyze both this data and we can feed it to the machine learning model. As per our requirement, different machine learning models we can use, and its output we can give it as a to the Grok model or Dr. GPT AI, which will create the instantaneous notifications for the astronauts to work with their real-time diseases. And also it will give the health risk prediction. So next part will be discussed by Larry.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Lawrence Ho. I'm a robotic surgeon from New Jersey. We're going to be talking about surgery in space. So why do we need surgery in space? I'll tell you. It's because surgical emergencies will inevitably happen in space and immediate evacuation will be impossible. So on your left is a picture from my hospital. We're doing some of the most cutting edge robotic surgery in the world right now. The question is, how can we turn that and miniaturize it and translate it to the space context? So on your right is the Mira robotic surgery platform. It was just recently piloted on the International Space Station earlier this year, and very successfully, but a couple key gaps still remain before we can make telesurgery in space a reality. So gap number one is telecommunications latency. There is a delay of a couple seconds to the moon, and this can be anywhere from 8 to 40 minutes to Mars, which poses a problem. So in the short term, solutions such as satellite constellations or Starlink is the major one right now, can help reduce the latency or the issues related to delayed communications from the feedback. And then the other issue is the other midterm recommendation is laser communication or optical communications, which will allow much faster transfer, efficient download speeds, as well as much larger volumes of information. So this is being piloted by NASA right now. Gap number two is limited personnel. There's only so many people that can fit on a spacecraft, and not all of them will be medical professionals. So one of the solutions to this is humanoid robots, which has been tested by NASA before. Other solutions that are coming onto the market include the Tesla bot Generation 3. This will come in under roughly $20,000. And these types of robots may be repurposed for research or clinical research or assisting for surgeries. The last gap is equipment and infrastructure. So in the short term, we can trial new robotic procedural devices and tools. In the long term, we should really think about having a dedicated medical or surgical module that can serve as a model for a future mobile space medical center. So with that, we'll hand it off to my dashing friend Sterling to talk about behavioral performance.
Good afternoon, my name is Sterling and I'm a British Commando sapper specializing in Arctic warfare as well as a theoretical physicist. I'll be talking to you about behavioral performance. To you, that means the well-being of our astronauts and their effect on performance. First, we looked at... I'm going to grab another seat. First, I'm going to drop my clicker, and then I'm going to look at spacecraft architecture. Spacecraft architecture, right. First, we looked at the ISS. What's currently on board to create a day-night cycle? Well, there's the Sega LED lights, which are currently in the personal quarters of crew to help them maintain their circadian rhythms. But this is not on the whole space station. So for our future recommendation is to create a day, dusk, night, and dawn on Lunar Gateway, as well as future Mars transit missions. Next gap we looked at is the fact that the astronauts spend much of their time in a cupola staring at the Earth. This is not going to be possible during Mars transit. So what can we replace this with? Well, artificial viewports is one suggestion. For example, these viewports would display scenes from the Earth and its landscapes, including mountains, snow, as well as the sea. This will help them anchor themselves back to the Earth the same way the ISS astronauts do in the cupola. In the long term, we also suggested to magnify this by creating a greenhouse. This would house various plant life and again help to anchor the astronauts back to Earth and increase their quality of life. Team cohesion is the next subject we'll talk about. I appreciate this is a subject that is already well studied, especially in military operations, as well as Antarctic expeditions and other extreme environments. What is talked about a lot less, however, is what happens when there's intimate ties formed between the crew themselves. This may happen, especially when you're confined in a small environment with crew up to 21-month missions. So it needs to be considered. When two crew form an intimate tie, they're likely to form a subgroup within the main group, the effects of which are not necessarily completely known and should be studied. What happens if this subgroup breaks down? Again, this can have very negative effects. One of those could be the isolation of the astronaut itself. Negative effects of that, again, need to be studied. As mentioned, there's minimal study in this, and that's that gap. My recommendation for this, funnily enough, is to conduct more research. This research will then inform future astronaut selection, and the way we'll conduct this research is via long-duration space analogs, particularly on the Lunar Gateway, which is further away from the Earth. Next, we'll look at sexology for space. Now, what does sexology mean? Is the extraterrestrial intimate bonds as well as sexuality in space. The main gap we found is that this subject is just not discussed. There's minimal research on it, and therefore my recommendation, first of all, is to destigmatize this. So, how do we do that? Well, we create a specific team which is dedicated to talking about sexology and researching it. This will help in making sure that the research is done properly and without the stigma in large bureaucracies. First recommendation from us is that they study contraception in space. We know much medicine acts differently in microgravity as well as radiation-heavy environments, and therefore it is necessary for this subject research to be done on the Lunar Gateway. Next recommendation is that we research the embryonic development. If one of our astronauts gets pregnant during their transit to Mars, you can imagine what happens 21 months later. Next recommendation is to study how to actually conduct safe sex in space, as opposed to just leaving it to our astronauts to work out for themselves. Such study will then help to inform the astronauts on what limitations there are, what recommendations they should take, as well as the risks of doing so. What actions can we take to do that now? We can make sure that the research that comes from this is implemented in future astronaut curriculum, again, so they know the limitations, the recommendations, as well as the risks. So, to finish off, for the behavior performance, as we looked at in the short term, we must destigmatize the study and research of sexology, as well as team cohesion and intimate ties. We should look at implementing this in the curriculum in the midterm, as well as implementing spacecraft designs to help the well-being of our astronauts, as, for example, greenhouse modules in the future. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to ISA TV. There we go, there we go. Now, how about that 2020s fashion, everyone? Whew. Now, more important things to talk about. We are just minutes away from the most exciting launch in decades, humanity's first crewed mission to Mars. As you've just seen, an international, intercultural, and intergenerational team have been working for decades to solve the challenges that make this trip possible. Thanks to Gateway's evolution as a test bed for Mars, we now have in-space manufacturing, AI-driven clinical support, and maintenance robots, all tested on our deep space research module. Now, we have a large crowd gathered for this momentous launch. Now, please tell me, now that you've heard about Gateway's role in all this, how do you feel?
I'm honestly so excited. I really just want to let it all out with a chant. Shall we?
I'm so happy. I'm so happy as a take on a fat dog. Let's do this.
When I say lunar, you say gateway. Lunar! Lunar!
Yeah! All right, with that out of the way, how about we get to a launch? Please join me in counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And away our brave astronauts go to Mars. But when they get there, how will they survive? Things like power, communications, autonomy are all driven by this, are all crucial to the success of this mission, and they're all driven by commercialization and international partnerships. Many decades ago, all of humanity's efforts in space were Earth-dependent, relying on regular supply runs coming from our home planet. Gateway, as part of a bustling cislunar economy, played a key role in moving us away from Earth dependence towards moon dependence and paving the way for Mars dependence, which we will see very shortly. While we wait for our astronauts' arrival, let's cast our minds back once again to Rice University and a group of ISU participants who, 20 years ago, outlined what we needed on and around the moon to get us ready for Mars.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shevket. Today, I'll be representing our white paper 2, which topic is Gateway and Cislunar Infrastructure for Sustainable Deep Space Exploration. The work that has been done with our team focuses on creating a new cislunar ecosystem. So I will first start with the interview. So to create such a system, we focused on 5 main topics. First one is power and energy, which is the blood of every system in space. Second, it's communications and PNT. How do I operate those systems? Next, we have autonomy and robotics. Since I can use them remotely, why not build more robots? Of course, in order to subsidize these, we need commercialization. And then commercialization cannot happen without the support of governments, which brings us to international partnership. But why? We are doing all of this to create a cislunar ecosystem. And then the next question is, why do we need a cislunar ecosystem? Let's start with an example. Currently, Gateway is designed in a way that all the equipment that is needed will be brought up from the Earth, which means it's Earth-dependent, but this makes it ridiculously cheap, to put it nicely. And then to another example, which is close by to this, is the ISS itself. This is not a sustainable nor scalable if our plans are to go beyond the moon, which can be Mars or other planets in deeper space. So an option is to create an independent gateway. Realistically, this is not possible unless the gateway is a giant Death Star from Star Wars. Another option is to create a moon dependency. Don't let the word dependency discourage you. This is just like working hand in hand. Just like ISS and the Earth, Gateway will be relying on the moon to create, again, another level of testbed for future deep space explorations and to create a more sustainable and relatively cheaper space mission around the moon. Of course, it should not be forgotten that every endeavor has ethical, cultural, and legal implications. Bilateral agreements should be replaced with international treaties, and those treaties should be respected. International law should incorporate such treaties. In addition, we shall not repeat the history and take good care of our heritage and environment before they already affect our moon or other planets' environment. Now, we will be showing our results with respect to the power and energy for a cislunar ecosystem. As we talked before, all the systems in space will require power or some form of energy, which can be electrical or chemical. In the short term, the moon surface will rely on the gateway itself for the foundation of the main parts. The power requirements will be around a couple of kilowatts. Of course, to settle on the moon, first we need to make sure that we have the interchangeability and connectivity in between the systems. To achieve this, we need standardization. Such an example is the electric car chargers, which we might require for the future systems on the moon surface. Second step is to create initial surface power systems. The start will be solar panels, and then it will continue with additional batteries, especially for the long lunar night, which is approximately 2 Earth weeks. Next step will be using the ISRU, and this is like, again, a test bed for the midterm and the long-term plans. If we don't start it now, we will not be able to achieve our future goals. This will be supplemented by storing such elements on the moon surface directly. For the midterm, as you can guess, we need even more power. This time, the power levels will be around tens of kilowatts. To achieve this, a more sustainable way is needed, one of which is regenerative fuel cells, basically using hydrogen to generate electricity and creating water as an output, which can then be recirculated into the system itself. And then, of course, as the power needs increase, it means we have multiple equipment lying around, which requires more transmission lines. At first, these can be normal cables, which requires more material from the Earth, which will be like 500,000 euros per kilogram. This can be supplemented, again, as a test bed with the power beaming. Although it's inefficient at the beginning, for the future of the cislunar ecosystem, this is a needed technology, especially to support the gateway and the other activities around the moon. And we also need to focus on water extraction. This is to create, again, propellant for the gateway and for the other spacecraft that will be using the traffic around this ecosystem. Additive manufacturing will be added in a larger scale to create a bigger base and to create the initial steps for the long-term goals. Lastly, propellant storage will be increased, and then this propellant can later be used on the gateway, which is also in the NASA's plans to create a gas station. So we came to the long-term plans. And as you guessed it, now the power levels are approximately 100 kilowatts. Of course, we cannot just supply this power with the solar cells. Nuclear power is a must. Another way is, instead of converting the solar energy into electrical energy, using such energy types directly in our processes. Again, as we increase in the power level, power transmission levels will also increase. A sustainable way is to create a lunar power economy. Just like on Earth, if we can increase the number of power systems, generations, and individuals who are actually providing such services, it will increase the stability of the power grid on the moon surface itself. In the long term, the volatiles or precious metals will be extracted from the regolith, and then these can be used further to do large-scale in-space manufacturing. Why are we relying on such a system? As my colleagues expressed, we need more modules in the gateway. And then the cheapest way to do it is if we can manufacture this around the moon and directly on the gateway itself. To summarize, we need to start with the baby steps and a solid foundation, which is base initialization and standardization. Later on, we will carry our legacy with higher efficiency power transmission systems and generation, turning the whole cislunar into a complete ecosystem where it can sustain itself. Now I will be handing the microphone to Mark.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mark. My background is in aerospace engineer, and I'm currently working as a GNSS software engineer. And I will explain you today communications and position navigation and timing for deep space exploration. So in the early phase of deep space exploration, communication has relied mainly on direct-to-earth links through big antennas spread all over the globe, encompassed under the Deep Space Network from space agencies. And Apollo missions and also interplanetary probes has relied in this technology. But in the near future, the space agencies want to increase the capacity and the availability of such technology. Now that we know how communications has been performed in deep space exploration, what will happen into the future? Is there any advancement that would be possible? To answer such question, we have created a STEM roadmap, split it in 3 main phases, short-term, mid-term, and long-term, in which deployments for developing infrastructure and communications will happen, either sequentially or in parallel. Going into the short-term, the communications relays would be the first deployment. We have separated from the minor complexity to the major complexity. First, we suggest to use Earth-centered relay. In this technology, we consider to augment the currently constellations, TDRS constellations, not only augmenting them not only through antennas pointing through the Earth, but also equipping those satellites with antennas pointing towards the moon. Then it would be the turn of the moon-centered relays. Currently, initiatives such as the NASA Lunar Net or ESA Moonlight are developing to create relays on the cislunar environment. Private companies are also creating satellites compatible with these networks. But we consider that the Lunar Gateway can have an important presence in the moon. We suggest to equip it with an optical transceiver to increase data rates and allow to see technologies that never have been seen before in space, such as high quality live on video. And finally, a combination of the after-mentioned technologies, which are the Earth-central relays and the Moon-central relays. It's the two-step hopping. We consider that the Lunar Gateway can be part of the main relay in the lunar environment. The second deployment around the moon in the short term is the position, navigation, and timing for the moon. Also, from the minor complexity to the major complexity, we have defined 3 main steps. The first one is the weak GNSS, which is considering to take the most of the secondary lobe of the current geostationary satellites available on the Earth to create or to facilitate positioning on the moon, followed by the Earth Assistant PNT, which is about creating satellites, placing satellites around the moon for offering positioning navigation, but it will offer a partial coverage. And then a standalone PNT, which is a completely isolated PNT, LNSS, Lunar Navigation Satellite System, that will offer totally coverage on the moon. And you can see that we consider that also the Lunar Gateway can have an important role, working as a main time reference system, or even as a relay itself. Finally, the third deployment that will happen during the local communication is the local communication, where all the devices along the lunar surface will communicate between them, we consider in 5G or radio frequency. Our suggestion, our proposal is to equip the Lunar Gateway with phone technology, satellite technology, to support emergency communications, and also to be the interpoint between the moon and the Earth. So moving on to the roadmap into the midterm, and with all the lessons learned from the moon advancements, it would be the time of creating a totally independent, isolated position, navigation, and timing for Mars, called Mars Navigation Satellite System. Some initiatives at the past had occurred, which Marco Polo constellations from ESA is an example. But from Earth to Mars communications, outage may occur due to the interferences of the sun. For that reason, we propose to create, to place a satellite into the Lagrangian point L4. And we can take the most of this positioning because we can recreate the delays from Earth to Mars by sending a message towards the L4 Lagrangian point, bouncing it back to the Lunar Gateway so that the astronauts can simulate and take the psychological aspects. Going to the last step of the roadmap, it would be the advanced navigation. We want to emphasize that this technique is currently being used in space, on the Earth, for guidance and navigation of the interplanetary probes. But our proposal is to increase the baseline, which is the distance between the two main antennas that facilitates this technology. First, we consider to locate that antenna at the Lunar Gateway as a testbed, and further on, moving it to the surface lunar ground. So as a summary, those are all the gaps that we propose from the point of view of communication. In the short term, so it's to create an augmented TDRSS with antennas pointing towards the moon, creating an optical link or transceiver into the Lunar Gateway. The Lunar Gateway can be part of the two-step hopping, and finally working as an emergency communication. Moving on to the midterm, placing a satellite into the Lagrangian point L4, and then experimenting the delays through that in the Lunar Gateway through the satellite available in the L4. And finally, the gateway can be a testbed for testing the Delta Door technology. Now I move on to Delani.
Thank you, Mark. Hi, everyone. My name is Delani. I work as a software engineer. Now I'm going to talk about the autonomy in robotics, specifically the cislunar operations and maintenance. Our aim is Earth independence, underpinned by autonomous rovers, transport, and Gateway itself. First, rovers. They will mostly be used for science, logistics, and resource management on the moon. Rovers currently, technical issue, sorry. Better. Rovers currently have some autonomy for navigation and pathfinding, but require human control for advanced decision making. For short term, during crewed periods, we expect telerobotics to shift from Earth to Gateway for direct control with minimal latency. For midterm, we recommend gradually increasing the level of autonomy under supervised conditions to become more self-sufficient. And for long term, we expect full intelligent autonomy without the need for human intervention. What happened next? Logistics and transportation. Rovers will collect samples and raw materials which will be sent to Earth or Gateway. We identified two modes of transportation. One, sample return vehicle, a small reusable capsule to return resources to Earth for analysis. And two, cargo vehicle, for transporting goods from the moon to Gateway. Both of these vehicles could be reused. By using the docking interface from Gateway's human landing system, the vehicles could transport more resources with less propellant. With no in-situ analysis planned for Gateway, samples will have to be sent to Earth. For short term, using the sample return vehicle, collected samples will travel to Gateway on board the HLS, then go to Earth. For midterm, as in-situ capability grows, focus will shift to resource transport, especially to support Gateway. SRV can be repurposed for efficient cargo transportation. And for long term, Earth independence is achieved through complete lunar resource utilization supported by fully autonomous operations. So if we have fully autonomous rovers and transport, what about Gateway itself? It must operate autonomously, especially during uncrewed periods. We will focus on guidance, navigation, and control, especially orbital station keeping, and predictive maintenance, which identifies and addresses issues before they arise. We expect Gateway autonomy to increase over time. For short term, The supervised systems maintain gateway orbit with or without crew, while reactive controlled and planned maintenance is conducted by crew or Canada Arm. For midterm, we expect increased autonomy across all systems and use proactive maintenance to analyze recorded trends on ISS and gateway. And for long term, we expect gateway systems to be fully autonomous and use machine learning and AI for predictive maintenance by forecasting needs, ordering or creating spare parts, and arranging logistics. This is the summary of our recommendation to achieve Earth independence and a moon-dependent gateway. By moving lunar operations and maintenance towards full autonomy, we minimize astronaut intervention and ensure a sustainable lunar future. This will prepare us for future planetary missions. Thank you for listening, and now I will hand over to Ola.
Thanks, Delani. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ola, and my background is in international partnerships and law. So we know that humanity's next giant leaps into the solar system will be unprecedented. This requires an unprecedented level of international partnerships. The current state of partnerships for Gateway build upon the ISS model. With NASA as lead, ESA providing habitation, service, and refueling modules, JAXA providing environmental control and life support modules, and most recently, the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center providing an airlock module. Recently, just this past month, India has also been named as an international partner, though these capabilities specifically have not yet been discussed. Our team will propose some ideas for how to get this partnership rolling, as well as a 4-phased approach to enhance Gateway's partnership model. The first phase is a foundation. So looking back to previous partnership models, including the ISS, what can we learn? One specific recommendation is looking at having enabling legal structures. This means using something like an intergovernmental agreement as opposed to the current bilateral agreements so that information can flow more readily between partners. It can also mean looking at having an export administration regulation designation as opposed to an ITAR classification, which again increases the flow of goods and removes regulatory barriers. A second point here to note is that diversifying opportunities can help crowd in smaller international partners. You've seen that the partners on board to date are quite large, and having smaller opportunities means that we can bring more international partners to the fold and test those partnerships as we move forward. In the next phase, establishment, our team highlights that we have a really important asset under our belt. That means the Artemis Accords. So currently there are 43 signatories to the Artemis Accords, and our team proposes that this be used as a pipeline to bring on partners for Gateway and the wider Artemis program. Specifically, this entails promoting these smaller opportunities to existing signatories of Artemis Accords, and also promoting those partner countries reach into their own domestic economies, map capabilities, and bring more commercial partners into the fold. In our growth phase, so as the Artemis network of partners and as Gateway's network of partners grows, our team has highlighted that there are other partner networks, specifically the International Lunar Research Station led by China, that is growing as well. Just last week, China announced that it plans to have 50 partners within the ILRS network. This necessitates significant coordination between partner networks to ensure that activities in the cislunar environment are working well. Our team recommends that this is done through existing multilateral fora, including the UN COPUOS and a recent conference by UNOSA, the Lunar Activities Conference, which actually was a landmark discussion between ILRS and Artemis. Now moving to our maturity phase. This doesn't mean that we stand still once we've made our initial recommendations, but it means maintaining these partnerships, scaling them out, seeing which ones are working and which can take us to Mars and beyond. I'd like to draw your attention back to some of the legal and ethical considerations that were raised by Shavkat earlier in the presentation. These will be ongoing points of potential contention and should be worked through on an ongoing basis throughout the model. Now looking briefly to some future partners, and these are by no means a limit. India is the 4th country to have landed on the moon and has 50 successful space missions under its belt. With this, we see India as a potential partner for logistics and launch capabilities. India also has a very strong reputation for cost leadership, which can help us do more with less. South Korea is an interesting partner to look at as well, specifically because it has a highly ambitious space agenda. In particular, it plans to land on Mars by 2045. 2 missions, including a lunar probe, as well as a lunar lander missions, will precede this as well. And lastly, other partners. Again, our team believes that we can really widen the fold of international partners. A couple that we'd like to highlight include Denmark, which has very strong internal robotics capabilities that have yet to be leveraged within the space sector, as well as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which has water extraction and water management capabilities that are specifically relevant to this mission, as well as renewable and solar energy through Saudi Aramco. I'll now pass it to Susanna.
Thank you. My name is Susanna, and my background is in artificial intelligence and business. And I will be talking today about commercialization of the Lunar Gateway. So starting with the cislunar economy, currently it is facing a really rapid growth. It is projected to surpass $150 billion by 2040. This is currently driven mainly by areas such as space logistics, usage of moon-related data, and utilization of space resources such as space manufacturing and space mining. Within this, we consider Lunar Gateway as a heart of this economic growth and fostering and leveraging international partnerships, focusing on public and private partnerships specifically. We consider that Lunar Gateway can not overdrive the innovation, but also be a crucial part for the future Mars missions. Therefore, our team proposes a commercialization strategy, which consists of 4 steps: foundation, establishment, growth, and maturity. Starting with foundation and leveraging the knowledge from the previous commercial LEO activities, specifically focusing on ISS, we believe that the first step should focus on creation of the operational and commercial framework. That would imply activities such as proposing schemes for insurance and also for funding in order to de-risk commercial activities for newcomers. We would also encourage making legal frameworks more flexible in order for those new private entities to join the Lunar Gateway program. Moving on to the establishment phase, we believe that after the framework is established, we should focus on choosing and engaging private entities to develop essential infrastructure. That would start with the previously mentioned use cases, such as power systems and communication networks. A good example here would be a proposition for a partnership in optical communications, which could increase the transmission rate between the lunar surface and the Lunar Gateway. A really great example is also Lunar Commerce Portfolio, which is currently initialized and has been done in 2021 by Moon Village Association. And it is currently mapping the capabilities of private entities connected to the needs of the Lunar Gateway. Since space industry is also really heavily dependent on technology, we would encourage and facilitate technology demonstrations for those private newcomers as well during this phase. Moving forward, we would also really like to emphasize scaling up capabilities of the current research facilities. So we would focus on developing as well new facilities, utilizing the already existing ones, and providing equipment as well as facilities for research and development, focusing on the most urgent needs of the Lunar Gateway program and opportunities. And lastly, in the long-term phase at maturity, we would hopefully expect that the Gateway will be a sustainable outpost, sustaining a wide variety of commercial activities, such as large-scale manufacturing, logistic hubs, even maybe lunar tourism, considering the effective supply chain and the advanced infrastructure in place. And lastly, considering this whole strategy, we also believe that it would have a great economic influence and social benefit back on Earth. Therefore, we highlighted 4 main economic drivers. Since the collaboration, and this is really our main emphasis on private and public partnerships, we believe that governments should still sustain and facilitate strategic planning, regulatory backing, as well as funding, which would firstly create a stable and thriving environment for those startups. Later, still continuing on encouraging private investment and strategic partnerships would drive the technological advancements and commercial viability for those private entities. Clear supportive regulations, as well as financial help in the form of subsidies, in the form of grants, and as well as incubators. An example could be an international lunar incubator where startups could come in and could receive the first help in order to join the Lunar Gateway program. And lastly, we believe that from all of the lunar activities, innovations would develop and they could benefit us here back on Earth. For example, with power generation technologies, with advanced materials, or with medical technologies. Thank you.
Welcome one last time to ISA TV. I'm James Fettis Jr. It's been an anxious 9 months as our astronauts have journeyed deeper into space than ever before. We've just witnessed 7 minutes of terror as our astronauts have landed safely on the surface without a hitch and are now awaiting clearance to take humanity's first step onto Mars. Now, tens of thousands of people have worked for decades to make this moment possible, solving a whole host of issues. And the mission has also built on efforts for a moon-dependent ecosystem with things like power, comms, commercialization, international partnerships, and autonomy all playing an important role. Now, I'm just getting word that our astronaut is about to take the first step. Let's see if we can get that footage. Oh, looks like we missed it. Damn. But boy, don't they look happy. I'm good. I'm sure it would have made a great shot. Maybe another broadcaster got it. Have a shop around. Well, that brings our broadcast to a close. This would not have been possible without the contribution of many people, starting all the way back in 2024. Our sponsors and hosts, a whole host of experts that you can see here, our project chairs and teaching associates, and of course, this amazing team of 46 excited space fans. So that's it. Thank you very much for joining me across the decades and across the centuries.
Can we get the online audience on one of the screens? And we'll be taking questions.
Hi, can I
Thank you.
start? Can you hear me? I'm not sure if they can. Hello, Houston, can you hear me?
Yes, a little louder would be nice.
Okay, thank you. Well, congratulations, very nice presentation. I think you had a very nice balance between breadth and depth. You cover many technical aspects using traditional slide-based presentation, which is okay. But I think that you could maybe benefit a little bit more from a more lively presentation and maybe a better integration with the storytelling based on the TV, which was nice. But somehow I felt that it was sort of two different presentations. Now, I have a couple of questions. My first question is concerns robotics. When you mentioned external robotics as being matured, it's true in terms of the arm robotics with Canadarm, that's very successful and mature. But in terms of free flight robotics outside the space station, that's not really, it's not there, right? So I was wondering whether you considered it. So why Why did you mention that it is mature while this part of Free Flyers is not yet?
Can you just give us a shorter version of that question, please?
Okay, so short version is you mentioned in presentation that the extravehicular robotics is a mature area. However, there are no free flyers outside stations. That's not there yet. There has been prototypes, but I'd like you to comment on that.
So, in terms of, I suppose, free-flying external robotics, I think our sort of positioning was that the Canadarm is a really sort of well-proven technology. It's obviously evolved over time, and we're expecting it to have quite a lot of flexibility outside the space station. I think from a maintenance and operational perspective, the really, I suppose, most pressing gap that we saw was that internal situation where if you've got up to 3 years without crew and something goes wrong inside, there's no way to sort that out. Whereas with the sort of the main Canadarm and then the self-maintenance arm, we sort of saw that as, I suppose, being less of an immediately pressing priority, but certainly something that we should look into. Thank you.
Okay, and the second question concerns the navigation solutions. So the navigations on the moon that are covered in the report are similar to what we have on Earth with constellations based. But have you looked into the pulsar-based navigation, which might provide a more infrastructure-independent navigation solution?
Can you, it's a little hard to hear from up front. Can you just repeat the question one more time?
Sorry, shorter. Okay, so the question is, have you considered pulsar-based navigation, which is more independent from infrastructure when compared with conventional global navigation systems based on constellations of satellites?
No, we haven't. So yeah, maybe we should, but I'm going to be direct. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answers. Congratulations again.
Any other questions? All right. Remco?
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah, if I may.
It looks to me, after a nice presentation, that you are very strongly going into the direction of a public-private partnership, PPP. Now, nothing against it, and it's probably better than under the present geopolitical situation than the ISS. But for PPP, there is a number of questions. First of all, there's a lot of capital expenditure, CapEx. I have not heard the figure. That's the first thing which I would like to ask you. What are you estimating which will be the investment needed? Because that's probably going to be the public sector thing. And then you're talking about the commercial framework, which is in an international context. The private sector will be hesitant to go into an adventure if there is no solid regulatory commercial framework. So who is going to do that commercial framework? Is that the UN organization or what? So in summary, because you like to have a summary, what is the budget, what is the capital expenditure required for the public sector? And what are the commercial agreement, regulatory agreements where the private sector can be reassured about?
Excellent question. Thank you. I can comment on the regulatory side of things. So part of our recommendations meant looking at the Artemis Accord signatories. And some of those signatories we know have already implemented national legislation that supports lunar activity or things like lunar resource extraction, for example, United States, Luxembourg, Japan, and others. So we see that national level regulatory framework as being signaled by being a signatory to the Artemis Accords, which is why we selected that as a pipeline. And then in terms of the actual costing out of our modules, I think that would be a later stage activity. But we did identify partners that may be able to contribute financial resources Kingdom of Saudi Arabia potentially being one of them. But by opening up the fold, we bite off smaller, basically chunks, and invite both funds and capabilities from partners and the commercial sectors in those countries.
Can we be a bit more concrete? Are we talking about the ISS cost multiplied by 2, by 10, by 100?
We have not yet completed the calculation, but I can pass it off to any of my quick math colleagues here if they'd like to add.
I wanted to add in terms of the point that private entities would be still hesitant. That's what I think we're framing within the commercialization strategy that would still be developed, and it is eventually a suggestion towards space agencies or towards NASA here within this program to start to establish this type of commercial framework, which would the goal would be to encourage more private entities to come in and to attract more private funding, and for them to basically be a bigger percentage of the whole. We're not saying that it will only be a private or it will only be a governmental side. Both are needed for the success of those programs, but therefore, because the private side is still playing a minor part, our commercial framework is trying to encourage for them to come in and play a bigger role there.
Okay, thank you for your views.
I could add just one more number for you. We spoke with some Axiom representatives several weeks ago, and roughly when the International Space Station was being built, the module cost about $400 billion in that period's current amount of money. And it also depends on what type of capabilities would be in the module and for what purpose, who's paying for it. In today's day and age, it can probably be done much cheaper, probably less than 250 billion or even less, depending on what kind of capabilities and who exactly is doing the manufacturing. So that might be the amount of money we're looking at from the commercial sector, how much they would have to put in.
Yeah, it's a nice ballpark figure. That's a good attempt. Thank you very much.
Remco?
Can you hear me? Is my microphone working?
Yeah, yep. A little louder would be good.
Okay, put it a bit closer. Well, thanks first of all for a great presentation. This was a long list of recommendations on lots of different aspects of lunar exploration and moving into Martian exploration. A few remarks and then a very simple question. First of all, thank you for mentioning ESA Moonlight and the NASA ESA LunarNet. This is a big thing for ESA, so I'm glad to see it play an important role. Then secondly, very interesting, sexology for space. This is a controversial and maybe a bit of a tricky topic. I'm really glad that you put it out here. There's a lot of interest in this, but a lot of hesitation as well to, I guess, to put it in the limelight. I see an 8th department for ISU, perhaps. Then my question. This is a big scope. You picked a big scope. You had 2 white papers in your report on 2 different aspects of the gateway. And to me, the scope that you picked for your final recommendations, your report is not 100% clear. Is it deep space exploration? Is it lunar exploration? Both are very broad topics. So can you tell me, according to you, what is your most important new find from this research? Something that will support the development of the gateway, your key takeaway for your audience?
Our key takeaway is being the amount of radiation that's in space at the moment is causing many, many unknown and known hazards. So the key recommendation is looking at the research, especially on the Lunar Gateway, on radiation and how to mitigate it, but also what hazards and what risks it's going to cause going forward. And I know that's already in planning, but this needs to be extended, made more concrete, and more funding needs to go, especially in protection. For example, like we talked earlier about using organic waste as protection, et cetera, et cetera. And beyond development, there's many, many aspects that we just don't know, and we need to do that research.
I think maybe just to add something, there's there was a lot of content that requires research and a lot a lot of opportunities to, that entire first white paper being using Gateway as a test bed, I think comes down to that fact that this is our first opportunity to do persistent deep space research. So the radiation environment is probably the largest part of that. But there's so many aspects that we just haven't had a facility where we can do that kind of stuff regularly. So I guess it depends on how you consider pressing. Clearly, we don't expect a deep space research module to be, right at the forefront when they haven't got any modules up there yet. But I think that common thread of deep space research is definitely something that that we wanted to highlight.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the audience? All right, thank you.
sir. Yeah. We're just waiting on the assessors to get here, so once they're here, we'll get going.
Can you hear me? All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. We're on the last TP presentation. Last but not least, and arguably the best. So, first of all, thank you so much for ISU, the ISU community, specifically to our sponsor, Planetary X, through Bob Richards. I also want to do a shout out to Tommaso Tutina, who is the teaching associate for this particular TP. So one thing that I actually learned today is that it's actually Earth Overshoot Day today. People know about this? So it's basically the time of the year when the demands on Earth, in terms of like resources, is basically over what the Earth can reproduce each year. So it really is, sustainability is an important challenge that we should be aware of. And this is why the opportunity for space can actually be realized by working on sustainability. So today, because of technology, because of innovation, there's so much that's happening, there's so much opportunity, but also there's so much challenges as well. And we have unsustainable activities that if you don't do any intervention, will certainly be, or will jeopardize the future generations of the planet. So in this particular TP, there were 17 countries that collaborated to work on basically not just one, but two innovative solutions to environmental sustainability. One, it's an assessment tool for lunar waste management. The second one is a funding mechanism for actually doing or funding research and development for sustainable activities. So the team here, composed of 39 participants from different backgrounds, they work on two white papers that in my view are actually very practicable and implementable today. And they did this with very little sleep, basically, but also they said it was fun, their words, not mine. So please welcome to the stage TP Sustainable Horizons.
Thank you, Emmeline. And welcome everyone to the Sustainability Team Project, Sustainable Horizons. So first, let me thank all the amazing people who have put in so much hard work over the last few weeks to make this possible. I'd ask you all now to stand up to be recognized for your accomplishments. So unfortunately, not everybody who contributed to this project gets to present their work today. That honor goes to a select few who are standing with me right now. First is Andrea Truisse, Lorenzo Di Filippo, Mahima Prudhan, Ulrike Nostitz, Theodore Russell, Julia Ancilotti, Vincent Van Vliet, and myself, Rush Dieter. So, the space industry is experiencing rapid growth, and as with any industry experiencing exponential growth, the space industry needs to focus on sustainability now more than ever. With that in mind, we decided the first thing to do would be to build a strong base for our foundation. That being defining sustainability itself, as there's not a widely agreed upon definition in the space industry or any industry really for that matter. So considering this, space sustainability to us is the balance of the consumption and conservation of resources to promote the peaceful, responsible, and equitable use of terrestrial and extraterrestrial domains. The goal is to ensure the long-term exploration, utilization, and preservation of these domains for current and future generations whilst maintaining economic viability. Now, with our definition of sustainability as our foundation, we conducted extensive research and concluded that there are two opportunities for us to make a significant impact. Those being our Earth-focused method, which is STARS, or Sustainable Technology and Advanced Research in Space, which generates capital to fund space sustainability research. Second being our lunar-focused method, called LUSAT, which is the Lunar Surface Sustainability Assessment Tool. One of our main motivators for choosing this topic is that we've only got one shot, one opportunity, to make sure that we take care of both this pale blue dot that we call home and the moon, which has inspired so many humans for countless generations to dream big and reach for the stars.
I was born of cosmic dust, of worldly bodies that collided. My iconic face shaped and scarred by eruptions and the uninvited. Asteroid strikes and solar winds, who I could not make repent their sins. Thought I was doomed to be alone in the cold and blank expanse. I longed for somewhere to call home, to twirl in never-ending dance. Then suddenly you caught my gaze, a lone blue marble in the deep. I longed to lift your veil of white and blue, to rock your stormy seas to sleep. When at last you came to greet me, I was overjoyed with bliss. I felt inspired by your courage and even gave your boot a kiss. Your children looked to me in awe. They spoke in poem and in prayer. Some called me the home of Chandra, others Artemis or Ishel. But soon you were preoccupied with demands of your residents, precise positions and connections, sensing, tracking, measurements. Above your skies whirled many things, but you could hardly call them friends. They soon attacked me from the shadows, stole my hidden water ice. They came to break and then to build. They even claimed my ilmenite. And finally, my helium-3, my solar gift used for energy. I was drained, depleted, and feeling utterly defeated. This was the moment I had enough. Full of anger and dismay, I turned again to face the dark. It wasn't meant to be this way. Your tides and seasons left you too, perished forests, dried up lakes. But through our tortured distance, we felt the gravity of our mistakes. I came back to make things right, just like I knew you would. You'd touch my face with care and caution, our new agreement understood. In turn, I would provide to make your deepest dreams come true. And with due regard, I became once again your dear moon.
We felt the gravity of our mistakes. We would like to thank Ola and Robin and all the other people that work on this beautiful piece of art, because we decided to include it in our presentation since it resonated with our feelings and our views towards the moon, our natural satellite. The moon has shaped the dreams and the hopes of humanities for centuries and centuries. And we want, and we have, to keep it that way. So this leads us to this question. Are we doing enough to preserve the moon for future generations? Humanity is approaching its return to the lunar surface, and this time we're aiming at a permanent human settlement, as we've seen from the previous presentations. This raises several questions. Some of them are concerning many important topics, such as lunar waste, reusability, and contaminations of the lunar resources. Just to give you a number, in the very brief period in which we explored our natural satellite, we left more than 200 tons of debris on its surface. Most of these, which you can see in the slide, are rovers, landers, impactors, or also vehicles, as in the moon buggy. They represent an auxiliary source of material for ISRU, in situ resource utilization, which is the process of building infrastructures on the moon utilizing the material that is already on its surface. Moreover, some of these rovers and landers contain the biological material, which again brings the attention back to the topic of contamination. And this is why, for our white paper 1, we focused our attention on LUSAT, standing for Lunar Surface Sustainability Assessment Tool. We aimed at integrating sustainability considerations into all kinds of lunar missions, both crewed and uncrewed, with a focus on reusability, waste management, and contamination. By addressing these key aspects, LUSAT wants to be a precedent tool for aiming to future space exploration missions with a sustainable approach within them. In 2024, NASA identified the 4 domains for space sustainability, which are Earth, Earth's orbit, cislunar space, and deep space. For Earth, the most important tool, which we all know probably, are the Sustainable Development Goals, ratified by the UN some years ago, and they aim for a better and more sustainable future for all the inhabitants of our planet. For Earth's orbit, there are some tools that are worth mentioning, such as Space Sustainability Rating, SSR, or ESA Zero Debris Charter. For the first one, SSR, the objective is to incorporate sustainability in the spacecraft design, aiming for orbital debris mitigation with a tiered scoring system. Cislunar space is where we found a gap. There are no assessment tools in this part of this domain, and LUSAT comes into play exactly in this environment. It represents also a step towards the last domain, which is deep space, represented in this graph by Mars. After extensive research and speaking with many experts of space sustainability, we foresee a future on the lunar surface if LUSAT comes into play. They will look a little bit more like this. Moving on, as a first step towards the development of our assessment tool, we analyzed all of the above approaches present in this slide. Some of these have been used and some other did not. The main considerations for this was because most of these tools have a heavily dependence on data availability and financial metrics. But some of these have actually been used, which are namely Life Cycle Assessment, LCA, SIM3, which stands for Security Incident Management Maturity Model, and, as mentioned before, SSR.
So let's now see how these tools were used to develop Lucet. The life cycle assessment, as we'll see more in depth, was used to set a general framework and to set a standardized methodological approach. The outcome visualization from the SIM3 was used to provide the practitioner of the tool a clear outcome, giving much information at first glance. And lastly, the space sustainability rating inspired our rating system that you will see later. So the way that Lucet was born is the following. We know that the LCA has already been successfully implemented in the space sector, and the LCA tool of the European Space Agency is a great example of this, but it mostly focuses only on the impact of space activities on the Earth and on Earth orbits. Therefore, our idea was to implement the missing part to fill the gap, extending the tool to the moon, and we decided to start doing this by focusing only on the impact of missions on the lunar surface. So in general, the LCA, the life cycle assessment, consists of 4 interconnected phases, which are the goal and scope definition, the inventory, the inventory analysis, the impact assessment, and the interpretation. Our tool is based on a very similar structure, but with some slight differences. The goal and scope definition states the reason this tool was born for, while the analysis of past missions allows Lucet practitioner to compare their mission against a target baseline. This approach was chosen over the inventory analysis of a typical LCA because we think that lunar surface activities are a relatively niche field, and for this reason, comparing them to existing missions can serve as an initial step towards a more complete inventory. The impact assessment and the interpretation propagate the impact of historic missions into the context of the new ones through the means of a so-called comparative analysis. So the first phase of the development was the goal and scope definition, which consists of 3 steps. The first one is the definition of the goal of the assessment. The second one is the definition of the functional unit. And then we have the definition of the assessment boundaries. We decided that the goal of our assessment is to quantify and verify the environmental impact of lunar surface activities to help both national space agencies and companies, private companies, to assess their missions. So the aim of Lucet is to promote sustainability conscious design and operation. Then we have the functional unit, which needs to be defined every time we want to assess a new mission, and it briefly states the function of the mission itself. It consists of an action verb. Then we have a target performance, which needs to be quantifiable, and then we have an optional condition. The functional unit is very important because only if 2 missions have the same functional unit, then they can undergo a comparative analysis, as we said before. Let's make a very simple example, which might sound a little bit out of context, but it is very typical of a life cycle assessment. Let's imagine we want to assess the environmental impact of 2 toasters, and they might have different sizes, different power consumption, and different number of slots. However, if we need to perform a specific function, let's say, for example, I like X toasts every morning, and I'd like to have them ready in 1 minute. Now we have a functional unit, which allows us to define the indicators that we need to assess in our system. In this case, for example, it might be the amount of energy that we need to consume every day to toast those X slices of bread. In the case of LUSAT, this is not done for a single system like the toasters, but it's done for the entire phase of the lunar mission. Then we have the second phase, which the third step, sorry, which are the system boundaries, and which include all activities that contribute to fulfilling the functional unit on the lunar surface. What we did in this case was just adopting the standardized definition of assessment boundaries, and then we specialized it to the lunar surface. The second phase instead was the analysis of past missions and literature, which allowed us to identify the main areas of concern of lunar surface sustainability and waste management in order to define the key performance indicators and, most importantly, to set a target baseline for each of them.
Now, we move on to discussing the structure of the assessment tool. So, the first step of conducting the assessment is to identify the key performance indicators and the margins within which they are assessed. I will refer to key performance indicators as KPIs every once in a while. They are usability, contamination, eclipse efficiency, and trash generation. And just so that I know everyone's paying attention, say the full form of ECLIS with me. It is Environmental Control and Life Support Systems. Thank you. I thought I'll hear cricket chirps, but not bad. Anyway, so all of these KPIs discuss any biological contamination, the scope of interoperability between all missions, etc., etc. They are further divided into impact indicators, which allow for a finer evaluation and increasing the coherency of the tool for the users. Now, so what after the impact indicators? The answer to that question is questions. We have not one question, not two questions, but 25 questions, all compressed into 13 impact indicators, also compressed into 4 KPIs or key performance indicators. Everyone with me so far? Good, thank you. All of these 25 questions are marked on a scale of 1 to 5 points, and the compliance to general sustainability standards of the mission is measured through the sum of all of these points on the questionnaire. And how do we sum up all of these results and how do we display it to the user? We do that using a rows diagram. Oops, not this rows diagram. So one way to visualize the marking scheme is using this diagram, which allows a rapid visualization of a broad range of data that the users supply to us and clearly shows areas of strengths and weaknesses. So one question that comes to everyone's minds is that, do our questions change according to the type of mission? The answer is no. We tried to keep a very general set of questions so that it applies to all of the missions. But what we did is we changed the importance of KPIs in a way. So, for example, in a crewed mission, ensuring the eclipse efficiency will be more crucial and life-saving than worrying about the extent of trash generation of the mission. On the other hand, for a long-term uncrewed mission to the surface of the moon, the ability to recycle old equipment will prove to be more economically viable and ultimately more sustainable. So how do we ensure the variable criticalities and the importances of all the impact indicators are taken into consideration? For that, we assign weights to each key performance indicator, in our case called the WKPI, and also we assign weights to each impact indicator called the WI square. So these weights change according to the mission type, the objective of the mission, and the forecasted impacts of the mission. So according to our implementation framework, these weights will be decided on a case-by-case basis once this assessment tool comes into effect in real life. Coming back to the rows diagram that I mentioned before, each KPI is color-coded in different shades of green and yellow over here, and the value of each I square is shown radially on the axis. The threshold or the minimum amount of sustainability that the mission should reach is indicated in violet in this case, and it provides an easy reference for users to see areas of improvement. Now, I'll go through a few questions from the assessment so that everyone knows what kind of questions we have in the questionnaire. The first one is from Eclipse Efficiency KPI. This is more of a quantitative question where we would like to have percentage answers from the users. The second type of question is a qualitative question. It's a simple yes or no question. And the third one is from the trash generation KPI, where it is a classification question. So, what after you take our assessment? We will give you a type of certification that will be issued, and it will depend on the scores achieved by the evaluated mission as compared to the total possible score. The first year of certification means that unfortunately you may not get any certificate because the mission wasn't as sustainable, and we would suggest some improvements to you, hopefully that are solicited improvements, followed by bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Diamond is the best tier, the highest possible rating that takes current sustainability standards into account, as well as all future focused criteria and everything into consideration.
So thank you, Mahima. Now it's a really great time to address two very important questions. The first one, why do we need a LUSA? Why it's important? Secondly, why should companies even use it? Well, why do we need it? It's because there's a growing need and a market demand. As we've seen earlier, there's an increasing number of lunar missions that highlight the need for sustainability assessment tool that's specifically tailored to lunar exploration. The reason why we focus on waste management is because it's a critical component for long-term missions that are planned in the future. Well, why should companies even use our amazing tool? Well, because of incentives. They might be able to get different incentives from governments or national authorities, one of which are financial incentives such as tax credits, grants, or reduced registration or licensing fees. Another incentive could be that of recognition. Upon successful use and completion of our tool, you could get certified that you used it and that you're complying with sustainability guidelines, and you could participate in award programs. Another incentive is that of technical and administrative support, also from the governments and national authorities. You could get access to shared facilities and government-funded infrastructure, as well as support and consultancy services of them. And you might also get access to government-collected lunar data and research that might help you for your lunar missions. Using and developing a great tool such as the LUSAT also comes with challenges. So we identified a few of them. One of the challenges is a technical one. Our LUSAT tool addresses very unique lunar conditions and waste management. Another challenge is data, the amount of data and the type of data that all needs to be integrated from various sources for reliable evaluation. A third challenge, of course, is a financial one. It might be challenging for companies or other entities to secure the funds to develop, to test, and also to maintain different sustainability practices and capabilities just to reach that high rating in the assessment tool. And then also to convince stakeholders why the LUSAT is so valuable and so effective. And lastly, there of course is a regulatory and compliance challenge to actually understand and to adhere to all the regulations that are out there and to align with the evolving space sustainability and waste management guidelines and standards that might be developed in the future. As to the implementation of the LUSAT tool, we propose the following flowchart. You can see that here projected onto the wall. The first stage would be the guidelines being implemented by either international or national guidelines as well. On the international level, these guidelines could be developed by international regulatory bodies, such as the Corpus, which is the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, or other relevant bodies. Then the second stage is the integration into domestic legal frameworks. This involves translating the guidelines into guidelines that are specific rules and regulations for the country. This stage may require legislative action or domestic policy making. by the relevant national authorities to ensure that the guidelines are formally implemented and that it's effective. The third stage is the agent stage. So by agent, we mean companies or entities that are seeking to register or license their lunar components and their lunar missions. They will use our assessment tool and conduct a self-assessment of their mission components. After they complete their self-assessment, they will submit all the information and all the documentation that they used to the national licensing or registration authority to demonstrate that they have used the tool, they have completed it, and that they have taken steps to comply with sustainability guidelines. Then there's a stage of an independent audit. That can be either conducted by the national authority or by an independent body that's being appointed by the national authority. That is simply to verify the accuracy and the completeness of the self-assessment. Then lastly, and upon the successful completion of the self-assessment and the independent audit, the registration or licensing authority will then certify the agent for having used and completed the LUSAT. This certification serves as a formal recognition that the agent is committed to sustainability. Certified agents, as we discussed just earlier, they may then be eligible for various rewards and incentive schemes. By following this approach and this flowchart, we think that the governments and space agencies and national authorities can promote the use of our tool, and they can thereby promote the sustainability of lunar missions. Another short note on the policy and legal considerations and why we've been talking about guidelines all along. Well, essentially there's two different ways how you can implement the framework of LUSAT. You could either implement it through hard law, so thereby we refer to space treaties, international space treaties. Those are legally binding and enforceable. On the other hand, you can implement them through soft laws, such as recommendations, guidelines, regulations. Those are non-binding and not enforceable. While there are existing legal frameworks, international legal frameworks such as the UN space treaties out there, they do not specifically address lunar waste management. There might be groundwork for that. And in practice, it's just most often more feasible to establish voluntary guidelines that states could decide whether or not they want to implement it, how they want to implement it, because it gives them so much more flexibility and adaptability as they need to be fed for specific national needs.
So, to wrap up, LUSAT provides an innovative framework for evaluating the human activity on the lunar surface. It is based on a living database, and it leverages comparative analysis to give out the sustainability rating, which means that this is a dynamic and innovative tool which becomes more and more effective as the data availability increases. This tool, once again, focuses on four main aspects: reusability, waste management, ECLSS efficiency, and contamination of the lunar resources, both for crewed and uncrewed missions. LUSAT is also perfectly aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as mentioned before. These compliance ensure that lunar activities will contribute positively to global sustainability efforts, and this will also simplify the implementation of LUSAT in an international environment, such as the one in which the UN operates. Concerning limitations, there are some that are worth mentioning. For example, lack of data, which can slow down the creation of a robust assessment tool, which relies on accurate and detailed data analysis to provide reliable evaluations. Also, the uncertainty on an economical aspect. It's difficult because it involves a high degree of uncertainty to the prediction for future economical and market conditions. Last but not least, as a matter of fact, it might be the most important one, there are the ambiguities in a current international legal framework, which can hinder the implementation of such a tool, especially in the international field of play. So for future developments, there are once again many, but we chose three. For example, rocket plume effects, so the effect that rocket plumes have on the lunar surface, or the definition of historical sites on the moon. Both of these are actually highly innovative and relevant research topics. And last but not least is the robust enforcement mechanism, because it is fundamental to ensure that both private and public players act in a responsible way towards the future generation and the space environment.
Because many international agreements are built upon incomplete information, the question we ask ourselves is, Without accurate information, how can we expect to make informed decisions about the future? Naturally, this led us to another question, which is, how can we, the space industry, obtain the knowledge that we need to make informed decisions, especially related to space sustainability? Asking ourselves these questions helped us to identify 3 gaps and opportunities that we thought we could address. Those being environmental guidelines, international cooperation, and technological innovation. We decided that the best way to address these gaps is by looking at sustainability solutions from other industries, taking the pieces that work, coming up with our own ideas, synthesizing the two, and applying them to the space industry.
Some examples of different collaborative research funds from the space and non-space industries that we looked into include the Seabed Sustainability Fund, the International Telecommunications Union, and ACARP, the Australian Coal Association Research Program. Now, diving into the Seabed Sustainability Fund first, this idea was proposed by the International Seabed Authority last year, and its main mission is to develop the global understanding of ocean conservation and sustainable use through the establishment of marine technology R&D centers. The funding for this would come through contracts given by the ISA to public and private entities for deep sea mining in return for an upfront fee in addition to a tax on the value of all material that's been mined. This idea was proposed due to conflict rising between the conservation groups, such as the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and the mining industry. This is because of the lack of understanding of the environmental impact that sustainability can have on the marine environment. Next, let's look at the ITU. The ITU, as you may be aware, was established by the United Nations, and one of its goals is in the assignment and allocation of all satellite radio frequency spectrums. Each year, the ITU receives $190 million US, and some of this is given to 7 study groups that the ITU has established. These study groups are designed to research specific areas of interest, to establish international guidelines and technical reports. This funding comes from all 193 member states of the ITU, in addition to over 1,000 private businesses, non-government organizations, and academic institutes. Whilst these study groups have been effective in what they do, none of them study the environmental impact that space operations have. Next, let's look at ACARP. Established in 1992, ACARP is proven to be a successful collaborative R&D fund for the Australian coal mining industry, which uniquely combines both government and private partnership. ACARP's funding comes through an optional levy for commercial entities of 5 cents per ton of material that they mine. This fund is then given to a committee of government officials, industry experts, and academic researchers who then decide where the fund should be allocated and what areas are of interest. One benefit of this model is in its flexibility and scalability with the industry, because the levy is reviewed and adjusted each year. This is applicable to the space industry because we're growing and evolving at a rapid pace. From our research, we couldn't find a single international body that's pooling funds for space sustainability research. For this reason, we'd like to introduce STARS, Sustainable Technology and Advanced Research in Space. STARS' main mission is to develop the global understanding of the environmental impact that space operations has, and it's been built upon these previous examples. To fund STARS, we would have an opt-in levy on rocket launches or satellite operations, and this fund would go into an international committee who would then decide to allocate it into areas of interest in a scalable and flexible way. During our research, we found a few challenges associated with developing such a model. For instance, STARS would need to have very effective incentives to attract private businesses or nations into becoming a signatory and contributing funds. For example, this might be by improving their public image. There we go. Alternatively, there are also technical issues. So, for example, how do you measure the metrics required to charge the levy? Additionally, this would involve decision-making challenges. With such an international organization, How do you come to an agreement on how the levy should be charged, where the funds should be sent to, and so on? There are also enforcement challenges. But most importantly, all of these challenges come down and are influenced by whether the STARS model is implemented in the public or privately led scheme.
So in this work, we have investigated the potential implementation of STARS in these two ways, public and private. In this context, a public implementation would mean that STARS is implemented on a state level. On the other hand, a private implementation would mean that STARS is implemented on more an enterprise level, so interacting with companies directly. I will discuss the details of implementing STARS in these two ways in more detail, starting with the public method. In the public method, states can opt in to become part or member states of the STARS organization. These member states, they fund STARS through a levy mechanism, which will be further explained later in the presentation. STARS pools the contribution from all its member states and redistributes these to fund research projects related to space sustainability. Research funding can be in the form of grants or, for example, PhD scholarships. Key to STARS is that the research outcomes become available to interested parties in all of the member states. This way, all member states can accelerate their efforts toward a more sustainable space industry. STARS implements this through an annual call for proposals, through which legal entities from all member states can submit their proposals. To accommodate this funding allocation process, STARS implements a hierarchical committee structure. These committees are comprised of representatives from all member states. There are three types of committees. Starting from the bottom, we have the technical committees. STARS will have a large number of technical committees, each of which is specified to a subfield. These committees consist of experts in those respective fields, and they will develop R&D priorities in which they indicate what, in their view, is what is supposed to be researched that year. And also they do the initial assessment of submitted proposals relevant to that subfield. One layer up, we find the research committee. The research committee assesses the proposals selected by the technical committees and also drafts an overall budget allocation. It then recommends which projects it thinks should be funded that year to the board. The board ultimately decides which projects are funded that year. It also sets out the general strategy and reviews the performance of STARS as a whole. This whole process is repeated annually, as is visualized in this chart. You can see that in the beginning of the year, we have the development of the R&D priorities, the call for proposals, later on the proposal assessment, and finally the approval of the projects to be funded that year. The key benefit of member states opting into STARS is profiting from the collaborative research and development, which provides access to a much larger body of knowledge, which they would likely have individually. In addition, by undertaking these research projects collectively, risks for the individual members are reduced, and this enables the undertaking of more ambitious research projects. Finally, participation in STARS is an effective method for aligning one's funding or research effort with the Sustainable Development Goals. Alternatively, we have investigated the implementation in a private way. In a private implementation, we do not have member states, but we have private entities who become part of the STARS initiative. Similar to the public implementation, these private entities fund STARS through a levy system. STARS again pools and redistributes this money, but this time not only funds research, but also supports the transition from research to implementation in the market by supporting innovative enterprises through private equity. Similar to the public implementation, there is a committee structure which assesses the proposals in a yearly cycle. But concerning the private equity part, STARS will run incubation programs. These can be for both founders and startups, and these will run several times throughout the year. Also, STARS will directly invest in startups which harness possibly disruptive innovations for the space industry regarding sustainability. In addition to benefiting from collective R&D and reducing individual risks, which enables the undertaking of more ambitious research projects, private entities, which are part of STARS, get access to a wider body of expertise than they would have individually. In addition, STARS can provide consultation and support. It can assist in the optimization of launcher resource allocation. And finally, in the future, STARS might even play a role in optimization of or orbit allocation of space assets. In any way, key to a successful implementation of STARS, be it public or private, is a solid funding mechanism.
Okay, so let's start from some of the major and most evident problems associated to rocket launches. Looking at this image, there are two main issues that come up to your mind immediately, which are the greenhouse gases emissions and the inert launcher mass. Studies has demonstrated the environmental impact of space launches, causing ozone depletion, mesospheric cloud formation, and toxicity both for human and for the ecosystem. Carbon dioxide and water vapor are the most abundant and impacting ones, causing, among the other things, ocean acidification and the formation of clouds and aerosols that cause the Earth's temperature to rise. At the same time, on the other hand, the dry mass at launch is very important because we have to take into account that the major part of that will turn into space junk or dissolve into the atmosphere. Luckily, this is not always the case, because recently we saw a great transition towards more sustainable launches thanks to the design and implementation of reusable rockets. Of course, the most famous example is the one of Falcon 9 Block 5 of SpaceX, which uses a reusable first stage. So our aim is to incentivize companies and space agencies to reuse as many parts of the rockets as possible in order to reduce the pollution coming from orbital debris and from the dissolution of heavy metals and chemicals in the atmosphere, and of course also to reduce the mission budgets. Talking about space sustainability, the growth of the space market and the increase in the demand for satellite services has led to an overpopulation and overexploitation of space. As for now, there are about 36,000 bodies, active and inactive, orbiting the Earth. And with this, we are not accounting for the millions and millions of debris polluting the orbital space and also harming functioning spacecrafts. In the next years, these numbers are destined to increase more and more, up to a point in which maybe there won't be any more space in space. Starting from here, STARS thought of a reasonable contribution to ask for to its members. And this contribution is based on three main criteria: the dry mass at launch, the emissions that are accounted for through the greenhouse gas efficiency per payload ratio, also called the GGEP ratio, and finally, the density of the target orbital region, together with the amount of time the spacecraft remains in orbit after the end of its life. This charging scheme is structured in such a way that all kinds of companies, from the smallest one to the largest ones, can access STARS and be part of it. The emissions are accounted for with the emissions over payload mass ratio, which is called GGEP ratio, as already mentioned. And as for now, STARS takes into account only the carbon dioxide and water vapor emissions, which are the most abundant and impacting ones. And in order to accomplish a proper confrontation between all the launchers on the market, we decided for now to account only for the emissions coming from the liquid propellers, since not all the launchers implement solid rocket boosters. The GGEP ratio is an indicator of the efficiency of a launch. For the same amount of emission, the greater the payload, the lower the GGEP ratio, and so the levy related, which varies according to an exponential law, which is function of the GGEP ratio itself. As already said, the dry mass at launch is very important, both for orbital debris and for the pollution of the atmosphere. We decided to account for the dry mass and not for the wet mass in order not to disincentivize the use of some new green propellants that may be more dense with respect to conventional propellants, and so they may have a greater mass. For now, STARS asks its affiliates for 50 cents per kilogram of dry mass. And it is important to notice that we incentivize the use of reusable rockets by not accounting for the dry mass that is recovered after launch. Finally, in order to take into account the overpopulation of orbital space and design and end of life of satellites, we decided to base a levy And in particular, we know that by Satellite Design Life, we intend a period of time that goes from the launch to the moment in which the satellite stops functioning. So our levy is based on the density of the target orbital region and on the amount of time the spacecraft remains in orbit after it stops functioning, before it's being deorbited. And this is to incentivize the plan of an end-of-life program for all the spacecraft put in orbit. In order to validate our results, here you can see some estimations for some of the major and currently operating launchers. These are levies per launch that we estimated. And you can see that we obtained quite reasonable and also significant fees. But at the same time, you may notice that some values may seem questionable, since the fee for some of the launchers that may be considered more sustainable are almost the same of the one that are considered more polluting. This is because the amount of emission is compensated by the amount of dry mass that is sent into space. Accounting for a launch market growth of 14.6% between 2025 and 2030, we can see that the annual revenues of STARS continue to increase more and more, allowing us to allocate funds for startups and for the development of technologies and sustainable research.
The year-by-year increase in capital available for allocation through STARS becomes even more clear when we visualize it in a plot like this. These funds are available for the committees and the board in STARS to allocate to research projects or private equity. In a public implementation, these funds will be allocated for either research grants or PhD scholarships. To give an example of how the committees might decide to allocate the available funds, we can see that they would, for example, spend part of the money to support tens of research projects every year. In addition, the remainder of the money can be used to fund tens of PhD scholarships every year. In this public implementation, in this 6-year time span from 2025 to 2030, this would mean that STARS would support over 300 research projects and would grant over 125 PhD scholarships. For a private implementation, the committees might decide to allocate the money slightly differently. As mentioned, a number of incubators will be run every year, and money will be allocated for that. In addition, the committee will probably decide to allocate part of the money to support research projects. The remainder of the money can be used to support innovative startups through direct investments. In this same 6-year time period, for a private implementation, this allocation of the budget would mean a backing of more than 75 startups through direct investment. More than 300 startups will be part of the incubator programs. And on top of that, we would have more than 300 research projects supported through STARS. Although, in practice, this is just an example, the committees might decide to distribute the money in a different way. It is evident that STARS will enable a tremendous amount of scientific research. This will result in a massive increase of knowledge related to space sustainability, which is required for solving the space sustainability challenges. The self-reinforcing effect of STARS is best visualized as a circle, where we can see that the levies from the space sector actually fuel the research and development related to space sustainability. The research outcome, patents, synergies, and talents will be made available to the contributors of STARS. This will help them strengthen their sustainability efforts, but the positive effects for STARS contributors will likely reach beyond that.
Now that we've laid the foundation for STARS, there's still 3 key points that need to be addressed. First is to determine whether the public or private implementation would be more effective. This can be accomplished by having discussions with both industry and governmental leaders. Next is to refine the funding model further. The information gathered from the previously mentioned conversations will aid in this effort as well. And finally, we need to create a direct financial incentive to bring private businesses to our cause. So, today we covered 3 main points related to the STARS model. First is the background and motivations, which consist of building on knowledge from past sustainability victories and failures to create something which could have a positive impact in a short amount of time. Then we discussed the two paths that we could take. The public and private implementations, where the public implementation consists of a research and development scheme, and the private implementation consists of research and development combined with an incubator and VC setup, or venture capitalist setup. Finally, we talked about the funding scheme, which is a levy consisting of 3 layers, those being dry mass at launch, orbital region and time, and the emissions of the rocket. We also provided a real-world example showing how STARS could have a positive impact on over 700 research initiatives and startups related to space sustainability in just the next 6 years.
So one of our main motivations for pioneering these innovative tools is that the space industry is growing rapidly, and we really want to be proactive and not reactive on our sustainability measures.
And we also wanted to account for both short and long-term timeframes, those being our STARS and LUSAT models respectively.
As a key takeaway, once again, LUSAT is a sustainability assessment tool for human activities on the lunar surface. It leverages comparative analysis, and it focuses on reusability, contamination, ECLSS efficiency, and waste management on the lunar surface.
In short, STARS is an opted method of generating funding to put towards space sustainability efforts, which fosters innovation to protect space for both current and future generations.
Thank you very much. Before moving on, we would really like to thank the graphics team, the research team, and the editing team for all the background work that they did, and we really would like them to be together with us. And also, we want to sincerely thank people that have a really impactful role during these 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks, more like 2 months, which are our chair, Emmeline, and our TA, Tommaso.
Additionally, we would like to thank our sponsor, Planetary X, without whom this project might not have happened, and to the many experts who helped us along the way.
Okay, that was amazing. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to Q&A. Is it... Okay, Peter's going to run the mic in the room. Online? Oh, okay, we're going to do online first. So do we have any online questions? I can't see hands up from where I am. Oh, Lucy, you have a question? Go for it.
Yes, hi. First, I'd like to congratulate your team, Emmeline, the TP assistant, for really a great report to read and a very wonderful, clear, and compelling, well-argumented presentation on a topic that is really critical. You've mentioned several times space debris really is a problem. You focused on lunar issues of sustainability in the environment. So clearly this is something that is practical, that will need collaboration, and you've submitted some really interesting ideas to tackle this. So really congratulations. I really enjoyed listening to this presentation. Maybe a couple of questions. I was wondering, one of the things that you hear, and I'm coming from a non-technical background, is you see a lot of initiatives, industry is coalescing to share information, increasingly you're trying to find ways to include industry's voice in COPUIS, for example. And so you're challenged not just with sustainability, but how to better make industry, non-governmental organizations, governments work together and exchange together towards a common goal, which in this case would be sustainability. So I guess one of my questions is, why does it necessarily have to be either a private or a public type of organization? Why couldn't you imagine coming up with something new that would merge both of those? And also, in terms of, I'd be interested to know if you discussed and looked at different ecosystems of innovation. So ecosystems that incorporate government, industry, that would mix other sectors than space to maybe generate new ideas, disruptive ideas, and advance innovation in the context of STARS and LUSAT.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So your first point on the data sharing is actually something that we've been grappling with as a team. So the point was that private industry is not necessarily inclined to be sharing information when it comes to their practices. And that's made it very difficult for us to do a case study. So that's perhaps something that we can talk about in a second. But just your first question, so I'll repeat for the benefit of the recording as well, is on a public or a private implementation. I think the idea is with our structure that it could be either, and it's for the country or the group of organizations to determine for their set of circumstances which fits best for them. I'll come to the team. Does anybody want to? Yeah, Matt. Yeah.
If I
need to stand in frame. Continue.
Yeah, if I could follow up very quickly on that, did you consider, because you made comparisons with the deep seabed, you mentioned ACARP in the mining industry in Australia, did you discuss or consider the need to create a new organization, something maybe you know in aviation, there's ICAO that kind of elaborates standards, that has government, that has the private sector heavily involved. Did you at all consider creating just something something new?
Yeah, so one of the things that we were certainly looking at, and this ties into your previous question as well, is we really want to focus specifically on the research side. And if we try and expand out to regulatory bodies, it gets really complicated. So the idea of STARS was specifically to target research and development. The reason that we probably need to separate the public versus private is that the private one was really looking at the kind of the challenge of incentives for sustainability, in which case we're looking at funding startups. And it's going to be really, really difficult to convince, smaller countries to fund startups that might be based in the US. So they kind of need to be slightly separate there. Having said that, the public implementation, if we were running these kind of committees to look at different research areas, would very much be involving private members and people who are interested in those particular areas. So the idea would be it would be servicing both public and private, but run on a public level. And so the idea of the public would be, okay, nation states sign in and guarantee the money versus private kind of being a more money-centric idea where, again, we're kind of trying to generate more capital.
Thank you. That is very helpful. I think I'll let my colleagues ask their questions, and if anything pops into my head, I'll come back with a couple more questions. But thanks very much.
Amazing, thank you. Can we go to Rodrigo next?
Yeah, actually, Remco raised his hand before me, so maybe.
Oh, go for it, Remco.
Well, thank you. Not losing too much time in politeness here, but thanks, Rodrigo. Good presentation. I really enjoyed this presentation. I really like the introduction where you clearly explained the two sides of this TP. We've had some discussion in other TPs about how this split works, but here it was made very, very clear what the difference is between the two sides of this TP and how they combine. I really liked the poem in the beginning. It's always risky to do poetry. Not everybody likes it, but this was very on topic and very well made. I actually enjoyed that a lot. So compliments to those who did this. This is like a deliverable in and by itself, and I would put this on the ISU YouTube channel if I were you, just as an example of how poetry fits in a presentation like this. 200 tons of debris on the moon, and you classify it as in situ resource material for other projects. I think there might be people who are looking at heritage preservation slightly different. Instead of milling down the Apollo 11 lander for metal usage. You may get some criticism on that, but still, it's good to start with these numbers to get an idea of what this means. I sort of lost you during the whole description of how the LUSAT model works. That was a bit abstract. I do remember 4 slices of toast, 2 slices of toast in Y minutes. But the rest was a little bit abstract to follow, maybe because it's almost midnight here. So no points subtracted for that. Let me see. Yeah, I have a few questions as well. Oh, and one more remark. I really liked, and that's something we're not very good at necessarily in the space industry, but you had a few, you mentioned one in the presentation, but there's more in the report, spin in from other environmental models. And you specifically mentioned a model from the coal mining industry. As an example for stars. So I applaud you for looking outside of the space bubble. In the space industry, we're not particularly good at that, and we should do more of that to see if there's things that we can learn from other industries. Then a question. I have a question for the LUSAT side of things and for the STARS side of things. On LUSAT, I was wondering, have you tried to do some calculations on historic and maybe present lunar missions to create some sort of a baseline as to how things can improve perhaps, or what the status of missions are? I'm very curious to learn the LUSAT score of, for example, Apollo 11 or the Chinese Chang'e missions. Have you considered doing some example calculations?
Yeah, it's a really, really good question. So the question is, have we considered doing a case study of a previous lunar mission to validate our methodology or model?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes, it's something that we've been really trying to do. But I think maybe Mahima, do you want to explain? It's been very difficult.
So thank you for that question. So yes, we have tried to look into case studies to maybe assess how our assessment tool works. And the slight problem with it is that the data isn't very widely available on the internet. We do, however, have a list of all of the items on the moon, a very comprehensive list that Andrea kindly provided, but we don't have the quantity of maybe how many kilos of garbage was left on the moon. So it was in one of our future plans to maybe use our implementation model on the project done by the International Lunar University team. And yeah, we could have done that had we had a little bit of more time.
That is very well understood, yes. And the program going down from 9 weeks to 8 weeks probably didn't help there.
And on top of that, concerning the your feedback, and thank you for that, for historical sites and heritage, obviously that's really important. But in general, all of the future developments are really important. As of now, we have 200 tons of debris, but in 10 years, maybe we'll be double that. So the thing is that we have 2 tools here. One is applicable in a very short time frame. The other one is a little bit more futuristic, but still highly relevant for our scopes. And what we wanted to do was a case study on, for example, a lunar mission. We managed to update the list of man-made material on the moon. We found an old list from NASA and we updated it to today. But the one thing that we found was more difficult is that depending on the country, on the mission, whether it is private or public, the data availability is really a huge factor. And yeah, that was the main obstacle for us.
Yeah, something we considered and tried to do, but just ran out of time, was conduct a case study on our Lunar University and tell them how well or badly they're doing in terms of sustainability on the moon. So maybe for IAC we can do that. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And Remco, did you have another question for the?
I do, but I'll let Rodrigo ask his questions first. See if there's time.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a quick question. So first of all, congratulations for the TP. Enjoyed it very much. I also enjoyed very much the introduction video, the blending of the words, the visuals, and Debussy's Claire de Lune music. Very nice. But however, I miss a little bit the engineering part, and so my question will be more towards that. Focusing on the first part on the assessment tool, have you considered the use of AI methods, either more traditional, like case-based reasoning, or the more modern and trendy large language models?
It's a good question. So the question is, have we considered using AI, large language models, or other AI software for the assessment tool? To my knowledge, no, but I'll pass over to Andrea.
Well, for sure, it is a tool that we can't avoid using in the future. In the future developments, like we haven't worked with it specifically, but mainly because when it gets down to getting the data from the companies and finding the institution, the part of the mechanism that will actually go through that kind of data and define whether that kind of mission is sustainable or not, we figured that the process is highly complex, and at least for the next few years, probably it will need the man approach. This is obviously an assumption. This is my point of view and the point of view of someone else in the TP, but for sure it will become a very useful tool. And thank you for the comment. We will implement that in our future developments.
And also on top of that, I'd like to add that in this case, what we tried to do was to provide a framework and to analyze all the aspects that we need to consider in a life cycle in an assessment tool for the lunar phase of any kind of mission on the on the moon. But maybe the use of an AI tool would be more useful when we have a more complete inventory that, as we said, we don't have yet, because lunar surface activities are very new and not very exploited field. So we don't have that much data to work on with that kind of tool yet. Thanks.
Very good. Thanks for the answers. I guess back to you, Remco.
Well, thank you. If I may, I don't know how we're doing on time, but I'll ask anyway. In the introduction, where you introduced the LUSAT model, you say that there are models to assess sustainability on Earth through the Sustainable Development Goals, but also in Earth orbit, like the SSR. Yet you implement another model, as I understand it, the STARS model. Now, how does STARS compare to, for example, the Space Sustainability Rating that you use as the basis for LUSAT? I'm wondering why STARS is needed if we have SSR for Earth orbit already.
Yeah, so very good question again. So, so the question is, there is an existing sustainability assessment tool called the Sustainability Rating, which is based out of Europe, and that looks at orbital debris. And the question is, why do we need LUSAT if one exists already?
STARS, in fact, because
sorry,
LUSAT is
STARS.
for the lunar surface. I see the need for that, but STARS versus SSR and other sustainability ratings for Earth orbit.
I think so. So the question is about stars. Is that correct?
Yes.
The research funding. Yeah. Well, so stars is mainly focused on research funding. So we're not looking at ratings within stars. It's purely focused on the research. So they are two independently implementable systems. You know, we don't need LUSAT if we do stars, and we don't need stars if we do LUSAT. So they are completely independent of each other, and we see a real need for the research specifically into sustainability topics that are applicable to everybody, but the responsibility of not one company individually. So that was our approach there, Rush. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Lucy.
Yes, very quickly. I hope there is still time. A couple of comments and one question. One of the questions is when you were speaking about incentives, I'm wondering, did you look into how the insurance industry might help and how if someone had a good score in the LUSAT test, that somehow maybe would impact or lower their insurance premium? So that's one question. And then I'll just make my two comments. You mentioned that the STARS is really to fund, among other things, PhD and research. In view of the other team project this year on the International Lunar University, I'm wondering, PhDs in what fields? Where are the gaps in education? That's open-ended question. And my last comment is you speak about the importance of public awareness and engagement activities to sensitize the general public about the potential issues and dangers of or challenges of lunar sustainability. I think we can all agree that there's a lot of education and awareness that needs to be done just on space and orbital debris. And so did you have a chance to maybe come up with some ideas as to how you can, either as a group individually or ISU, perhaps promote and educate individuals more on this issue?
Yeah, very good questions. Okay, so the first question on insurance. So did we consider whether our sustainability rating could provide a lower insurance premium? The answer is yes. We did talk about that quite a bit. It's one of the incentives that we've listed in the report. And really what we're asking people to do is to take the framework and pick the incentives that work for them as either a company or an organization or a country. You just choose the ones that are most effective with their given set of circumstances. So insurance would definitely be one of them. The second one on PhDs for the STARS model. Yeah, Vincent. Yeah.
Yes, so that's a good question, but I think we have thought about it, but we have deliberately not specified any fields. We have set the direction for STARS in space sustainability as a whole. But as we have identified that this is a rapidly changing field, we have deliberately built this committee structure such that we can actually adapt, STARS can adapt its focus throughout the years and actually stay relevant that way. Does that answer your question?
Okay, great. Was there a third question in there as well, Lucy?
It was more of a comment about public awareness, but...
Okay, yeah, no problem. Okay. Is that all the questions online? I don't see any more hands up, so I think we're good. Okay, I can't see anything in the room, so we have a question over here. Yeah. Pete's just going to grab a mic.
Thanks a lot for this great presentation, really interesting and very well presented, especially like Remco said also with the poem at the beginning, that was really a highlight. My comment and question is related to the issue of space law, or space laws in plural. You probably know that more and more countries are establishing regulations, national or regional or international regulations to limit the debris, the orbital debris, to reduce the problems coming at the end of life of satellites or launchers and things like that. And on top of that, you have guidelines from the United Nations in terms of best practices to develop satellites and things like that. So my question to you is, have you looked into that particular area of space laws, UN guidelines, and this type of things?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just repeat the question again. So the question is around space law, so whether we've looked at the sort of hard law side of things and also the guidelines published by the UN and others. And the answer is yes, but I will come to the legal expert over here.
Thank you very much for the question. There is quite a substantial part of our paper written on the law. And we haven't included much of it in the presentation because we didn't want to have it too legal. But yes, of course, we have considered different national laws as well as international laws. I know that in France, they've got a national law. I've looked into that. In the report, we've also mentioned New Zealand because some of the countries, there's national laws to reduce orbital debris for the end of life cycle. They need to submit an assessment for the end of life cycle, right? So we looked into some of those, as well as maritime law and environmental law, to see maybe there's like a spin and there's an idea, because what we were looking for was the requirement to use an assessment tool, right? And we haven't seen any of those requirements in any of the other laws. In environmental law and in US environmental law, they have the requirement to do an environmental assessment. So we included that into the report as inspiration. But so far in international law as well as in national laws, we haven't found a requirement, an obligation on the states or on the companies that want to register or license their mission to actually use an assessment tool. And it's focused on the lunar surface as well, very niche, but we have included some recommendations. And yes, the guidelines that you mentioned, we also had a look into the soft laws of things, best practices, guidelines, the UN mitigation, space debris mitigation guidelines. Looked into it, haven't found any sustainable practices on the lunar surface for using an assessment tool. What a surprise. So yeah, we made a recommendation in that regard as well. I know that there is the COSPA, the COSPA guidelines on contamination on the lunar surface. So we included that in our report as well, and then basically said that this is a really good starting point, and that could be used to expand on lunar waste management as well.
Thank you very much. More questions? We've got one. Peter's away. He's gone.
Okay. First of all, sorry to everyone that I'm taking time. I promise you it's a good question. First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. I wanted to give you a little bit of background and then I'll ask the question. So I work for ESA commercialization and we manage all the incubation centers and downstream, we evaluate a lot of projects every month. And the sustainability is one of the key factors which keeps coming and popping up a lot. And we struggle in how exactly we quantify this term sustainability and how we can evaluate better. So during your research, did you think of any metric on which we can evaluate these projects on the sustainability quotient?
So the question is whether we thought of any metrics to evaluate sustainability within projects. So you referenced an incubator there. So yeah, I mean, I think that's where LUSAT really comes into its own, right? So there is a big vacuum of assessment tools or ways to quantify how sustainable something is, right? So it's kind of subjective just to read a report and say, yes, that looks sustainable, without actually thinking it through and actually going through the steps and the rigor and also the comparative nature of the LUSAT assessment tool. So that's where I think the assessment tool could be very useful for yourselves at ESA. So we'd be happy to talk with you after this. Anything more?
Yeah. And thank you for the question. And on top of that, during our research, we found out that it is really, really difficult to synthesize synthesize a huge amount of data and just give off a label. Like you have green patch, gold patch, silver patch, whatever. That's why we chose the SIM3 model, because it gives granularities to the data. And it actually allows whoever uses the tool to visualize all of the different areas and understand the parts in which it can be improved and the parts in which maybe it is already sufficient, or that kind of visualization is really important for us.
Yeah, and also this is all our questionnaire was about, because in the questionnaire you have really specific questions, technical questions, which is one of the reasons why we weren't able to assess the International Lunar University team project yet, because they don't have yet those data, because it's a new project. So this is why, I mean, the questionnaire is really specific. And yeah.
Okay, one more question.
Thank you for a very insightful TP presentation. Just one question around the R&D itself. How do you ensure that the R&D is capitalized back into the operational environment?
Back into the, sorry?
Yeah, so you're doing the R&D,
yeah.
But how do you ensure that the R&D is absorbed and capitalized back into the operational environment?
Okay, so the question is, how do we ensure that through the R&D, the capital is reabsorbed back into the... Oh, it's capitalized. Okay, yeah, got you. So the question is, how do we capitalize upon the R&D that we're actually performing? Matt, can I come to you? Yeah.
You can. So one of the reasons that the ACART model is really interesting, and the reason that we kind of looked really at implementing that, is that the R&D is not just a bunch of people kind of going down their own line. It's very much industry focused. And so one of the really important parts is those committees being made up of industry experts and relevant parties, because they can help set the direction. So they say, hey, we've solved these issues. Now, we don't really have the brain space to work on this thing ourselves, but this is going to be a big area in the next 5, 10, 20 years, which means that all the research that's coming in is being evaluated before it's done to make sure that it will be used and is useful and will be reabsorbed. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. I think that's us basically at, oh, one more question. Okay, this is the last question, and then we've got to go. Last question.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I am Ashutosh Mishra from India. So my question is related to your certification thing, like the mapping of range and the diamond, gold, and the classification. So basically, when we have a mathematical model or a set of mathematical equation, we calculate the final value of them and then plot the graph. And basically, it's a classification problem. So we do the scatter plot, find the densities or the conversion, and number of conversions become the categories. So in your certification table, I found that the range is very uneven. Like it is 91 to 100, then 81 to 90. And the other two are uneven, like 15 or something less. So my question is, what is the rationale behind choosing this uneven categories? It is just consensus that we will give diamond to 90 plus, or it is something you thought about? Thank you.
Yeah, so excellent question. So the question is on the LUSAT model, I believe this is about. So we're talking about the questions. Oh, sorry, the certification. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, so the question is, why do we have this uneven distribution here? So I think it relates to how the actual score is computed and actually quantified. So this will be, of course, something that we've thought of as a starting point, as a first step. But I think once we get the data and once we put things through and we actually see the distribution of what we consider to be a very sustainable activity, if it falls in silver, then we're gonna work on this and we're gonna change it around. But I think this is a starting point from which we can build on. Okay. Thank you very much. So that's, I think, are we good? Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Congratulations, everybody. Very great presentation. Congratulations to everybody in here because this concludes our 4 TPs. You guys did an amazing job, and it was very exciting to see your culmination of all the hard work this 8 weeks. So congratulations, and thank you, everybody.